everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
My Hero Academia, The Beginning Without an End. Chapter 27 to 65, If Survival is All That Matters. 1735 words. After the ceremony, Junsei returned to the Yayorozu mansion with the father and daughter. Momo sat quietly in the car, her shoulders slumped. She could not understand how someone could commit such a heinous crime. Nothing can excuse such horror. Beside her, Mr. Yayorozu said nothing, though his eyes strayed more than once to Junsei. Momo had told him about Sykes, about how the boy had known Junsei before, about their conflict and how Junsei reacted to seeing him. Those details turned slowly in his head, causing unsettling thoughts to flood his mind. Junsei, for his part, stared through the car window without expression. When they arrived at the mansion, they were greeted by Sai, who bowed slightly and welcomed them back. Mr. Yayorozu rested a hand briefly on Momo's shoulder. "Momo, my dear," he said gently, "go and rest. You don't look well." She nodded without thinking, and went to her room. Junsei turned to follow his own path, when Mr. Yayorozu's voice stopped him. "Junsei, come with me to the office." Mr. Yayorozu glanced at Sai and gave a small tilt of his head. Without a word, Sai followed them. Inside the office, Mr. Yayorozu said, "Close the door," without looking back. Sai allowed Junsei to enter first, then stepped in after him, and shut the door firmly. Mr. Yayorozu walked toward his desk, then stopped. He turned suddenly, his face grave. "You are the one who did it, aren't you?" he said. "You killed the 3 families." Sai stiffened, taken aback. Junsei merely stared at Mr. Yayorozu in silence. "Don't give me the silent treatment, Mr. Yayorozu snapped, anger breaking through his restraint. "A boy who knew you in the orphanage meets you during the day. You show clear hostility toward him. The next morning, the boy, his family, and even his friends are dead. That is too much to be coincidence. Are you going to deny it?" Junsei spoke softly. "Why are you angry? Is it the same reason Momo is sad?" Mr. Yayorozu's voice rose. "So you're not going to deny it? I truly wished it was not you who did this." "Why am I angry, you ask?" "Because I have a monster in my home killing people in the middle of the night. Because I trusted you and told you not to harm anyone, and you not only broke my trust but went ahead and killed 11 people. Do you realize what you have done? Do you realize what could happen to you, to us, if you are found?" "It would be bad," Junsei replied. Mr. Yayorozu's face tightened, then slowly slackened. He pressed his fingers to his temples. "You have crossed the line, you." "If I may, sir," Sai interrupted calmly, "can we hear the reason why he did it?" Mr. Yayorozu looked at Sai, then back at Junsei. "Answer him. He lied to me and he tried to kill me before." Junsei said, his tone unchanged, "He was a bad and dangerous human, so I didn't trust him, and kept listening to him all the time, after he left us in the morning. He told his friends he was lying, and wanted to trick Momo and use her. His friends laughed and approved his plans. His parents did the same." He continued without pause. "He was a bad person planning to do something to Momo. He knew about the orphanage, and that I didn't get kidnapped, which you said would cause everyone trouble. So I killed him and everyone who had heard I was in the orphanage. I did my best so no one could find me." Junsei paused, then added, "I did what you said. Don't attack or harm anyone, unless you are protecting Momo." Mr. Yayorozu frowned. What did he plan to do exactly? "He wanted to use her," Junsei replied, "for something called UA." Mr. Yayorozu froze. "UA," he repeated. "Do you know what UA is?" Junsei shook his head. Mr. Yayorozu's face twisted between anger and disbelief. "Out," he said suddenly. "Get out." Junsei turned and left without a word. Sai watched him go, then looked back at Mr. Yayorozu. 11 people were brutally killed, Mr. Yaoyorozu said bitterly, because an idiot was boasting about some fantasy. Sending him to school was a mistake. A horrible one. What happened was a tragedy, Sai said carefully, but the boy did it because he thought he was protecting the miss as you instructed. He killed 11 people for no reason, Mr. Yaoyorozu snapped. I was wrong, he is too dangerous, and we can't predict how he will act. Not really, Sai replied. He simply takes things more literally than normal. That can change with time. You've got to be kidding me, Mr. Yaoyorozu said. Do you not understand the problem here? I do, Sai said. We just need to be more careful with what we tell him to do. Give him a chance. We've confirmed there are no leads pointing to him. Mr. Yaoyorozu shook his head. You've grown soft. Sai smiled faintly. I am fond of him. I have never seen someone like him before. He is unique in more than one way. I'm curious to see where this life leads him. Beside my opinion, do you trust he won't be caught if he was left to his own devices? If that happened, there is a good chance the truth will be twisted and incriminate you, especially with his unique circumstances. Mr. Yaoyorozu sighed with a resigned face. Talk to him, he said at last. Explain what he did wrong, and that he can't act on his own like this again. And emphasize that he can't let a soul know what he did. Sai nodded. Junsei sat alone in his room, his thoughts circled the reactions he had seen. Momo's response was the easiest to understand. Her sadness, her pity for people she had never known, felt familiar in its own way. She was one of the good humans, like Kimi and Kikyo, those who tried to be kind simply because kindness felt right to them. To such people, their malice toward other creatures was born of ignorance or fear. What surprised him was her father. Junsei had already placed Mr. Yaoyorozu neatly among the rest of humanity in his mind, driven by ambition, a greedy man calculating risks and rewards as most humans, those who could kill for fun or anything other reason. He had expected concern for consequences. For reputation. For danger. He thought the man would worry about Junsei being discovered, about blame and implication, about heroes turning their gaze toward this house. Heroes, after all, were dangerous monsters. Yet that was not what he had seen. Instead, Junsei had seen fear, anger, remorse, and beneath it all sadness. Junsei could not make sense of it, the man's action didn't fit Junsei's understanding of him. Was it the number of deaths that had done it? 11 lives was the threshold he had for killing. He did not know, it was confusing. A soft knock interrupted his thoughts. It's me, came Sai's voice through the door. May I enter? Yes, Junsei replied. Sai opened the door and stepped inside with an easy smile, closing it gently behind him. He leaned against the wall for a moment before speaking. I hope you don't take Mr. Yaoyorozu's words to heart, he said calmly. He's in shock from the deaths, and from learning that you were the one responsible. What you did is no small matter, and in his eyes, it is evil. Junsei watched him carefully. Why did you defend me? Sai raised an eyebrow. Did you keep listening after you left the office? Junsei nodded once. Then you heard the reason, Sai said. I find you interesting. And I want to see what you will turn out to be. Junsei absorbed this in silence before saying, I understand the point. Don't kill again without permission. Sai gave a short nod. Glad you do. His tone softened. Junsei, in life, many people will wrong you. Some in small ways. Others in ways that feel unforgivable. If you go around taking revenge, it will ruin your life. Take it from me, I've walked that road. Junsei tilted his head. What do you mean? Sai's smile faded. Long ago, some bad things happened to me, I retaliated and things became worse. Eventually, I killed the people who caused them. Those choices dragged me into a dark place. For a time, you could call me a villain. He exhaled slowly. Then circumstances changed. I met Mr. Yayorozu. He gave me a chance. And here we are, years later. He looked directly at Junsei. I know what it feels like to want revenge. And I know the emptiness that follows it. Junsei's voice was steady. You think I killed them for revenge? Sai said. Didn't you? No, Junsei said firmly. Revenge is a human thing. I refuse to be like you. Sai blinked, genuine surprise crossing his face. You don't consider yourself human, he asked quietly. Then what are you? Junsei lowered his head. I don't know. Sai sighed then said gently, you are human, you speak and think like us. You act like us. You live among us. Hiding in the forest or calling yourself something else won't change that. And denying that you took revenge doesn't mean you didn't. Junsei's eyes locked onto his as he replied. He lied to me before. He attacked me from behind and tried to kill me. He was dangerous. Survival is all that matters in this world. His voice grew colder. I killed him and everyone else to ensure Momo's survival. And my own. I won't allow anything to threaten me. Sai studied him for a long moment, his expression serious, searching Junsei's eyes. At last he sighed. I'll be here if you ever want to talk, he said quietly. Not all people are bad. And even bad people can end up being part of the good memories you make. He paused at the door. Try to trust, even if only a little. Then Sai turned to leave, but he paused and turned once more at Junsei and said, if survival is all that matters to you in the world, why did you make the deal? Was survival the most important thing at that moment? Junsei had no answer. Chapter 28, The Will of the Whole. 1,563 words. In the evening, Mr. Yayorozu left the mansion with Sai at his side. The car moved swiftly through quiet streets, toward the towering silhouette of the Yayorozu corporate building on the far side of the city. By the time they arrived, the office floors were mostly dark. As they stepped into the private office, Sai finally spoke. So, he said lightly, though his eyes were alert, what is this about? Why bring me all the way here? He paused. Is this because of Junsei? Mr. Yayorozu nodded, loosening his tie. I don't want him hearing us anymore, he said flatly. After what he's done, I can't trust him. So tell me, what did he say? Sai let out a short breath. Funny thing, he replied. He doesn't trust you. Or any of us, for that matter. Mr. Yayorozu frowned. And what is that supposed to mean? Have you noticed how Junsei speaks when he talks about other people? Sai asked. He refers to us as humans. Mr. Yayorozu nodded dismissively. Yes. A habit, I assume. Something he picked up in the orphanage, and never grew out of. Sai shook his head slowly. It's not that simple. He said he is not a human, and he doesn't know what he is. But I think the truth is more complicated than that. He folded his arms. He doesn't trust people. The way he speaks is a constant reminder to himself that people are different from him and dangerous. Mr. Yayorozu asked. Where are you going with this? What he did wasn't ignorance, Sai said calmly. And it wasn't cruelty. It was fear. He had a bad memory with that boy and sensed bad intentions. He was afraid, and he acted on that fear. You see murder. He sees a necessary act of survival. Mr. Yayorozu's jaw tightened. That makes him even more dangerous. I can't have that boy staying in my home. His voice hardened. I'll wait for some time, then I'll either hand him over to the government or set him free in the forest. Sai did not argue immediately. Instead, he said quietly, I'm telling you this so you understand where things went wrong. He may look emotionless, but he's afraid of you and everyone else around him. And in a way, you scared him out of the forest. Now he's living on edge, fearing someone might harm him at any moment. He glanced up. His reluctance to go to school makes sense. His refusal to interact with others does too. Sai sighed, the sound heavy with something close to regret. Can you imagine how hard it is for him to stay calm when he's terrified of everything? He shook his head. And despite that, he didn't harm anyone. Not until he truly confirmed that there were bad intentions. Mr. Yaoyorozu fell silent, the anger in his posture slowly draining as Sai's words settled in. You were right about him, Sai continued. He could have a bright future. If he becomes a hero, he could stand among the top one day. He isn't as dangerous as you think. Your first instincts were correct. We just failed to see the fear driving him. You wanted him to live like a human, but unknowingly scared him into that life. Mr. Yaoyorozu rubbed his temples and sighed. So what? We keep him in school and pray he doesn't fall into another murdering spree. Yes, I said simply. We keep him in school. He won't do it again. He understands now that what he did was wrong, and that it shouldn't be done. Mr. Yaoyorozu studied him for a long moment, then said. I am still hesitant about this, but I'll trust your judgment for now. However, if he does anything, no matter how small, I am not keeping him around. He went silent for a moment, then a faint, incredulous smile crossed his face. Who would have thought you'd be the one defending someone like that? Sai smiled back. You gave me a chance. And what I did was much worse than killing 11 people, and I was an adult back then. His smile faded slightly. Wouldn't it be hypocrisy if I stayed silent? Mr. Yaoyorozu exhaled slowly. So that's why you're fond of him. He reminds you of yourself. Yes, Sai replied. But it's more than that. You know how my quirk works. I can sense evil thoughts. Everyone has some. Even the young miss with all her kindness has evil. He met Mr. Yaoyorozu's eyes. That boy doesn't. He has none. That day he planned to kill people, and I still couldn't sense evil thoughts. That means he didn't see his actions as evil at all, only necessary. Mr. Yaoyorozu frowned. What if he can hide it? Sai shook his head. I accused him of killing for revenge, and he rejected that completely. The only thing he objected to was the idea that he wanted revenge. A strange note entered Sai's voice. He said revenge is a human thing, and that he isn't like us. Mr. Yaoyorozu said. That's a strange thing to say. I wonder what his life in the orphanage was really like. What kind of child he was back then. Sai said quietly. Probably we will never know. Junsei lay awake long after the mansion had fallen silent, Sai's words circling his mind like restless birds. Sai was right. In this life, no matter how much Junsei resisted the idea, he was human. He wore a human body, spoke a human language, and for the first time thought beyond instinct. His thoughts branched continuously, questioning himself, the world around him, and his own existence. He had no clear purpose in this life, all he had was the growing uncertainty of his existence. If humans truly belonged to a different root than the rest of life, then how had he become one of them? How did such a thing even happen? The question made his chest feel tight. And then there was the matter of why he was here at all. He had left the forest to survive, yes, but also to ensure the forest's survival. That much had once felt certain. Yet the more he examined his own reasoning, the less sense it made. During the countless lives he lived in billions of years, Junsei had sought only two goals, self-preservation and the spreading of life. Every creature followed these goals, from the smallest organism to the largest beast. And yet, he had acted for the sake of the forest, something larger than himself. And even stranger, the forest had protected him even before that. That was not how the world worked. It had never worked that way before. His thoughts grew heavier and darker by every passing moment. He could not name what he felt, only that it was vast and suffocating. There was the emptiness inside him, the confusion filling his mind, and a sense of being trapped between what he had been and what he now was. And beneath it all lay worry. Not just for the forest he had left behind, but all things living on this planet. That, more than anything, unsettled him. He had never felt such concern in any of his previous lives. This was not part of his thoughts before. Then, without warning, a hungry desire stirred within his soul. He wanted to go out and kill humans. He remembered the euphoria, the rush of warmth and fullness when he had reclaimed life from humans. The way the emptiness had faded, if only briefly. That sensation had felt meaningful, as though something long broken had been momentarily repaired. As the thought took shape, clarity washed over him, sweeping away the fog of desire and doubt. He whispered to the darkness, reclaiming life. Humans killed and took what did not belong to them. When he killed them, a fragment of what they had stolen returned to the world. The emptiness inside him was not some absence inside him, or a flaw in his existence. The instinct he wondered for so long why he could not find, was one of the same as the emptiness inside him. All along, his instinct was there, it called for him to kill humans. The more he thought, the more the pieces aligned. This was why he had been born human this time. Why he and all living things were acting differently now. He knew he and everything were part of a larger whole, and this must be the instinct of the whole. They had to survive, and to reclaim what had been taken from them. He was meant to live among humans. To masquerade as one of them. To reclaim what he can from them. Humans were too dangerous, too efficient at killing. The age where creatures could rise up and stop them had long passed. This body of his had a purpose. It was evolution's answer to humans. Nature's adaptation to the disaster. Junsei's eyes began to glow, brighter than they ever had before. At last, he understood. He must have been born as a human due to the will of the world. He was given the power of life to fight for it. He would observe and learn from humans, and in time, he must reclaim all he can and protect all life from humans. Chapter 29, Certainty over Chance. 1,607 words. Lunchtime had barely begun when Komi collapsed dramatically onto the bench beside the table. Her face was twisted in clear annoyance as she announced, "After all my effort, I only got 83 points." Momo looked up at her and offered a gentle smile. "Still, that's a big improvement compared to before. You should be proud." "But I worked too hard for it," Komi groaned, resting her chin in her hands. "You and Junsei both got perfect scores, and neither of you even look like you're trying." Momo tilted her head thoughtfully. "We study every day. We don't cram everything the night before." Komi scoffed. "I don't understand how you can bear studying pointless things. When will I ever need to know how light is reflected off surfaces, or how human eyes work?" Then turned toward Junsei, her annoyance melting into a crooked grin. "Still, thanks for the notes. You're the only person I know who's willing to give his notes away right before an exam." Junsei, who was methodically eating his pile of sweets, glanced at her, nodded once in quiet acknowledgement, and returned his attention to the candy. Komi watched him for a moment, then sighed. "How is it that you eat nothing but sugar and never get sick or fat?" "I am built different," Junsei replied calmly. Komi leaned back with a dramatic huff. "The world is unfair." "I agree," Junsei said. Momo watched the exchange with a soft smile. She could not help but compare this scene to how things had once been. After the ceremony months ago, Junsei had changed overnight. He was still expressionless all of the time, and did or said inappropriate things sometimes, still distant in his own peculiar way, yet now he spoke to others. He responded when addressed, voiced his thoughts now and then, and even helped classmates when asked. The change still surprised her. It felt sudden, almost abrupt, as though something inside him had shifted overnight. Momo believed the ceremony and Psyche's death must have altered the way Junsei viewed everything. Whatever the reason, she was relieved. At last, he seemed to be taking steps towards something resembling normal life. Junsei finished his sweets and stood up. I'm going to the library, he said. I want to borrow a few books before the next period. Okay, Momo replied, nodding. She watched him leave, noting yet another change. Before, Junsei had spent his time reading spiritual and religious texts online. Now his interests had widened considerably: animal biology and interspecies breeding, human history, even detailed analyses of heroes and their quirks. Every week, it seemed, he was drawn to something new. Komi followed Junsei with her eyes before turning back to Momo. So, Mo, why does your cousin read so much? And about such random things? Every other day he's researching something new. What's he planning? Momo hesitated. I asked him once why he does it, what he wants to become in the future. He just said, I have nothing in mind. Knowledge about humans can be useful. Komi blinked. Your cousin is weird, in both how he acts and how he talks. It is concerning. He's just a little different, Momo said gently. Komi shook her head. Keep telling yourself that. I bet he's secretly planning to conquer the world. Momo frowned. What? Think about it, Komi said, warming to her theory. He's way too smart, he never shows emotion like he has no heart, and he absorbs knowledge like there's no tomorrow. That points to one thing: a mad genius looking down on the rest of us normal people, or as he calls us, humans. He's basically a villain project in progress. Momo laughed softly. That's silly even for you. Komi chuckled. Mark my words. One day he'll try to build a machine to take over the world. No. Wait. Her eyes lit up. His quirk lets him communicate with animals, right? He'll build a device to help the animal kingdom rise up against us humans. It will be the fall of civilization just like in movies. That makes more sense. Momo shook her head, still smiling, as Komi continued to grin triumphantly. The car ride home was relatively quiet. Momo sat, her attention fixed on the small screen in her hands, where the news replayed footage of All Might standing triumphant amid broken concrete and flashing cameras. His smile filled the screen. All Might really is the greatest hero in history, Momo said, her voice full of certainty. There will never be another hero like him again. Across from her, Junsei did not look up. A book rested in his hands, his eyes moving steadily across the page. He offered no comment. Momo continued anyway, I wish I could become a hero faster. I want the chance to work by his side and save people, like the other heroes. You are a few years away from that, Junsei said calmly. Momo nodded, then glanced at him. What about you? Did you change your mind? Do you want to become a hero? You're strong. Junsei turned a page. No. I will never be a hero. Oh. Momo hesitated. Then what are you going to do in the future? Nothing, he replied. But I am thinking of studying biology or engineering, they could be useful. Momo accepted that with a small nod and returned to her video. Junsei, however, shifted his gaze to the window behind them. A car had been following at a careful distance for some time now. His eyes glowed faintly for 2 seconds as he focused on the car, before dimming again as he returned to reading. When the car finally pulled into the Yayorozu estate, Momo stepped out and headed straight to her room, eager to wash and change. Junsei took a different path, his feet carrying him toward Sai. Sai at Junsei as he approached and smiled. Ah, Junsei. How was your day? Like usual for the most part, Junsei replied. But on the way back, I noticed a car following us. The 2 men inside work for Yuzukari. They plan to kidnap Momo. The smile vanished from Sai's face. How sure are you of this? I listened to them speaking, Junsei said. I didn't act against them. Their car is parked 2 streets from here. Sai said, thank you for telling me. I'll inform Mr. Yayorozu immediately. Junsei nodded and left, retreating to his room. An hour later, a knock sounded at his door. Sai's voice followed. Mr. Yayorozu is home. He wants to speak with you. Junsei rose and followed Sai down the hall. Since their conversation months ago, this was the first time Mr. Yayorozu had summoned him directly. Junsei understood why. The men no longer trusted him, not after Sykes. Junsei reasoned that his actions had been seen as a violation of their agreement, a risk that could have implicated the family without their consent. Inside the office, Mr. Yayorozu wasted no time. Sai told me about the car following you. I want all the details. There aren't many, Junsei replied evenly. They are studying our movements and waiting for the right moment to attempt the kidnapping. And where is this car now? Mr. Yayorozu asked. A few kilometers away. Mr. Yayorozu raised an eyebrow. How do you know that? I asked my friends to keep an eye on it, Junsei said, then paused. Friends, as in birds. Mr. Yayorozu noted the implication, the range of Junsei's awareness, and nodded slowly. Very well. Keep watching them. Inform Sai or me immediately if they plan to act. Junsei nodded. I'll double security around the young miss, Sai added. Mr. Yayorozu agreed, then fell silent. Junsei looked between them, confusion flickering briefly across his otherwise blank expression. I don't understand you, he said. You understand and believe Momo is in danger. You know who is targeting her and why. Why are you waiting like this? Shouldn't you act to prevent the danger? Both men looked at him. What are you implying? To kill them? Mr. Yayorozu asked. Yes, Junsei replied. Why wait until they hurt you? If you know what is coming, why not act? Sai shook his head. Things aren't that simple. There are laws. Morals. You can't just do whatever you think is right. We didn't even inform the police. Junsei considered this. The law doesn't judge what can't be caught. And what is wrong with wanting to protect yourself? To prevent the certainty. His eyes settled on Mr. Yayorozu. I don't think you are a good human. You don't value life. So why hesitate? I don't understand you. Mr. Yayorozu remained silent. He understood how twisted Junsei's view of the world was, and yet, uncomfortably, he found a sliver of agreement in it. Before Sai could speak, Mr. Yayorozu said, getting rid of that bastard isn't simple. If I succeed, there will be an investigation and any mistake will cause a disaster. And if we fail, there will be even more consequences. So you fear consequences and the law? Junsei asked. Mr. Yayorozu's eyes narrowed. If I told you to kill Yuzukari without leaving a trace, without anyone ever being able to track you, could you do it? Sir, I don't. Sai began. Yes, Junsei interrupted. Mr. Yayorozu looked at Sai's disapproving expression, then closed his eyes. After a long moment he said, I see. For now keep an eye on Momo. Unless she is in immediate danger, do nothing. Sai exhaled softly. Junsei turned and left the office without another word, his footsteps quiet as the door closed behind him. Chapter 30, Who Decides? 1576 words. Yuzukari, owner and CEO of Yuzu Cooperation. His company stood at the forefront of technology and weaponry systems in Japan. Yet lately, things slipped into an unexpected direction, and the thought of it left a sour taste in his mouth. The source of his frustration had a name, Yayorozu Minami. Kerry had offered the MUN a generous price for the new technology developed by the Yayorozu Cooperation, generous enough that most men would have shaken his hand before he finished speaking. Instead, that bastard had refused him outright. Kerry scoffed at the memory. Greed, he decided. Either Yayorozu wanted to enter the weapon manufacturing field himself, or he was waiting for an even better offer. Either way, Carrie had waited long enough. Months had already passed, and patience had never been one of his virtues. His thoughts drifted to the bastard's daughter. At first he had considered a warning, a threat to the girl, perhaps a carefully staged accident meant to frighten the man with the well-being of his daughter. But he dismissed the idea just as quickly. A man like Yaoyorozu would go to absurd lengths to protect his daughter while still refusing to sell. Fear alone would not bend him. The fool thinks himself as a predator, but he is just another prey. So Carrie turned to an old yet reliable plan. Kidnap the girl. Hide her away for days or weeks, and force the bastard into obedience. It was a simple plan in theory, but Carrie knew better than to underestimate its risks. Too many things could go wrong. That was why he had sent his men to track the girl's movements and prepare every detail with care. Nothing must fail. He had no intention of drawing the attention of the police or, worse, the heroes. High risk, high reward. The saying echoed pleasantly in his mind, and a thin smile crept across his face as he imagined the profit waiting for him on the other side of success. "What's wrong with you today?" Carrie blinked as his wife's voice broke through his thoughts. She stood in the doorway, watching him with mild concern. "You came back late. You've been staring into space, and now you're smiling." "I'm just thinking about work," Carrie said smoothly. "I have a feeling I'm going to make a great profit soon." She smiled, relieved. "I'm glad things are going well, but I worry about you. You put too much effort into work. You should relax a little." Carrie nodded. "You're right. But this is important. Once I'm done with this new project, I'll be able to rest properly." She nodded in return and glanced at the clock. "Come on. It's already late, and I assume you'll be going to the office early tomorrow." Carrie checked the time and frowned. "Midnight. Oh. I didn't realize it was this late." They turned off the lights together and went to bed, the house settling into silence. 2 hours passed in complete darkness, husband and wife deep in sleep, unaware of anything around them. Then, without a sound, 2 blue glowing orbs appeared in the middle of the room. Just beneath them, the space itself seemed to split open, forming an open mouth. From it crawled 2 spiders. They moved forward, then stopped as if standing upon empty air. Junsei, still invisible, held the spiders and carried them closer to the bed. He lowered them gently, and they slipped beneath the sheets. A moment later, Carrie shifted silently but did not wake. The spiders emerged again, their task complete. Junsei gathered them gently into his mouth, and left the room without a single glance behind, as quietly as he had entered. Minutes later, Yuzukari woke up screaming in agony. His wife bolted upright, terror flooding her face as she watched him writhe in pain. Within minutes, she rushed him to the hospital. It did not save him. The following afternoon, the news announced the death of Yuzukari, owner of Yuzu Cooperation. The cause stunned both reporters and experts alike, a spider bite. What made the case stranger still was that no one could identify the spider responsible. Tests revealed a mixture of necrotic and neurotoxic venom in his body. Some experts suggested he had been bitten by 2 different spiders. Yet the evidence showed only a single bite mark near the neck. That meant one spider, or perhaps some other insect entirely. But what insect could it be? Japan had no species known to be so deadly. The police suspected foul play, yet there were no signs of forced entry, cameras didn't detect anything, and guards saw nothing. In the end, the official conclusion was unsatisfying to all. Yuzukari had likely been bitten earlier, perhaps during the day, and the venom had taken time to act. The experts admitted they had no clear explanation. The police issued a warning to the public: if anyone encountered an unfamiliar spider or insect, they were to keep their distance. Some whispered that Japan might be witnessing the emergence of a new species. Others, quietly and without evidence, wondered if something far more deliberate had passed unseen through the night. Some quirk or a mix of quirks that killed the unsuspecting men. Junsei found himself, once again, standing before Mr. Yaoyorozu and Sai. Both men wore serious expressions, brows drawn low, their eyes fixed on him. Mr. Yaoyorozu spoke first. Yuzukari is dead. Killed by some unknown insect. He paused, then added, "It was you again, wasn't it? After I told you to not do anything just yesterday." "I did what I thought was best," Junsei replied calmly. "You ignored my words," Mr. Yaoyorozu snapped. "Because they were illogical," Sai said. "Junsei, you put yourself at risk and ignored what you were told." "You were making a mistake," Junsei said evenly. "I won't follow your orders." Mr. Yaoyorozu's frown deepened. "Do you think I will trust you after this?" "There is no trust to be lost," Junsei interrupted. "You didn't trust me to begin with. Our agreement was that I protect you and your family. When my time here is over, I will return to the forest. Until then, I will not let you or your family die because you want to pretend you are a good human." Sai drew a sharp breath. "Junsei, the problem is that you took things into your own hands. You did something wrong. You broke the trust we gave you. That man discussed kidnapping," Junsei cut in again, "and causing accidents to force what he wanted." He turned his gaze fully on Mr. Yaoyorozu. "So why wait for him to act? If he sent his people, they could have succeeded. Or perhaps I would have stopped them, but why take that risk? If you truly care about not killing or harming other humans, then what I did is correct. I stopped the one who would have made others do something bad to you. Something that could kill you, your family or themselves." Junsei's voice remained level, but there was a quiet insistence beneath it. "Who decided you were right? You assumed waiting was good, but clearly it was not." The room fell silent for a moment. Then Sai spoke, his voice firm with conviction. "Because you could also be wrong. Carrie might have abandoned his plan for one reason or another." Junsei's eyes narrowed slightly. "So to you, the right thing is to wait until Momo is kidnapped or killed first. Even if I shouldn't care about protecting her life, I still care about mine. I am always with her. If something happens to her, it will happen to me." "That's not what I'm saying," Sai replied quickly. "Self-defense is a different matter." "I don't see the difference," Junsei replied with a frown. Mr. Yaoyorozu sighed heavily, rubbing his temple as though the weight of the argument had finally settled on him. "Junsei, that's enough. I understand what you're saying. You can leave and thank you for what you did." Junsei glanced at him, searching his face for a moment, then turned and left without another word. Sai stared after him, a surprise plain on his face. When the door closed, Mr. Yaoyorozu spoke quietly, almost to himself. "He is right," he said. "Waiting was indeed foolish." Sai said, "That's not the problem here, he is a child, he can't go around deciding who to die." Mr. Yaoyorozu said, "Maybe, but he did what we couldn't. He protected Momo. I didn't want to inform the police because I feared the anti-quirk dome technology would be leaked to the public. It was already problematic when it reached Yuzu's ears." Mr. Yaoyorozu sighed and said, "The boy is right, I am not a good human being. To protect my project and profit, I risked my daughter's life." Sai said, "So what are you going to do now? Yuzu was one person, this could happen again. You can't just wait for Junsei to kill threats." Mr. Yaoyorozu said, "The new technology is the work of my life, I can't just let go of it. I think it is time to leave this country." Sai was taken aback. "What?" Mr. Yaoyorozu continued, "I won't risk my daughter again, so I will go to the US to continue the project there. In the meantime, I will leave Momo here to pursue her dream." Sai didn't expect this. Chapter 31, Those Who Do Not Qualify. 1506 words. The next day, Mr. Yaoyorozu gathered his wife and daughter. He cleared his throat once before speaking. "Next week," he announced, "I will be moving overseas to the United States for a period of time. I will be working on a new project. It will likely take years. His wife blinked in surprise, and Momo's eyes widened. Years, his wife repeated. Why such a sudden decision? We didn't discuss this before. It is unexpected for me as well, Mr. Yayorozu replied evenly. But I cannot help it. This is the project of my life, and I am not giving it up. His wife studied him in silence for a moment, then said slowly, but what about our work and our life here? Are we simply leaving everything behind? Mr. Yayorozu shook his head. You will remain here. Momo still has her studies, and her dream of becoming a hero. I will be going alone. Momo stood abruptly. How can you do that? She demanded. You're leaving us on a whim for work. I am not leaving you, her father said firmly. I will simply be living elsewhere. I will call, I will check on you, I will visit and you can visit me. Momo, if not for your studies and your dream, I would have brought you with me. But just as I have something I must pursue, you have something of your own, and I will not be the reason you give it up. His wife narrowed her eyes. She had known him for years, long enough to recognize when he was lying or hiding something. She knew the project he had been obsessed with for months, and she could feel that something had gone wrong, something serious enough to force this sudden departure. While mother and daughter sat with the weight of the announcement, Sai made his way through the mansion and stopped outside Junsei's room. He knocked once and entered. Junsei was seated on his bed, a book open in his hands. He did not look up. Sai watched him for a moment before speaking. Mr. Yayorozu will be leaving for the United States. I know, Junsei replied calmly. I heard. Sai sighed. This habit of yours is really bad. To you, Junsei said, turning a page, but it is good for me. Sai studied him, his gaze sharp. Your words and actions affected Mr. Yayorozu more than you think. I don't think so, Junsei replied. He would have made this decision regardless of me. Because he is a bad human? Sai asked. Junsei nodded. Sai folded his arms. Then tell me, what is a good human to you, and what is a bad one? Junsei closed his book. A good human pities and cares for all creatures, human or not. They can make mistakes, but those mistakes come from ignorance or fear. A bad human is driven by self-desire. They kill, steal, lie, and do everything for the sake of their goal. Sai shook his head slowly. You see the world in white and black. That is wrong. Between white and black, there are shades of gray. Junsei did not respond. Sai watched him for a moment, then asked, and what about you? Are you a good human? I am not a good human, Junsei said. After a brief pause, he added, I don't qualify. Sai raised an eyebrow. Do you want to be one? I will never be, Junsei replied. I want to live. And I want the world to live. Sai frowned slightly. Nothing straightforward with you, is there? He sighed, then asked quietly, Junsei, when you killed those families, when you killed Yuzukari, did you look them in the eyes? Junsei shook his head. Killing is not easy, Sai said. When you kill, you don't just end the life in front of you, you lose something inside along the way. If you had looked into their eyes, seen the light fade little by little, you would have felt a coldness in your chest. He paused, then continued, his voice lower. I understand why you acted. You don't hold true malice inside you. That is exactly why I don't want to see you kill. I don't want you to lose what makes you you. If someone threatens you, unless it is immediate, please don't act. There is always a second way. Junsei looked at him. What did you do in the past? Sai's expression darkened. I had a close friend. He was killed by bad people. I tried to go through the police, but they were slow, too slow. I feared my friend would never find justice. So I killed one of those who harmed him. Sai's voice grew heavier. Later, those people found my family. They killed them. Junsei remained silent. I went on a rampage, Sai continued. I hunted them and killed them all. Eventually, the police caught me. My sentence was reduced when evidence of what they had done was discovered. If I had waited, my family would have lived, and those people would have been punished anyway. He exhaled slowly. Later, I managed to leave prison, but I was nobody, no place among people. I did unsavory things just to survive. Eventually, I met Mr. Yayorozu, and I began working for him. I don't want to see you suffer a similar fate just because you wanted to live. Sai turned and left the room, closing the door softly behind him. Left alone once more, Junsei stared at the closed door as he thought, I don't end life, I reclaim it. And killing doesn't bring me coldness, it makes me feel warm. In the evening, Junsei once again found himself standing inside Mr. Yayorozu's office. And this time there was no Sai, only the two of them, facing one another. Mr. Yayorozu broke the silence. Yuzu Corporation came after me because of the project I am working on, he said. It will change the world. It is my dream to leave my name in history. If I remain here, my family will be in danger. So I am leaving. Junsei regarded him before speaking. What makes you think they won't come after them if this project is as important as you say? Mr. Yayorozu did not hesitate. Because I will act as though I have cut ties with them. I will keep contact to a minimum. A man who appears to have abandoned his family for greed is less likely to choose them over money afterward. Junsei tilted his head slightly. So now what? Do I come with you? No, Mr. Yayorozu said, shaking his head. I want you to stay here and continue protecting Momo. Junsei's gaze narrowed. You were doubting whether you should keep me in your home, and now you want to leave me alone here. Mr. Yayorozu exhaled slowly. I feared that something would go wrong, that something would anger you and you would turn on my family. But when I hesitated, when I feared the law and stalled for the sake of my dream, you acted. What you did was wrong, and I do not approve of it. But you acted with the intent of protecting my daughter from my own indecision. His voice grew heavier as he continued. You are frightening. You are dangerous. I knew that the moment I saw you for the first time. I hoped you would mellow after you live with us for a period of time. Perhaps, one day, you might become another trusted presence at my side like Sai. A powerful one. Mr. Yayorozu's eyes darkened. When you acted on your own, I began to doubt my choice. I was worried that I brought an unreasonable monster into my house. I see now the merit in how you view the world. Preventing danger was better than waiting to only find regret. I want you to continue watching this place. And if a threat comes, a real threat like Yuzu, deal with it in the way you see fit. If things go bad, I will do the best I can to help you even if I am not in Japan. Junsei considered this. Anything else? Mr. Yayorozu hesitated, then asked quietly, do you truly still intend to return to the forest even now? Do you still see it as better than life in this mansion or among people? One day, Junsei replied, I will live free without humans. Mr. Yayorozu nodded slowly. I see. I genuinely hope that one day, you will feel a sense of belonging among people. We are not as bad as you think, there are plenty of good and kind people out there. Junsei turned without another word and left the office, the door closing softly behind him, leaving Mr. Yayorozu alone with the weight of his choices. Junsei had enough time to see what people are like. Good humans are the rarest thing among humans. And their good is often buried behind the cruelty and greed of the rest. Chapter 32, Closer to Life. 2,211 words. Today, Aichi Elite's private school set aside its usual lessons and switched to a special lecture attended by students from every year. The title was, How to Act in the Presence of Wild Animals and Dangerous Insects. The speaker, a government-appointed zoologist, stood upon the stage of the school's main hall. He began. In the last 2 years, he announced, we have noticed a significant increase in accidents involving toxic and dangerous pets, as well as a rise in encounters with wild animals and insects across the entirety of Japan. The hall listened with interest. Whether it is a pet or a living creature found in the wild, he continued, one must always be wary when approaching them, and preferably avoid such encounters altogether. Mishandling animals is extremely dangerous and in many cases can be lethal. He went on to warn the students about keeping dangerous pets such as spiders, snakes or scorpions. His tone grew sterner with each example. If their parents or siblings owned such creatures, he stressed, they must be given clear instructions on how to handle them properly and ensure they never escape their enclosures. The zoologist then shifted to insects, cautioning the students never to approach anything they did not recognize, no matter how harmless it appeared. He lingered especially on hornets, warning that seeing even one, particularly near woods or forests, could mean there was a hive nearby. The lecture stretched on for 2 full hours, filled with examples, safety instructions, and warnings of what could happen when curiosity overruled caution. By the time he concluded, the hall felt heavier, as though the students now walked in a world more dangerous than the one they had entered that morning. When he finished, the principal stepped onto the stage and asked the students to give their thanks and applause for the informative lecture. Polite clapping echoed through the hall as the students began to file out. Junsei and Momo walked side by side among the crowd. Momo frowned thoughtfully and said, I don't understand why anyone would keep a snake or a scorpion as a pet. Those creatures are meant to live in nature, not inside cages. They were selfish and greedy, Junsei replied evenly. And they paid for it. Momo stopped short and stared at him. You're too harsh. I agree they shouldn't have had pets like that, but to possibly die or see one of your family suffer because of it is too much. Well, Junsei said, unfazed, maybe now others won't take the freedom of these poor creatures. You're too biased toward snakes and pretty much everything else, Momo said. And you're biased toward humans, Junsei answered. Momo replied. You should try it one day. It won't kill you. I have my allegiance clear, Junsei replied. She rolled her eyes. Even Komi grew out of this joke. You should too. Junsei said nothing, his gaze drifting ahead as the students continued down the corridor. POV. By the time the sun slipped behind the silhouettes of the trees, I was utterly exhausted. The day had been long, hours of moving quietly through the forest, observing animals and insects in their natural habitat, recording notes until my fingers ached. Night settled in quickly, and with it came the end of my day. After returning to my small camp nestled among the trees, I set about lighting a fire, both for warmth and to discourage any curious creatures from wandering too close. The flames crackled before me, casting trembling shadows across the forest floor. I began preparing dinner, a simple soup with chunks of meat simmering slowly in a battered pot. As the aroma rose into the air, rich and comforting, my stomach growled in response. I inhaled deeply, already imagining the first spoonful. Luckily, this forest had no bears, otherwise I was certain they would have come charging straight toward my camp. What creature could resist a soup this good? I chuckled softly at the thought. You are far away from the city. The voice came from deep within the dark woods behind me. I nearly leapt out of my skin. Heart pounding, I spun around, fear tightening my chest, only to find an adolescent boy standing among the trees. His blue eyes seemed to glow faintly in the night, and even his white hair caught the firelight, shimmering as though dusted with moonlight. I forced myself to calm down, and let out a shaky breath. Hello there, I said, managing a nervous laugh. You scared me. What are you doing in the forest at this hour? I am here to visit some friends, the boy replied calmly. I was heading home when I came across you. It is more surprising to find you here. He began walking toward me, his steps soundless against the forest floor. By all logic, I should have been frightened, some ghost-like boy appearing out of the darkness, alone, in the dead of night. And yet I wasn't. There was something about him that felt strangely comforting, like meeting an old friend I had known all my life but somehow forgotten. I am curious, he said. Why are you here? I didn't think there was anyone trying to sleep here. There was genuine curiosity in his eyes, and I couldn't help but smile. This is my job. He tilted his head slightly. What job makes you sleep here? I chuckled. Before we address that, why not introduce yourself? Junsei, he said, a single word offered plainly. What a nice name, I replied warmly. It fits you. I'm Fiona, a zoologist. Well, a newly graduated one. Junsei nodded. So you are here to study some animal or insect? I shook my head. I'm here to search for proof of my theory. Once I succeed, no one will laugh at me or call my work a conspiracy theory anymore. I'm sure my name will be known in no time. I paused then, noticing his expressionless face. Despite how cold and distant he appeared, I felt an unexpected warmth spreading through me, as though I were sitting beside the most trustworthy person in the world. Why was I thinking like this? I focused properly on his face and realized, somewhat to my embarrassment, that he was quite handsome. Am I an idiot that trusts good-looking boys? I shook my head sharply, banishing the foolish thought. Is something wrong? Junsei asked. I looked back at him, embarrassed by myself. No, not at all. I was just thinking about my work, yes, my work. Please sit down and join me. I'll tell you about my theory. I'm sure you won't see the world the same way afterward. That seemed to intrigue him enough. He sat beside me, and I handed him a bowl of soup before beginning. Have you heard about the rise in accidents involving pets and animal encounters across Japan? I asked. Junsei nodded. A little over 2 years ago, I continued, something changed. It affected animals across the entire country, maybe even beyond our borders. He remained silent, listening intently. Most people think these are just unfortunate coincidences, I said, but I don't believe it's that simple. These attacks and accidents aren't as random as they appear. How so? Junsei asked. I smiled, confidence swelling. If you look at each incident on its own, yes, they seem random, and not much worse than past years. But when you observe how they alternate, pet accidents, bear encounters, hornets, etc., then a pattern emerges. What are the chances that every type of incident reaches its worst record numbers at the same time? So, he prompted. Something or someone is influencing animals, I said. They're being careful, subtle, avoiding attention. The first year, I thought it was strange. The second year concerning. Now we're in the third, and the numbers are still consistent. No, this isn't coincidence. Something dirty is at play. Junsei considered this. And how does your stay here help? Good question. I said eagerly. I'm recording the behavior of creatures in this forest, far from cities and villages. If I'm right, forests like this won't show the same strange behavior. I've been here a week already, and everything is normal. If I go to other remote forests, I'm sure it'll be the same, as long as humans are far away. It could be a newly developed technology causing this, or maybe someone's quirk. Even if it is neither, maybe we are looking at a rare behavioral change across the animal kingdom due to living near humans for so long. I see, Junsei said quietly. I didn't think of it like that before. I grinned. Right? It makes perfect sense. But those idiots dismiss it as coincidence. I'll prove I'm right. I'll prove it to everyone. Junsei asked, no one believes you. I replied confidently, no, all of them laughed, but I will have the last laugh. Junsei nodded slowly, then asked, and what if you are wrong? Aren't you afraid of the consequences? I smiled at his question, sensing a perfect opportunity to show off my amazing quirk. Do you see these horns? I said, pointing proudly to the 2 curved horns rising from my head. Junsei nodded. They look like goat horns. They do, I agreed. My quirk makes me look like a goat but with a little twist. He continued staring at me, silent and attentive, so I activated my quirk. Fire erupted along my horns, bright and fierce, dancing like living flames. My mother had a goat quirk, and my father had a fire quirk, I said proudly. So you can consider me a goat from hell. If any foolish, bloodthirsty creature decides to approach me, they'll learn very quickly not to mess with a hell goat. I said it with as much excitement and arrogance as I could muster, but my confidence faltered when I noticed Junsei was still staring at me, utterly expressionless. I laughed weakly. Well, speaking of quirks, what about you? What's your quirk? I hesitated, then added, half joking, half serious, wait, does your quirk make people feel safe and happy around you? His blank expression shifted into something closer to confusion. No, he said. Why would you think that? I didn't quite know how to answer. It's hard to explain, I admitted. I just feel like I've known you for a long time. Like you're a friend. Junsei frowned. You felt that from me? That's strange. Trying to shake the sudden awkwardness, I asked again, so what is your quirk? He didn't answer right away. Instead, he stared at me intensely and unblinkingly. I shifted uncomfortably under it. Finally, he spoke. Let's say I can communicate with animals. Tell me if you feel any change. The world went black. Everything vanished, the fire, the forest, the night sky. All that remained was an enormous coyote-like monster looming over me, its presence was malevolence itself. My heart slammed violently against my chest. I couldn't breathe. For the first time in my life, I felt my quirk itself recoil, as if crying out in pure terror. Then, just as suddenly, everything returned to normal. The forest reappeared, the fire crackled softly, but the fear did not fade. My heart continued to race, my body frozen, my voice stolen from me. I heard Junsei speak. You are affected by it. Why is that? No one feels anything around me usually, no, there was one before. That rabbit hero reacted like you as well. Could it be because you two have an animal part quirk? That you can sense what others can't? I looked at him. He seemed genuinely curious, but the warmth I once felt was gone, replaced by overwhelming terror. I forced myself to speak, my voice trembling. Junsei, see, can you stop whatever this is? The crushing sensation vanished at once. I gasped, breathing deeply, relief washing over me. I suppose, Junsei said calmly, humans with animal-related quirks evolved closer to life. That is why you can sense me. I swallowed hard. Yes, I said weakly. Please don't do that again. It was too scary. I've never felt anything like that before. I pressed a hand to my chest, feeling my heart still racing. Do animals feel that from you too? If they do, then your quirk isn't communicating with them, it is scaring them. No, Junsei replied. I am quite nice to them. My hostility is only directed at humans. I froze. Something was horribly wrong. I looked at him again. His eyes were glowing blue, as they fixed on me. Thank you, he said. I know my mistake now. And I know humans with animal traits are closer to life than I initially realized. Also, your theory is right. I stumbled backward, horror crashing over me as understanding finally struck. He was the cause, the hidden hand behind the recent deaths. My legs gave out, and I crawled backward in fear as he continued to stare at me, unmoving. Then I sensed movement behind me. Slowly, dreadfully, I turned my head. Creatures of all kinds stood there, watching me silently. Tears filled my eyes as fear filled me, and I realized that I was completely surrounded. Junsei. Please. I cried in fear. Chapter 33, Pure Talent. 2082 words. The cafeteria was full of its usual noise at lunchtime. At their usual table, Momo's small group had gathered. Komi leaned back in her chair, balancing on the two back legs. So she said casually, Momo is going to UA next year. What about you, Junsei? Where are you going? Junsei lifted his head from his plate. I am going with Momo. Komi's eyes widened so suddenly that she nearly tipped her chair back. Really? She exclaimed. I didn't know you wanted to be a hero. I don't, Junsei replied flatly. I am going to general studies. I will never be a hero. I will never protect humans. Momo turned to Komi. What about you? Are you going to try to give Yue a shot? Komi shook her head immediately. Nah. Yue is not for me. I know my limits. She straightened, a mischievous glint returning to her eyes. But let's not change the subject. Her gaze drifted back to Junsei. So, do you have any idea what you want to be in the future? Junsei answered. I will live peacefully in a forest. Komi stared at him for a second, then sighed. I don't know why I expected something more from you. Well, I suppose we should be grateful as long as you don't end up leading the animal kingdom in an uprising. Momo sighed deeply. You two are hopeless. Komi chuckled, while Junsei returned his attention to his sweets, eating with quiet dedication. Leaning forward, Komi clapped her hands lightly. All right, new topic. Did you hear about the middle school basketball competition? Tomorrow is the final match, and it's against semi-private academy. She lowered her voice slightly, as if sharing a grave secret. I heard they're good at everything sport-related. They always win the yearly competitions. Our school lost to them in the finals for the last 3 years. She glanced between her friends. So, will you come watch the match tomorrow? No, Momo said immediately. I'd rather spend my time studying. The term exams are approaching. Komi turned expectantly to Junsei. He didn't even look up. She sighed dramatically. You two are no fun. I'll go pester Saji instead. Just as she said it, a shadow fell across the table. Mr. Yujiro appeared beside them, arms crossed. He looked straight at Junsei. Mori, I would. No, I won't, Junsei said calmly, cutting him off. Mr. Yujiro's eye twitched, his mouth still half open from the unfinished sentence. Momo frowned. Mr. Yujiro, Junsei has refused to join the team for the last 3 years. Please respect his choice. Not to mention, we're about to graduate in a month. Mr. Yujiro glanced at her briefly, then dismissed her entirely, focusing back on Junsei. I've spoken with the principal and received his approval. If you join us and help us win the match tomorrow, we'll buy you every kind of sweet we can find in Japan. His voice grew intense. A whole truck full of it. For the first time, Junsei's head turned toward him, eyes full with interest. Mr. Yujiro. Momo protested. Are you bribing a student with sweets? How? Ms. Yayorozu, Mr. Yujiro interrupted, his voice rising, we've been losing to that damn school for years. Humiliated. Mocked. If bribing is what it takes to win, then so be it. Even our wise principal has grown tired of enduring their smug looks. He straightened. If you have even an ounce of loyalty to this school, you'll support us in convincing your expressionless cousin to help at any cost. Momo and Komi stared at him in stunned silence. Nearby students had begun to watch openly, whispers rippling through the cafeteria. Junsei finally spoke. Okay, I will play, he said evenly, if you give me a truck of sweets. Momo turned to him, disappointment written clearly across her face. Sweets all it took to change your opinion. Mr. Yujiro blinked. Really? You agree? Junsei nodded. I can bear humans for food. Mr. Yujiro stood there, momentarily speechless, wondering why he hadn't thought of this solution years ago. Komi cleared her throat. Mr. Yujiro. The match is tomorrow. Can you even put Junsei on the team at the last minute? Mr. Yujiro waved a hand dismissively. He's been on the roster for the last 3 years, he said. He just hasn't shown up to a single match. Komi and Momo were left utterly speechless. Junsei, meanwhile, had already lost interest in the conversation. His thoughts were elsewhere. It was on sweets, glorious and plentiful, the finest thing humans had ever produced. The next day, and by the time the court filled with the audience on both sides, Junsei was already standing in place, observing the people and the noise they were generating. He wore his school's team uniform, surrounded by students whose names he did not know before yesterday. A few steps ahead of them stood Mr. Yujiro, clad in a training uniform bearing the school emblem. This year, Mr. Yujiro declared, clapping his hands once, will be our victory. Remember, just throw the ball to Junsei like we trained yesterday, and let him score. We will crush them. The team nodded in unison, excitement flickering across their faces. Everyone nodded except Junsei, who remained as expressionless as ever. Mr. Yujiro noticed. He strode over and placed a firm hand on Junsei's shoulder, then pointed toward the opposing team warming up nearby. Look at their smug looks, he said in a low, heated voice. These are bad humans, as you like to put it. When you look at them, don't you have the urge to destroy them? Junsei followed his gaze. After a moment, he replied slowly, yes. Mr. Yujiro blinked, surprised by the agreement, but there was no time to linger on it. His mouth twisted into a smile. Good. Make them remember you as the worst thing that ever happened in their lives. Keep scoring until they lose the will to play. Junsei nodded. Soon, the two teams took their places on the court as the referee stepped into the center. Students and even a few teachers from both schools filled the seats on either side, cheers and chants rising in uneven waves. The referee tossed the ball into the air, and the match began. Semi-Private Academy struck first. The ball was passed cleanly to one of their players, who charged down the left side with impressive speed. Junsei stood on the right, watching calmly as the player slipped past his teammates and scored 3 points almost effortlessly. In that moment, Junsei understood, winning his sweets would not be easy. His team was not strong, at least, not compared to their opponents. If he wanted to win, he would have to put in effort. He began moving back toward his team's hoop. A teammate spotted him and, with little hesitation, threw the ball in his direction. Junsei turned, eyes settling on the opponent's hoop far across the court. The opposing players were already setting themselves, waiting to defend. Without warning, Junsei lifted the ball with one arm and threw it. The ball sailed through the air in a perfect arc and dropped cleanly through the hoop. For a heartbeat, the entire court fell silent. Then Junsei's side erupted in cheers, voices colliding in disbelief and triumph. Across the court, students from Semi stared, dumbfounded. One boy with glasses, sitting among the bench players, sprang to his feet. How is this possible? He shouted. They're cheating. No one paid him any attention. Most dismissed it as a fluke. The match continued, with Semi pressing forward again. They charged hard, pushing through the middle of the court as Junsei's team scrambled to block them. The player at the center, trapped and out of options, passed the ball to a teammate on the right and froze. A hand appeared between them, catching the ball mid-pass. Junsei. Before either player could react, Junsei threw the ball again, one-handed, from the center of the court. It flew in the same flawless arc and slipped through the hoop. Silence crushed one side of the court. On the other, cheers exploded louder than before. This time, Semi did not stay quiet. Accusing shouts erupted. He's cheating. He's using a quirk. Even the referee frowned deeply at Junsei, eyes narrowing, but the whistle did not sound. Play resumed. And within seconds, it happened again. Junsei intercepted the ball and landed another 3 points with impossible accuracy. That was when the referee finally blew the whistle, raising his hand. The match came to a halt. The referee strode toward Junsei, his whistle clenched tightly in his hand and suspicion written plainly across his face. Scoring 3 times in a row like this, he said sharply, is not a coincidence. Junsei looked at him, unblinking. Yes, he replied calmly. It is not. The referee's frown deepened. So you admit cheating? Instead of answering, Junsei turned his head toward Mr. Yujiro and pointed at the referee, saying nothing at all. The gesture drew an angry flush to the referee's face, and Mr. Yujiro felt a jolt of déjà vu. For a fleeting moment, he was reminded of the first time he had ever seen Junsei. Wasn't it similar to this back then? The same silence and annoying disregard. Yes, Junsei improved a little compared to then, but the disrespectful roots were still there. Around them, the audience fractured into chaos. One side erupted into boos, shouting for punishment, demanding the cheater be thrown out of the match. The other side roared just as loudly, insisting it was unfair, claiming their player was simply better. From the edge of the court, Sumai's coach marched forward, his voice sharp with indignation. I never expected you would sink so low as to cheat in a competition like this. Mr. Yujiro turned on him at once. That's exactly what a sore loser would say, he snapped. Bring proof before accusing others. Sumai's coach scowled. To lie so brazenly, he shot back. Do you think no one can prove he's cheating? Have you forgotten what my quirk is? Mr. Yujiro narrowed his eyes and gestured toward the referee. My student didn't cheat, nor did he use a quirk. This man here can detect quirk usage within a certain distance. He will be the proof of my word. Both the referee and Sumai's coach looked taken aback by Yujiro's confidence. The referee glanced uncertainly at the opposing coach, who nodded once. Fine, he said. I can detect quirk usage within a 30-meter radius. He activated his quirk, and a glowing circle expanded from his body, spreading outward until it covered the entire court, and even reached the nearest rows of the audience. Mr. Yujiro smirked. Junsei, he called, since we're doing this, we might as well do it like we trained. Why don't you show them a backward shot? Junsei nodded. Confusion rippled through the court. Almost instantly, one of Junsei's teammates passed him the ball, as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. Junsei walked calmly to the center of the court, turned his back to the hoop, and without looking threw the ball behind him with both hands. It soared in a flawless arc and dropped cleanly through the hoop. Shock swept across the court. How is this possible? Sumai's coach gasped. Mr. Yujiro smiled, pride gleaming in his eyes. As long as the hoop is within his shooting range, he will succeed. This is not his quirk. Just pure talent. Sumai's coach opened his mouth, then closed it again. At last, he turned to the referee. This is ridiculous. The referee hesitated, then said, if there is no quirk involved, then it is fair. The match resumed, with Sumai's coach keeping his quirk active for as long as he could. Yet no matter how closely he watched, he detected no quirk activation, no trace of cheating. Junsei, meanwhile, dominated the court. His speed, jump height, reaction time, and scoring skill far outmatched everyone else, and to make it worse, he showed no sign of tiring. By the time the final whistle blew, the match had ended in a crushing, one-sided victory. Everyone knew it was because of a single tireless inhuman monster. Mr. Yujiro felt relief and pride winning this damn competition at last, and couldn't wait to act all smug. As for him bribing Junsei with a truck full of sweets, it was just part of his ironclad strategy. Chapter 34, When the Past Comes Calling. 1,715 words. Sai sat comfortably in the quiet of the mansion's sitting room, a tablet resting lightly in his hands. An amused smile curved his lips as he scrolled through the latest news. The headline spoke excitedly of a prodigy basketball player, a middle school student whose talent for the sport defied all logic. The article went on at length about how, if not for the sheer number of witnesses, and one coach possessing a quirk that detected other quirks, everyone would have surely agreed the boy was cheating. Sai's eyes flicked down the page, his smile widening. The article boldly questioned whether Mori Junsei would aim to become a professional athlete, insisting that with such talent it would be nothing short of a sin not to dedicate his life to basketball. Beneath the text was a photograph of Junsei on the court, staring at his opponents with his usual expressionless gaze, as though he were bored by the lack of challenge they posed. That, more than anything else, was what made Sai chuckle. That face was Junsei's everyday face. Professional sports. Sai almost laughed aloud. What would they say if they knew the truth, that Junsei had only agreed to play because the school had bribed him with an unholy amount of sweets? Sai shook his head slowly. Junsei truly was one of a kind. A quiet sense of pride settled in his chest. Aside from Momo, Sai was the one who had spent the most time with Junsei, watching him grow day by day. Some might argue that Junsei had not changed at all, but Sai knew better. The boy was more outspoken now, more willing to act than when he had first arrived. His cold survival logic had softened considerably, or at the very least, it had caused no further trouble since the Yuzu incident. Sai believed that their talk back then had played a role in that change. According to Momo, Junsei could now hold conversations with his classmates, even if his face remained as cold as ever. The only thing Sai truly felt pity over was that expressionless mask. He wished, just once, to see Junsei smile, to see him look like a normal human. The sudden ringing of the mansion phone interrupted his thoughts. Sai rose at once and answered it. "This is the Yayorozu residence," he said calmly. "Who is speaking?" A woman's voice replied from the other side, polite but slightly nervous. "Hello, am I speaking to the guardian of Mori Junsei?" Sai asked back. "Who is asking?" "Oh. Sorry for my rudeness," the woman said quickly. "My name is Tadok Kimi. I originally wanted to meet Junsei at his school, but the principal refused and instead gave me your number, suggesting I speak to his guardian." Sai's tone sharpened. If this is related to recruiting Junsei, he has no intention of pursuing a professional career. No, the woman said hurriedly, clearly flustered. "It's not that at all. It's just, well, you see. I've known Junsei years ago. Something happened back then, and I..." Her hesitant words stirred a memory. Sai recalled the early days of teaching Junsei, how the boy had once mentioned being taught in the orphanage by someone named Kimi. Sai interrupted gently, "If I may ask, are you Miss Kimi? The one who taught him all those years ago?" "Yes," she exclaimed. "He told you. He still remembers me." Her excitement was unmistakable. Sai smiled. "He remembers everything," he said. "And all that you taught him." "Oh, he was an incredibly smart boy," Kimi said fondly. "If you'd like to meet him," Sai offered, "why not come over? I'm sure he would be surprised to see you." "Really," she said, joy brightening her voice. "That would be wonderful. I'll send you the address shortly," Sai replied. "Thank you so much. I'll be there as soon as I can." "I look forward to meeting you in person," Sai said. "Goodbye." He ended the call and sent the address without delay. Sitting back down, Sai found himself astonished. The person who had taught Junsei during his years in the orphanage was about to appear now. He wondered how Junsei would react, and more than that, he felt a rare spark of anticipation. At last, he might learn about Junsei's life in the orphanage. Something he had been curious about for years. Less than an hour later, Sai sat opposite Tadok Kimi in the mansion's guest room. The room was tastefully decorated, it spoke confidently of wealth. Kimi's eyes wandered over the furnishings, lingering a moment too long on the high ceiling and the framed artworks, before she quickly gathered herself. "Thank you for allowing me to come here, Mr. Yayorozu," she said, bowing slightly. Sai replied. "Mr. Yayorozu is away on a business trip that may take some time. I am a servant of this mansion, and the one responsible for managing matters in the absence of Mr. Yayorozu and his wife. Please, Miss Tadok, call me Sai." She smiled faintly. "In that case, please use my name, Kimi." Sai nodded. "Very well. Kimmy. After a brief pause, he added, I must admit, I never expected to meet the person who taught Junsei years ago. Kimmy nodded slowly. You can't imagine my surprise when I saw Junsei's face in the news. For nearly a decade, I believed he was dead, all of them were. Her voice faltered and she lowered her gaze, the smile slipping from her face. I came to this prefecture early this morning on an impulse, praying he was the same child I knew. Sai watched her carefully. What happened that year was a tragedy, he said quietly. From Junsei's recounting, you were close to the orphanage caretakers and the children. Yes, Kimmy replied, a trace of warmth returning to her eyes. I saw Miss Kikyo and Kagome like big sisters. I loved going there. I still remember the faces, the names, and the dreams of every single child. I'm sorry for your loss, Sai said. Kimmy clenched her hands tightly in her lap. What happened back then? She asked, her voice trembling. How did Junsei end up here? Please. I must know. Sai took a breath and told her everything he knew. The kidnapping of the children, Junsei's attempt to stop the kidnappers, the gunshot that nearly ended his life, and his desperate escape into the forest, where he survived alone for 6 long years. The only thing Sai did not tell her was how Junsei had killed some of the kidnappers that night. Tears welled in Kimmy's eyes as she listened. Poor Junsei, she whispered. I can't believe how cruel the world has been to him since the day he was born. He didn't deserve such a life. Sai noted her words carefully before asking, can you tell me about his childhood? What was he like in the orphanage? Did he express himself back then? Kimmy shook her head and began to speak of what she had witnessed all those years ago. She told him of a boy born without family, of the strangeness that surrounded him from his earliest days. She explained how Junsei's quirk caused him to hear and feel the pain of insects and animals around him, how he was isolated and misunderstood. Burning ants and killing spiders around him had been nothing less than torture, and yet no one had realized he even had a quirk and even thought he was quirkless. Sai believed he finally understood the strangeness of Junsei. His life in the orphanage had been even harsher than he could have imagined. To bear such a quirk as a child, to suffer constantly and silently without anyone understanding was just too cruel. From Kimmy's account, Junsei must have awakened his quirk long before he could even speak. When Kimmy finished, Sai in turn spoke of Mr. Yaoyoro's encounter with Junsei, and how the boy had come to live in the mansion, though he carefully left many of the darker details untold. For the next 2 hours, the two of them spoke of nothing but Junsei. They continued speaking quietly until the very subject of their conversation walked into the guest room. Junsei stepped inside first with Momo just behind him, her brows drawn together in clear confusion as Junsei suddenly moved to the guest room. Sai and Kimmy both stopped at once. Junsei's eyes fixed on Kimmy, and for a brief moment, the room seemed to hold its breath. Kimmy drew in a deep breath, then lifted her hand and waved with a gentle smile. Hello, Junsei. Do you remember me? Yes, Junsei replied at once. I remember. Relief flickered across Kimmy's face. How have you been? It's been years. Nothing much, Junsei said calmly. Just living. He paused for a second, then spoke hesitatingly, how about you? I hope your dream worked for you. Both Momo and Sai widened their eyes. They had never heard Junsei speak like this, so natural, almost considerate. Junsei seemed to notice their reactions. His gaze shifted briefly to Sai, then to Momo standing beside him. Kimmy is a good human, he said simply. On the other hand, Kimmy stood up silently and walked toward him, her steps slow and unsteady. Then, without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around him. Tears spilled freely as she cried, I'm so happy you're alive. I thought you were gone with everyone else. I was so lost when I found out. Junsei stiffened for a moment, clearly unsure what to do. Then he said, I'm sorry you had to go through this. Kimmy's sobs grew louder and Sai and Momo found themselves overwhelmed, not by the tears but by Junsei's words. He remained expressionless as ever, yet they had never heard him sound like this before. After some time, Kimmy managed to calm herself, wiping her eyes. Momo, still trying to make sense of everything, she asked. "Excuse me, who are you? How do you know Junsei?" "I'm Tadok Kimmy," she replied softly. "I used to visit the orphanage where Junsei lived." Momo's eyes widened in realization. "You're the one who taught him?" Kimmy nodded with a warm smile. Momo bowed slightly, her face brightening. "It's nice to meet you." Chapter 35, Life Interrupted. 1838 words. Momo's curiosity about Junsei's life in the orphanage led to another round of questions. Kimmy answered her happily. Junsei kept to the side, listening without comment as Momo and Kimmy spoke. Eventually, Momo mentioned that next year they would be applying to UA. At the name of the prestigious school, Kimmy's eyes widened. "Really? You and Junsei," she said brightly. "You're aiming to be heroes. That's amazing." Momo smiled. "I want to be a hero. Junsei, on the other hand, is just coming along. He's aiming for general studies." Kimmy's excitement faltered. She turned to Junsei with clear disappointment. "You were always smart, and from what Sai told me, your quirk gives you incredible strength. It's a shame you're not aiming to be a hero." "I don't like the thought of me defending humans," Junsei replied calmly. Kimmy looked puzzled and Momo quickly stepped in. "Don't mind him. He's biased toward the animal kingdom in general, and he doesn't count himself as one of us. It's actually become a joke at school that he's planning to lead an animal kingdom uprising." Kimmy glanced at Momo, then back at Junsei. He had changed, certainly, but some parts of him had never left. After a moment, Kimmy spoke softly. "Junsei, do you still hate the people around you?" "I hate humanity," Junsei said without hesitation. "That will never change." The three humans in the room exchanged looks. Kimmy tried to keep her voice gentle. "But there are good people out there. You understand that, right?" "They are the exception, not the rule," Junsei replied. "Most are selfish, cruel, and greedy. Humankind perfected a lifeless evolution, and that is what I hate most." Confusion spread across the room. Sai frowned. "What are you talking about? Do you hate that we build society separate from nature?" Junsei stared at him in silence. There was nothing more he could say. He understood that humans could not feel life the way he did, nor understand what he meant. And even if they did, could they stop stealing life? Kimmy smiled faintly. "Some things never change." "He still does the silent staring." The mood lightened at once as Momo chimed in. "It's better than before, though. Still, there's much to be desired. At least now he responds often. There was a time I had to remind him to reply to people." Kimmy chuckled. "Junsei, how about you come visit me when this school year is over? I'm sure you'll like my place so much you won't want to leave." "Do you live in a forest?" Junsei asked at once. Kimmy froze. "Well, maybe not the best one in your eyes," she said carefully, "but it's still a good place. I started an animal rescue shelter. I have all kinds of animals, birds and insects too." Junsei frowned slightly. "Wasn't your wish to become an engineer?" Kimmy nodded. "That was in the past. After the orphanage incident, I had a change of heart. I wanted to work in one, but it wasn't possible for me. In the end, I remembered you and the puppy." She smiled faintly. "That's when I decided to help small animals and save them from the streets." She paused, then clasped her hands together. "I do my best to give them protection and food, but I can't speak to them like you can. So if they complain about something, please don't judge me and tell me. I'll try my best to fix it." Junsei nodded once. Weeks later, after the school year had finally ended, Junsei and Momo found themselves traveling all the way to Akita Prefecture, following the address Kimmy had left them. Hours of trains later, the two stood side by side before a modest building. And above the entrance hung a simple sign that read, "Animal Shelter." "This must be the place," Momo said. "Let's go in." She stepped inside first, with Junsei following close behind. The moment they entered, they found themselves surrounded by cages of every size and shape, metal and glass alike, stacked neatly along the walls and arranged across the room. Inside them were mice, cats, dogs, birds, and insects, just as Kimi had said. Momo looked around with clear interest, taking in everything at once. Junsei's gaze, however, moved slowly from cage to cage. Wherever his eyes landed, the creature inside went still and silent, staring back at him. One by one, the animals quieted, until before long the entire shelter had fallen into a strange, almost reverent silence. From the back of the building, footsteps hurried closer. Kimi appeared, her face lighting up at once. "You came." "Junsei, Momo." Momo smiled warmly. "Hello, Miss Kimi." Junsei looked at her and gave a small nod in acknowledgement. "Come with me to the back," Kimi said. "You must be tired after coming all this way." She led them outside into a small garden filled with dogs, cats, and a few rabbits. The moment Junsei and Momo stepped in, every animal stopped what it was doing and turned toward them. Slowly, one by one, they moved toward Junsei. He took a dozen steps forward in silence, crouched down, and allowed them to circle him, rubbing against his legs and brushing past his hands. Junsei's eyes shifted to a large white dog that walked straight toward him. He reached out, rubbed the dog's head, and for a brief moment, a warm smile crossed his face. Momo and Kimi stood behind him, watching without a word. Then Junsei's expression returned to its usual calm stillness as he stood and turned back to Kimi. "I never thought I would see it again," he said. Kimi's eyes widened. "You can recognize it?" "Yes," Junsei replied. "It grew and became old after 10 years, but I can recognize it anywhere." "That's amazing," Kimi said. Momo looked confused for a moment, then realization struck. "Is that the white puppy from the orphanage you spoke of?" "Yes," Kimi said, nodding. "I wanted to surprise Junsei. I never thought he would recognize it first. The more I learn about his quirk, the more amazing it seems." Momo nodded slowly. Kimi gestured toward a small table with chairs nearby. "Wait for me here. I'll bring some drinks and snacks." As Kimi went back inside, Momo approached Junsei carefully, glancing at the animals around them. "Can I touch them?" "They won't mind." "It's fine," Junsei said. Momo crouched and gently reached for one of the cats nearby. Almost immediately, animals gathered around her as well. She smiled, laughing softly. "Mother and father would be horrified to know I'm standing among so many animals and letting them rub against me." "I didn't know you liked them," Junsei said. "Before you came to live with us, I wanted a pet, a kitten or a puppy," Momo replied. "But I was denied. Mother said they transfer diseases, and I shouldn't touch them." "You don't need to fear that," Junsei said calmly. "No virus or disease will harm you." Momo chuckled. "I'm not afraid. The chance of that is too slim. And you're just too biased. Animals can transmit diseases, no one has control over that. We can only be careful and wash our hands." Junsei didn't respond. Kimi soon returned, carrying a tray with glasses of juice and a small assortment of snacks. She set it down on the table and smiled at them. "Come over, you two." Momo and Junsei moved closer and sat around the table. "I know this place is quite modest," Kimi said, looking between them, "but I hope you like it." "It's nice," Momo said warmly. "Everything feels friendly here." Kimi nodded with pride, then turned to Junsei. "So, what do you think? And I'm curious, what do the animals think of me?" "They like you," Junsei replied. "But they want to be free." Kimi's face flickered with surprise at Junsei's answer, though it quickly settled back into a gentle smile. "I'm sure they want that," she said. Being trapped here isn't the best thing for them, after all. But for their own good, I can't let them free. How so? Momo asked. There's a forest nearby, right? Kimmy nodded. There is, but could they survive there? Most of the animals here were born and raised in captivity. I can't simply release them into the streets, and even sending them to a forest isn't really an option. Would they know how to live? And some of the insects and birds here were brought from overseas, people brought them in, and then abandoned them when they didn't want to take care of them anymore. She let out a quiet sigh. Those ones in particular can't be set free. They don't belong to this place or its ecosystem. Introducing them could have unexpected effects, harming nature in ways we can't anticipate. Sending them back to their original homes is far too expensive and unrealistic. The best I can do is keep them here and ensure they survive. Kimmy looked directly at Junsei. Letting them out would be more cruel than keeping them here. They would die out there. Here, at least, they can live and maybe one day find families to take care of them. Junsei replied. All creatures die. Their lives continue through what they become. Continuing the cycle of life is their purpose. To keep them here is to tear their existence away from life. Kimmy was clearly taken aback by his words. I don't agree, she said firmly. Who wants to die? Staying alive here is better than dying free out there. And as I said, nature could be affected if we release everything. Nature will change and evolve around the new system, Junsei replied. That's how life works. Kimmy shook her head. You want them to be free because that's what they want, but what they want is bad for them. It's like children doing something wrong, we stop them because we know what's best. That's our responsibility. Junsei went silent as he thought, she cannot perceive life as it is. Sensing the tension increasing, Momo glanced between them and quickly spoke up. Miss Kimmy, how do you keep this place running? It must be costly to take care of and feed all these animals. Kimmy's expression softened. There are people who donate money to this place. That helps a lot. Momo nodded. And you take care of everything here alone. Isn't that too hard? It is hard, Kimmy admitted, but I manage. Last year I had a friend helping me, but there was an accident. A snake tried to choke her. Luckily she wasn't harmed, but afterward she became afraid of animals. I had to remove all the snakes from this place. I've never heard of or seen a snake act in such a strange way. That's too bad, Momo said gently. But I'm glad your friend wasn't hurt. Junsei remained silent, listening as Kimmy and Momo continued to speak, his gaze drifting back toward the animals, thoughtful and unreadable. Chapter 36, The Forest Rematch. 1884 words. Junsei and Momo remained at the shelter until the early evening. At last, with the shadows stretching long across the garden, they prepared to leave. Why not stay the night here? Kimmy suggested. It's late to be heading home now. I don't want to impose, Momo replied at once. Kimmy raised an eyebrow, amused. Is the place too modest for you? No. Of course not. Momo waved her hands quickly. It's very nice. I just don't want to trouble you, and we were supposed to go back today. Kimmy laughed. Relax, I'm joking. Why not call your parents and ask for permission to stay the night? Momo hesitated, then glanced at Junsei, who stood beside her as expressionless as ever. She looked back at Kimmy. My parents aren't in Japan at the moment, but we should inform Mr. Sai so he doesn't worry. Kimmy nodded happily. Momo contacted Sai, and with everything settled, she and Junsei stayed the night at Kimmy's place. Early the next morning, after promises of future visits, the two set off once more. As they walked toward the train station, Momo said, Ms. Kimmy is really a nice person. No wonder you called her a good human. She hesitated, then continued carefully. Junsei, you've spoken about life many times now. I always thought it was just the way you describe things, your care for nature and your dislike of people, but yesterday, I couldn't help thinking you meant something more. Junsei looked at her. I didn't, he said simply. What I said is what I meant. Momo thought for a moment. Then, what is the cycle of life? The one you spoke of. Is it something you see? Every creature has life, Junsei replied. When it dies, that life moves on, growing and evolving. Momo nodded slowly, her thoughts drifting to the idea of reincarnation that so many people believed in. Junsei did not elaborate further. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from nearby. Hold it right there. You're the forest kid. Junsei and Momo turned to see the rabbit hero, Mirko, charging toward them with an excited grin. She skidded to a stop right in front of them, smiling broadly. It really is you. Hello, Momo began. I didn't get the chance to. Yeah, whatever, Mirko cut her off with a wave of her hand. Brat, fight me. I want my rematch. Junsei stared at her in silence. What? Momo exclaimed. You want to fight Junsei? Mirko ignored her entirely, her eyes fixed on Junsei. I don't know what you did last time, Mirko said at last, but I won't accept that loss. I want a rematch. You can't do that. Momo protested. Mirko finally glanced at her. Stay out of this. It's between me and him. I'll have my fight one way or another. You're the number 10 hero. Momo said desperately. You can't just pick fights with a student, it's illegal. It's not a problem as long as no one knows, Mirko replied, unfazed. And it's not like I want to kill the brat. I just want a fair fight. Momo looked around. People had begun to stop, staring openly at Mirko and at them. It's too late for that, Momo said. Everyone knows you and they're watching. Please, leave. I don't care, Mirko said stubbornly. I just want a fight. Why? Momo demanded. You're a hero. This isn't about being a hero. Mirko stepped closer to Junsei, meeting his gaze. I refuse to be a coward who lost to a brat and walked away shaking. We live only once. I want to live every day to the fullest, fight the strongest opponents, and die without regrets. Call me crazy, but my instincts tell me you don't care about laws or opinions, just like me. You want to live fully too. It's like my quirk recognizes your desire. I don't want to fight, Junsei said. His eyes began to glow. In that instant, all color drained from Mirko's face. Her eyes widened, her body trembling violently. Momo noticed at once the sheer horror written across the hero's expression. Then Mirko bit her lip hard enough to draw blood, forcing herself to focus again. Sweat beaded on her face, but she grinned wildly. I'm the rabbit hero. I won't lose to that damn trick again. Her fists clenched as her body tensed and stopped shaking. I won't shake before you again. I'd rather fight and die than to live as a quitter. Junsei's eyes widened slightly. Since discovering he could affect people with animal-type quirks, he had never expected anyone to resist him. A sudden thought crossed his mind, she was the number 10 hero. He wanted to see how strong a top hero truly was. Fine, he said at last. I'll fight you. Junsei, what? Momo cried. You can't. Look around, there's already a crowd. Let's go to the nearby forest where you used to live, Mirko said eagerly. We can fight there to our heart's content. Junsei nodded. And with that, the two headed toward the forest, while Momo followed behind them, her face full of worry. It took them an entire hour to reach the edge of the forest, and another half-hour of walking beneath the trees before they arrived at a wide clearing, the trees retreating just enough to leave a natural arena. Mirko stretched her arms once and laughed. This place is perfect. We can still stop this madness, Momo said, her voice tight. Mirko glanced back at her with a grin. Just enjoy the show. Momo pressed her lips together, then said firmly, "If anyone gets hurt, stop immediately." Junsei walked away from her. "Junsei," Momo called after him. "Be careful. She's one of the strongest heroes." "I know," Junsei replied. He and Mirko faced each other across the clearing. Mirko's grin widening. "I've dreamed of this day for so long." Junsei said nothing. His eyes began to glow. The instant they did, Mirko bit her lip hard enough to draw blood and charged forward at full speed. In the blink of an eye she was in front of him, her leg already swinging forward in a devastating kick. Junsei's eyes widened. He raised his arms just in time to block, but the impact sent him flying, his body tumbling across the forest ground. "Junsei!" Momo screamed. "Are you okay?" Mirko watched him rise slowly to his feet. "I got faster and stronger since last time, brat. And I won't freeze because of your quirk again." Junsei narrowed his eyes. The next moment, he rushed forward at a speed that surpassed even Mirko's earlier charge. Mirko laughed as she reacted, flipping backward and snapping her heel up into Junsei's chin the moment he reached her. The blow sent him soaring high into the air. She landed lightly on her feet, still smiling. "Really? Charging like that? You're disappointing." Midair, Junsei twisted, rotating his body before descending upright. The instant his foot touched the ground, he charged again. Mirko raised an eyebrow, repeating the same backflip, but this time Junsei stopped abruptly. Her kick sliced past his face harmlessly, and he swung a punch at her in his awkward stance. Mirko halted her flip mid-motion, her hands stabbing into the earth. In a fluid movement, she swept back toward him, her legs snapping around his head. With a sharp twist, she lifted him and slammed him into the ground. She straightened again, confidence radiating from her grin as Junsei lay still for a moment. "You're clearly strong and fast," she said. "But you don't know how to fight." "That's enough," Momo shouted. Junsei pushed himself up slowly. "I'm fine." "But you're getting hurt," Momo insisted. "I am not," Junsei replied calmly. He looked at Mirko. She chuckled. "You're a tough brat, aren't you?" Junsei charged again in the same manner. This time Mirko swung a powerful arcing kick straight toward his head. Junsei stopped instantly and mirrored her movement exactly, his leg meeting hers midair. His kick overpowered Mirko's. She lost her balance as Junsei's leg returned to the ground. Using her other leg along the momentum from Junsei's kick, Mirko spun through the air, launching another kick from the opposite side. It struck Junsei squarely on the shoulder. Mirko's eyes widened. Instead of falling, Junsei used the force to rotate, just as she had. The next instant, his kick smashed straight into her face, sending her flying backward into a tree. The trunk cracked loudly under the impact. Mirko stood up slowly, blood running from her head down to her chin. She wiped it away with the back of her hand, and laughed breathlessly. "You're learning," she said. "You're copying me." Junsei said nothing. His eyes continued to glow, fixed on Mirko as though he were dissecting her, piece by piece. From the side of the clearing, Momo watched the fight unfold, her earlier fear for Junsei slowly giving way to pure awe. His skill had grown sharper with every exchange. Where Mirko once dominated the fight, she now struggled to keep up. Each minute that passed tilted the battle further, until Junsei was no longer merely matching her but overwhelming her. And then fear returned to Momo as she thought at this rate, he might kill her. "Enough already," Momo cried out. "Junsei, you won." A hoarse voice answered her. "I'm still standing." Momo turned to Mirko. "Are you crazy? Do you want to die?" Mirko was barely recognizable. Blood soaked her hair and streaked down her face. Her nose sat at a broken angle, lips split and swollen, eyes darkened with bruises. Cuts and welts covered her arms and legs, and her breathing came in ragged gasps as her entire body trembled, held upright by nothing but stubborn will. Junsei, by contrast, stood untouched save for dirt smeared across his clothes. He looked from Mirko to Momo and said calmly, "She wants to die without regrets." "What are you saying?" Momo snapped. "That's not funny. Enough of this senseless fight." Slowly, Junsei's eyes stopped glowing. He turned away from Mirko and walked toward Momo. "Come back here, you brat." Mirko shouted weakly. "This isn't over. I didn't surrender." Junsei didn't even glance back. Momo cast Mirko one last look. "We're leaving first." She turned and walked away, Junsei following her in silence. Mirko screamed after them, but her voice faded as her legs finally gave out. She collapsed to the ground, coughing out a breathless laugh. "Damn it. I lost again." Then she smirked through the blood. "That was fun. The best fight ever." Far from the clearing, Momo slowed her steps. "I hope she has the strength to get back on her own." "She will," Junsei said. "After some rest." Momo nodded, then fixed him with a stern look. "Don't do that again. Fighting for no reason like that is bad." Junsei didn't answer. His thoughts drifted back to the rabbit hero. At first, he had considered using more power to end the fight quickly, but he had restrained himself instead, just enough to avoid getting harmed and to observe her movements. To see how a hero fought. Now he knew. His strength stood far above most humans. Only a few could truly pose a danger to him. Chapter 37, UA High. 1894 words. A few months later, a new year dawned at last, and with it came the towering gates of UA High School. Junsei and Momo stood before them. To Momo, the school was like a promise of challenge and greatness. Her eyes shone as she took it all in. This place was the first true step toward becoming a hero. Junsei, standing beside her, wore the same expressionless face. The name of the school meant little to him. A school was a school, and humans were still humans. "This is the first time you're going to a class on your own," Momo said, turning to him with a mix of excitement and worry. "Remember to be respectful to the teachers and please, try to be nice to your classmates." Junsei looked at her, saying nothing. Momo sighed. "Your class is 1C, don't forget." They passed through the gates together, and as they parted ways, Momo sent a silent prayer after him, hoping that Junsei wouldn't find trouble on his very first day. Junsei reached class 1C quickly. When he slid the door open, a handful of students were already seated inside. He scanned the room once, then walked to the very back and took a seat by himself. Curious eyes followed him. Beside him sat a boy with indigo-colored hair. He turned his head and studied Junsei for a moment before speaking. "You walked in all silent. Aren't you going to at least say your name?" Junsei glanced at him. "Junsei." Then he looked forward again. The boy blinked. "Not one for many words, are you?" Junsei ignored him. "Off to a great start," the boy muttered, leaning back in his chair. The rest of the class followed suit, quietly deciding that the strange, silent student at the back was best left alone. Minutes later, the classroom was filled, and the door opened once more. A tall, block-cement-looking man stepped inside and faced the students. "I am Cementos," he said evenly. "I will be your classroom teacher. I am looking forward to teaching you all. Let's begin by introducing ourselves. Stand one by one, state your name and your quirk." One by one, the students complied. Names and abilities filled the room, until it was the indigo-haired boy's turn. He stood. "Hitoshi Shinso. My quirk is brainwashing. I can put people under my command." A ripple passed through the class. Some students leaned back, others stared openly, doubt and fear flickering across their faces. Cementos merely nodded. "A unique quirk," he said. Shinso nodded and sat down again, already accustomed to the reaction. Then it was Junsei's turn. He rose. Mori Junsei. I can communicate with animals and have enhanced power and senses. He sat back down. Cementos acknowledged him with a nod. Between classes, Junsei remained at the back of the room, silent and still, while groups formed at the front. Laughter and conversation filled the classroom, but none of it reached him. His expressionless face made it clear he had no interest in joining. The only other student who stayed seated was Shinso. The others avoided him too, wary of his quirk. Shinso watched them with detached eyes, already aware that his new classmates viewed him as a villain candidate, just as so many had before. Yet this time, the feeling was different. Next to him sat another loner, quiet, distant, and unconcerned. And somehow, that made the loneliness less lonely. When the first period ended and the bell rang for lunch, Junsei made his way to the cafeteria. The moment he arrived, he joined the line, took a tray, and watched as food was served with impressive speed. But when his turn arrived, he realized something was terribly wrong. For the supposed best school in the country, the offerings were painfully ordinary. Rice, vegetables, meat, balanced, sensible, and utterly joyless. There were no desserts anywhere to be seen. Junsei's eyes narrowed slightly. He leaned toward the lone chef, who moved with remarkable efficiency, ladling portions without pause. Is there no sweets here? The chef did not even look up. Of course we don't serve that. This is UA. Only the best and most nutritious food is served here. Sweets are reserved for students who require additional energy, and only with school approval. A pang of disappointment struck Junsei. He took his tray, heavy with food yet feeling utterly empty, and turned away. Scanning the cafeteria, he spotted Momo seated at a table with several students he assumed were her new classmates. Without hesitation, he walked straight over and sat down beside her in silence. The conversation at the table died instantly. Momo turned toward him, ready to greet him, then paused. For a brief, startling moment, she saw something unfamiliar on his face. Sadness. Junsei, she said carefully, what is wrong? They don't serve desserts here, he replied flatly, gesturing at his tray. Just this. Momo's eye twitched. I told you 100 times, those are bad for your health. It's a miracle you're still healthy after eating so much of that stuff. Before Junsei could respond, a girl at the table hesitated. Momo, aren't you going to introduce us? At the same time, a boy suddenly shouted, it's you. Everyone turned. As expected of UA, the boy continued loudly. Even the prodigy came here as well. Momo blinked. Ida? You know Junsei? Yes, the boy said fervently. I will never forget such a magnificent opponent. Junsei glanced at him briefly. He was there during the basketball match, he said. The one sitting on the other team's bench who started screaming that I was cheating. Only then did Momo remember, Tenya Ida had come from semi-private academy. Ida stiffened, then stood abruptly and bowed a full 90 degrees to Junsei. I am deeply sorry for my behavior. I failed to recognize your magnificent talent. Seeing you that day broadened my view of the world. Junsei stared at him, then calmly started eating. Momo sighed. This is my cousin, from my mother's side, Mori Junsei. Please don't mind his behavior. He's not a talkative person. It is a pleasure to meet you, Ida said earnestly. I am Tenya Ida. The girl who had spoken earlier tilted her head. Which class is he in? Is he in 1B? No, Uraraka, Momo replied. He's in 1C. From the table behind them came a sharp voice. 1C. Isn't that the general education department? So he's even worse than an extra. Another boy muttered, Bakubro, that's not nice. Shut it. Bakugo snapped. He's a worse extra than the rest of you. Momo sighed. She didn't even feel like responding. The few hours she had already spent around the blonde, loud and disrespectful boy were enough to understand exactly what kind of person he was. Junsei continued eating, utterly ignoring Bakugo and everyone else. That, more than anything, drew attention. He showed no anger. No annoyance. Ida's eyes sparkled. What incredible tolerance and patience. Truly admirable. Bakugo scoffed. He's a coward too. How did Yue even accept him? Momo finally turned around, irritation flashing in her eyes. Stop being annoying. Did I say something wrong? Bakugo shot back. He doesn't want to be a hero, Momo said sharply. If not for that, he would have been in our class. He is the strongest person I know. Bakugo burst out laughing. As if I'd believe that. He's a coward. Hey, you whitey. You gonna let your cousin speak for you? Junsei stopped eating. I don't want to be a hero, he said calmly. Don't want to, Bakugo sneered, or can't. Junsei looked at his tray. Just like you, most humans don't deserve to live, let alone be saved. Then he went back to eating. Bakugo fell silent. It was the first time he had ever heard someone speak like that. The boy next to him muttered, "Holy shit, this dude is villain material." Bakugo clicked his tongue. Great. A weirdo, that's even worse. He turned away, pointedly ignoring Junsei from then on. Okay. Uraraka said, so Ida, why are you calling Momo's cousin a prodigy? Ida straightened at once, clearly pleased to explain. He launched into an enthusiastic retelling of the basketball match, how Junsei had moved with phenomenal skill, how what began as a simple game had turned into a one-sided display of overwhelming skill. He spoke as the display was inhuman. The students of Class 1A reacted in mixed ways. Some listened with widened eyes, clearly impressed. Others shrugged, uninterested in basketball, and unimpressed by feats outside heroics. At a nearby table, a girl with long green hair sat perfectly still, staring at Junsei without blinking. Her expression was puzzled. Next to her, a girl with pink skin noticed and leaned closer with a grin. Suyu, she said lightly, is something wrong? Or maybe you like what you're seeing a little bit too much. Suyu answered absent-mindedly, her eyes never leaving Junsei. He is strange, Mina. Something about him feels wrong. Completely different from everyone else. It feels warm looking at him. She paused as if searching for the right words. It's the first time I'm feeling something like this. Do you feel the same, Mina? Nope, Mina replied immediately. And I think you're having a crush, girl. Suyu flushed faintly, croaking in embarrassment, when another voice joined in. No, a boy with a bird head said slowly. Something is strange about him. I also feel warm when I look at him, but the darkness in me fears him. Another boy, his head resembling solid rock, nodded thoughtfully. I feel like I'm looking at a dear friend. It's weird. Mina looked from one classmate to the next, eyebrows rising. She wondered if that white-haired dude had some sort of quirk that affected people around him, or if all three of them had somehow developed a crush for the same person. When Junsei finished eating, he stood up without a word, and left the cafeteria as silently as he had arrived. Ida blinked. There is still time left before the period ends. Why is he leaving so early? He dislikes crowded places, Momo replied. If not for food, he wouldn't bother showing up at all. He has a unique personality, Ida said thoughtfully. Is that what sets him apart? Momo sighed softly at Ida's earnest logic. Next to Uraraka, a green-haired boy hesitated before asking, What is his quirk? He can communicate with animals, Momo answered, and enhance his physical body and senses. That sounds like an impressive quirk, Uraraka said. It is, Momo agreed. Bakugo snorted. What's impressive about talking to animals? Clearly tired of him, Momo turned around, her voice sharp and unwavering. He can control every creature in a forest. Imagine every animal, bird, and insect swarming you from all directions. I'm talking about tens of thousands. No matter how many explosions you throw, it won't save you when the entire world is your enemy. The table fell silent. Bakugo scoffed loudly. I'll just blast him and it'll be over. And that kind of quirk is only good in forests. Something sharp flickered in Momo's eyes, but it faded just as quickly. She exhaled, straightened, and turned away from him. There was no point. All he had were empty words and too much pride, and neither was worth her words. Chapter 38, Too Much Life. 1,687 words. The second day proved little different from the first. Lessons followed one another, teachers speaking, students scribbling, and the rhythm of any normal school. Junsei remained exactly the same as he had been the day before, silent, antisocial, seated at the back of the classroom beside the student with the so-called villainous quirk. Neither of them spoke unless spoken to, and even then, only when absolutely necessary. They existed on the fringes of the class, unnoticed and for the most part, unbothered. When lunchtime arrived, Junsei did not follow the stream of students toward the cafeteria. Instead, he wandered through the corridors until he reached the door leading to the school roof. He tried the handle. Locked. He paused only a moment before turning back, descending one floor, and opening a window instead. With a light motion that drew no attention, he stepped onto the ledge and leapt upward, landing soundlessly on the roof above. The rooftop was wide and empty, washed in sunlight and blessedly quiet. Junsei crossed to a corner and sat down, letting the stillness settle around him. For a few precious minutes, there was nothing but wind and sky. Then the roof door creaked open. Junsei lifted his gaze as an extremely thin, blond man stepped out, dressed in baggy, brightly colored clothes. He carried a lunchbox in one hand, and a folding chair in the other. Completely unaware of Junsei's presence, the man placed the chair down across the roof, sat, and began eating with casual ease. Junsei watched in silence. When the man finished, he stood and in the blink of an eye, his frail frame expanded, muscles swelling, posture straightening, becoming a completely different person. In an instant, the thin man was gone, replaced by a towering figure with a broad chest and a radiant smile. The greatest hero of them all. All Might picked up the chair and turned around, only to freeze when he spotted Junsei sitting in the corner, staring at him. Recovering quickly, All Might strode toward him. Fine day, young man. Junsei looked back at him, expression unchanged. For a moment, neither spoke. All Might blinked, unaccustomed to such a reaction, or rather, the complete lack of one. It is I, he added brightly. All Might. Junsei, came the calm reply. Silence fell again, heavier this time. All Might shifted, clearly unsettled. He had faced all kinds of crowds, all screaming and excited, but never a child who reacted to him as if he were no more remarkable than the wind. Ahem, All Might said at last. Students are not allowed here. I see, Junsei answered. All Might paused. Young man, about what you just saw. Junsei stood, walked past him, and headed straight for the open roof door, ignoring him completely. Wait, young man. All Might called, suddenly serious. About what you saw, I trust you won't tell anyone. It's very important. Junsei did not reply. He disappeared back into the school without a backward glance. All Might stared after him, jaw slack. What the hell, he muttered. What was that? And what is the principal doing, letting students up here? Damn it, I need to tell him. Junsei, meanwhile, moved through the corridors with a rare sense of disturbance. Seeing All Might had shaken him. The man radiated life like nothing Junsei had ever sensed before. Such life could only come from countless kills. All Might was the worst and most dangerous human he had ever seen. And beneath it all was a foul decaying stench, as though death itself were eating the man from the inside. It was disgusting. Junsei did not understand how a human so horrifying could exist, let alone what could cause him to be in such a state. Lost in thought, he slowed as he passed by the door of Class 1A, Momo's class. He glanced through the small window and halted. Inside, a man lay on the floor, bundled in what looked like an enormous bag. Junsei stopped entirely, studying him. The man's eyes opened, meeting Junsei's gaze. They stared at one another for a moment before Junsei opened the door and stepped inside. "What is this thing you are in?" Junsei asked calmly. The man scowled. "I don't like joking." "What is it called?" Junsei pressed. "Are you telling me you don't know what a sleeping bag is?" the man snapped. "It is for sleeping." Junsei asked. "You can sleep in school." The man narrowed his eyes. "Are you messing with me?" Junsei shook his head. "Does the school give sleeping bags?" "No," came the irritated reply. Junsei turned around and left the classroom without another word. The man watched him go, clicking his tongue. Troublesome children. Nizu, principal of UA High School, and one of the sharpest minds on the planet, sat atop his desk with his paws folded in front of him, shaking his head in clear disappointment. "Toshinori," he said calmly, "we are 2 days into the school year. You really cannot afford to be careless and have your secret exposed to students left and right." All Might stood stiffly across from him, shoulders drawn back in a posture of guilt. "I'm sorry," he said. "I didn't expect a student to be on the roof alone and silent in some corner like that." Nizu nodded. "Please be more careful. Children are talented, perceptive, and far smarter than most adults give them credit for. You cannot lower your guard inside this school." His eyes narrowed slightly. "You did at least get the name of the student who spotted you, yes?" All Might nodded. "Junsei." Nizu hummed thoughtfully. "Class 1C. Mori Junsei." All Might blinked. "You know him?" "I memorize all of my students, Toshinori," Nizu replied lightly. "And this one is more unique than most. So he has special circumstances?" All Might asked. Nizu chuckled softly. "That is an understatement." He continued, "As you know, UA conducts extensive background checks on every student, not merely to evaluate their quirks, but to understand their potential and help them achieve it to the best of our abilities. Mori Junsei was recommended to us by Yayorozu Minami, alongside his daughter, Momo." "Ah, young Yayorozu," All Might said. "I met her earlier today. She has an impressive quirk, and the intelligence to support it. She'll go far." He paused, brow furrowing. "But if Junsei had such a recommendation, why is he in Class 1C? Nizu's expression shifted. "Do you remember the Nagi no Shiro orphanage?" All Might's face darkened. "How could I forget? It was a tragedy. The boy," Nizu said quietly, "is a survivor of that night. According to the information we obtained, he escaped the kidnapping and fled into the forest, where he lived alone for 6 years before being discovered." All Might's eyes widened. "What? Hold on. That incident was years ago." "Nearly a decade. 11 years to be precise," Nizu corrected. All Might stared. "You're telling me a little boy survived 6 years alone in the forest without anyone knowing?" Nizu nodded. "According to the Hero Commission's sealed report, he claimed the forest as his territory and prevented anyone from approaching it for years. It wasn't until a combined squad of professional rangers, police, and pro-heroes entered the area that he was finally discovered." "How could this be?" All Might demanded. "Why didn't anyone say anything?" "Because the story was covered up," Nizu replied evenly. "The boy was taken in by the Yayorozu family shortly after." "Covered up?" All Might repeated in confusion. "Why?" "Because," Nizu said, "it would have painted the police and heroes in an extremely poor light. The orphanage incident was never resolved. The only surviving child managed to occupy an entire forest unnoticed for 6 years. To make matters worse, when a professional group finally confronted him, they were overwhelmed. Momo was kidnapped in the chaos, and the heroes present were defeated. It was only thanks to Mr. Yaoyoro's quick thinking that we didn't hear the news of a tragic slaughter by a child. All Might stared at him. Are you serious? Niza shook his head. Among the heroes defeated was the rabbit hero, Mirko. She was a rising star at the time, and according to the report, she was knocked out instantly. Silence stretched between them. If all of this is true, All Might said at last, then why is he in Class 1C? That isn't his place. Unfortunately, Niza replied, he does not wish to become a hero, despite his gifts. Our analysis suggests deep trauma from his experiences. We contacted his previous school, they confirmed he is extremely antisocial, and does not mix with other students. The only meaningful relationship he maintains is with Momo. Niza tapped the desk lightly. This aligns with Cementos' first day report. The boy does not speak to anyone in his class. He is already isolated. All Might exhaled slowly. So he was on the roof because he didn't want to mingle with others. Most likely, Niza said. This can't continue like this, All Might said firmly. We need to help him. Niza shook his head gently. That will take time. For now, our priority is your secret. I will instruct Cementos to speak with him tomorrow. Everything else must come later. All Might said, is it really safe to wait until tomorrow? Under normal circumstances, I would say no, Niza replied. But given what I've read in his profile, and what we've observed so far, I believe he won't go out of his way to tell anyone. All Might nodded, but his thoughts lingered on the silent boy with expressionless eyes, and the weight of a childhood no one should have endured. The lack of reaction on the roof finally made sense. He left Niza's office already wondering how he might help Mori Junsei face the past that still held him so tightly. In Yaoyoro's manner, Junsei stood in front of a confused Momo. She asked, why do you want me to make a sleeping bag? Junsei said to sleep in it. Momo wondered what came over him now. Chapter 39, The Day UA Changed Its Rules. 1985 words. The following morning, Momo walked through the gates of UA beside Junsei, who carried his usual backpack, along with a neatly wrapped sleeping bag slung over his arm. Momo glanced at it, disbelief plain on her face. I can't believe you're really bringing this with you. Junsei did not look at her. Again, it is fine. You're going to get in trouble, she insisted. There's no rule against it, Junsei replied evenly. And somebody else is already doing it. Momo stopped short. That's my classroom teacher. Junsei continued walking, clearly finished with the discussion. Momo let out a small sigh and followed, wondering, as she often did, whether a day would ever come when Junsei might behave like a normal person. At the entrance to the main building, they parted ways, each heading toward their respective classrooms. When Junsei stepped into Class 1C, the students already seated turned to look at him. Their gazes lingered on the strange, wrapped object in his hand. No one could quite tell what it was, only that the silent, emotionless boy was carrying something unusual. Curiosity flickered in the eyes of some, but not a single student stepped forward to ask. Shinso, seated beside Junsei, cast him a brief sideways glance, eyes narrowing slightly with interest, but he said nothing. The lessons began soon after, and the day proceeded as normally as any other. The class before lunch was modern literature, taught by Cementos. When the bell rang to signal the end of the period, Cementos turned from the board. Good work, everyone. We shall continue tomorrow. Mori Junsei, stay behind. I would like to have a word with you. The students filed out one by one, each stealing a glance back at Junsei, murmurs barely contained. Junsei remained seated, his expression unchanged. Cementos waited until the room was empty before speaking. I was informed that yesterday you went onto the roof, which is against school rules for students. Junsei said nothing, merely waiting. Seeing no response, Cementos continued. You are still new here, so we will overlook it this time. But more importantly, regarding All Might and what you saw, it is imperative that you do not share this information with anyone. Junsei finally spoke. He said that. Cementos blinked. And? Did you tell anyone? No, Junsei replied calmly. I don't want to provoke him. Cementos frowned, momentarily thrown off. Provoke All Might. It was a strange way to speak of the symbol of peace. Recovering quickly, Cementos straightened. I am glad you understand the importance of this. Keeping such a secret is as important as any hero work being done out there. The words were clearly meant to awaken the sense of heroism inside Junsei. Instead, his face remained blank, untouched by the sentiment. Cementos studied him for a long 2 seconds before sighing. That is all I wished to say. You are free to join your classmates. Junsei stood, but rather than heading for the door, he calmly unfolded the wrapped bundle. Before Cementos's bewildered eyes, he spread the sleeping bag behind his desk and slipped inside it. Cementos blinked. What are you doing? Sleeping, Junsei replied. You plan to sleep through the lunch period? Cementos asked slowly. Is there a rule against it? Junsei asked back. Cementos hesitated. I am not sure. But don't you want to go out, eat, and talk with your classmates? I would rather not, Junsei answered, pulling the sleeping bag closed in a clear dismissal. Cementos stood there for a moment longer, staring at the now motionless shape behind the desk, before turning and leaving the classroom, more confused than he had ever been by a student in all his years of teaching. When the lunch period ended, the first student to return to Class 1C was Shinso. He walked straight to his desk and reached for his chair. It was only then that he noticed something bulky and unfamiliar behind it. He froze. Blinking, Shinso stared down at the neatly laid sleeping bag. What is going on here? He asked slowly. The bag rustled. A moment later, the zipper slid open and Junsei looked out at him, blue eyes calm and unreadable. The two stared at each other for a second, an odd, silent exchange passing between them. The lunch period is over? Junsei asked. Yes, Shinso replied. What were you doing? Sleeping. As if that explained everything, Junsei stood up, stepped out, and began rolling the sleeping bag. He tucked it aside and sat back down at his desk, expressionless as ever, leaving Shinso standing there in open bewilderment. Shinso glanced at the wrapped bundle again, then at Junsei, then back at the bundle. His eyes lingered on it with growing interest, though he said nothing. Soon after, the rest of the students filed in. None of them noticed anything unusual, unaware that one of their classmates had spent lunch asleep in the classroom. The day continued without incident. The next morning, however, the class was greeted with a surprise. Shinso entered carrying a wrapped bundle, nearly identical to Junsei's. Junsei noticed it immediately but made no comment. When lunch came again after modern literature, the students began rising from their seats, chatting as they prepared to leave. At that exact moment, Shinso and Junsei moved in perfect synchronization. Together they unwrapped their sleeping bags. The room fell into stunned silence. Before anyone could say a word, the two slipped inside their bags and zipped them shut, ignoring the world entirely. Whispers erupted around the room. Cementos, who had not yet left the classroom, stared in disbelief. There are two of them now, he muttered. What is wrong with this year? A dreadful thought crossed his mind, of more students joining in, of Class 1C becoming known not as general education, but as the class that naps. Deciding this was far beyond him, Cementos left the classroom, already planning his next steps. That same afternoon, he entered Principal Nisa's office, where Eraserhead and All Might were already present. I hope I'm not interrupting, Cementos said. Nisa waved a paw. Just a routine report on the Hero Course students. What can I help you with? Cementos cleared his throat. Actually, something strange is happening in my class. Mori Junsei brought a sleeping bag yesterday and slept through the lunch period. Three pairs of eyes lifted in interest. And if it ended there, I wouldn't be concerned, Cementos continued. But today, another student brought a sleeping bag and slept alongside him. I don't know what's going on or whether I should stop it. I've never encountered anything like this. Eraserhead frowned thoughtfully. Mori Junsei. The boy with white hair and sky-blue eyes. Yes, Cementos replied. All Might turned to Eraserhead. You've met him? Eraserhead sighed. That troublesome kid wandered into my class while I was sleeping and started asking stupid questions about my sleeping bag. It never crossed my mind he'd bring one to school. Nizu chuckled softly. Well, isn't he a funny one? He saw a teacher sleeping and decided to do the same. Most likely, it's his way of avoiding other students. All Might frowned. This is no laughing matter. We need to help him integrate, not isolate himself further. He's even drawn another student into this. Nizu tapped his paws together. I'd say it's a form of bonding, but I agree, we can't have students sleeping in classrooms like this. Starting tomorrow, we'll introduce a new rule. All students must leave their classrooms during lunch unless they have a study-related reason to stay. He smiled. Let's see how they react. The trio exchanged glances, each quietly suspecting that their principal was enjoying the situation far more than he should. The next day, in Class 1A, all the students were seated when Eraserhead addressed them in his usual tired voice. Before we start the day, he said, there's a new rule introduced this year, and all students are required to follow it. The room immediately got silent. Even Bakugo paused to pay attention now. A new rule in the first week of school must be because of something significant. Eraserhead let the silence stretch before finally saying, during the lunch period, you are not allowed to stay behind in the classroom unless it's related to learning. Confusion rippled through the class. The rule sounded oddly specific, and to most of them, completely pointless. Ida shot his hand into the air. I don't understand the purpose of this rule. Why was it introduced? Eraserhead glanced at him. Some troublesome students in Class 1C decided to bring sleeping bags and sleep in school. For a moment, no one spoke. Students? Momo asked slowly. As in, more than one? Yes, Eraserhead replied flatly. A student named Mori Junsei started it and another followed. The school got concerned we'd end up with an entire class sleeping through lunch. Momo covered her face with one hand in pure exasperation. Around her, the students who had already met Junsei turned to stare at her in open surprise. Mina leaned back in her chair, grinning. He's a prodigy, all right. UA introducing a new rule because of him in the first week. That's impressive. Please stop, Momo said weakly. Eraserhead raised an eyebrow at the exchange but didn't bother commenting. He clearly didn't care. At the same time, in Class 1C, students slowly turned their heads toward Junsei and Shinso as their homeroom teacher announced the same rule. Junsei remained completely expressionless. Shinso frowned slightly, clearly displeased. Still, the day moved on, and before long, the rule faded into the background of lessons and classes. When lunch finally arrived, Shinso turned toward Junsei. So, he asked, what are you going to do now? Junsei looked at him calmly. Sleep. He picked up his sleeping bag and walked out of the classroom. Shinso blinked, hesitated, then grabbed his own and followed. A minute later, the two stood in front of Class 1A. Shinso looked confused, while Junsei simply peeked through the window. Spotting a familiar sleeping bag inside, he opened the door and entered. Junsei walked straight to the back of the room. Shinso followed after a moment, uncertainty written all over his face. Eraserhead opened one eye. What do you two think you're doing? We can't sleep in our classroom, Junsei said calmly. Eraserhead raised an eyebrow. So you come to another class? It's not against the new rule, Junsei replied. Why here? Because you're here, Junsei said. No one will annoy us with a teacher sleeping with us. Eraserhead stared at him. Then at Shinso, who looked increasingly nervous. I am not paid enough for this, he muttered, pulling his sleeping bag shut. Junsei unfolded his own and climbed in. After a brief pause, Shinso did the same. 3 sleeping bags lay still. When lunch ended and Class 1A returned, they froze at the sight before them. 3 identical shapes lined the classroom floor. Students gathered, staring from one bag to the next in disbelief. Momo's eyes landed on one in particular. What are you doing here? Junsei opened his bag and looked at her. Sleeping. Is lunch over? Yes, Momo said faintly. Junsei stood and folded his sleeping bag. Shinso followed a few seconds later. Without another word, the two left the classroom, passing the speechless Class 1A. Kirishima finally spoke. What just happened? Eraserhead unzipped his bag. Take your seats. But what about? Kirishima began. We'll have a new school rule tomorrow, Eraserhead interrupted. Mina snorted. 2 rules in 1 week. That's gotta be a record, right? Momo silently prayed that Junsei wouldn't be expelled for his antics. At the start of the 2nd week of the school, a new rule was introduced at UA. Students are strictly prohibited from bringing sleeping bags onto school grounds. Chapter 40, Eyes Everywhere. 1,718 words. With sleeping bags now strictly prohibited and the roof firmly declared off limits, Junsei's options for peace and quiet had shrunk to almost nothing. And since he could no longer escape people, he reasoned there was little point in avoiding them. He might as well eat. When the next lunch period arrived, Junsei headed for the cafeteria without hesitation. Shinso lingered at the classroom door, weighing his options, then sighed softly and followed. Do you have any other plans? Shinso asked as they walked. No, Junsei replied. Just eat. The two arrived at the cafeteria, collected trays of food and sat at an empty table near the side, eating in complete silence. Silence didn't last long. Soon enough, Momo arrived with Jiro, Tsuyu, Mina, Ida, Midoriya, and Uraraka in tow. Mina was the first to spot them and the first to speak. Hi there, you two, she said brightly. How does it feel to be responsible for 2 new rules at UA? That's a legendary feat. Her enthusiasm was met with 2 identical stares. Then Junsei and Shinso calmly returned to eating. Huh? Mina blinked. There's a second one. Momo muttered under her breath. Ida took a seat beside Junsei, posture perfectly straight. I must say, I admire your creativity. To identify loopholes within a complex and well-refined system such as UA is truly worthy of respect. Uraraka leaned toward Jiro and whispered, Is that a good thing? It shouldn't be, Jiro replied quietly, but I don't think it matters at this point. Everyone here is weird. The group settled around the table. Mina leaned forward again. So we know the first silent guy is Junsei. What about you? Shinso glanced at her. Hitoshi Shinso. You're in Class 1C2. Jiro asked. What's your quirk? Brainwashing. Jiro went silent. So did everyone else. Their gazes moved between Junsei and Shinso. One believed most people didn't deserve to live. The other wielded a blatantly villainous quirk. Both were quiet, distant, and antisocial. Sitting together like this, they looked less like classmates and more like a team better suited for the opposite side of the law. Mina cleared her throat. So now that you can't sleep around, what do you plan to do next? Shinso glanced at Junsei. Eat for now, Junsei said. And we've confirmed who the ringleader is, Jiro added dryly. You both did well, Ida said seriously, but unfortunately, our principal is known to be the smartest creature in the world. He responds to disruptions quickly and perfectly. I think anyone would have done that, Tsuyu said. But yes, our principal really is the smartest. It's hard to believe he isn't human. Junsei turned toward her instantly. The principal is not a human. Suyu stiffened under the sudden attention. He's an animal, she said quickly, with a quirk that gives him intelligence far above everyone else. For the first time, Junsei's face changed. A faint gleam of interest appeared in his eyes. Momo noticed at once. What are you thinking? She asked cautiously. I would like to meet him, Junsei replied. Momo frowned. You're not planning to do anything strange, are you? Junsei shook his head. Just curious. The others exchanged uneasy looks. They all knew Junsei's quirk, or at least enough of it. The thought of him using it on the principal made their stomachs twist. Junsei showed already he was not one to follow rules, and if he did anything to Nizu, the consequences would be catastrophic. Beside him, Shinso was lost in thought. He remembered Junsei's quirk, and from everyone's reaction, it must be more than just communication. A quiet realization crept in. Could it be, Shinso wondered, that Junsei has a similar power, just over animals instead of humans? If that were true, then perhaps they weren't so different after all. They were kindred spirits. After school ended, Junsei waited quietly at the gates of UA. When Momo finally appeared, she was flanked by her friends, her expression apologetic. Sorry for being late, she said. We had to select a class president. Junsei nodded in acknowledgement. At that exact moment, a dark brown-red bird swooped down from above and settled neatly on his shoulder. Junsei glanced sideways at the bird as it began to chirp. His eyes narrowed, a rare sign of displeasure crossing his face, while Momo and the others stared in surprise. Is something wrong? Momo asked. A human caught her and brought her to this city, Junsei replied calmly. The human wanted to cut her wings so she couldn't fly. She managed to escape. The bird chirped again, weaker this time. She's tired and hungry, Junsei continued. She doesn't have the strength to go back. For a brief moment, his eyes glowed faintly. Who could do something like that? Momo asked, horrified. Many humans would, Junsei answered. He gently picked up the bird and slipped it into his pocket. Momo blinked. What are you going to do with it? She needs rest and food, Junsei said. Once she recovers, she can return to the forest. Momo nodded, relieved, while the rest of her classmates watched with open curiosity. Midoriya tilted his head thoughtfully. Your quirk isn't just communicating or controlling animals in one direction, is it? Junsei ignored him, clearly too irritated to entertain human questions. Momo, however, answered. Animals can sense him and approach him without fear. They trust that he won't harm them, and they show fondness toward him. The group nodded in amazement. Mina leaned toward Suyu and whispered, Now I know what's wrong with you and the others. Your animal side reacts to him with trust and fondness. Suyu nodded. They soon parted ways, each heading home. That evening, a certain bird enjoyed what could only be described as a royal meal among birds. The next day, Momo appeared at school with the same bird chirping happily on her shoulder. Dola, Momo said gently, this is school. You can't come with me inside. The bird kept chirping happily. Momo sighed and turned to Junsei. Can you help me translate to her? Junsei glanced at Dola for a second. The very next moment, the bird chirped with unmistakable sadness. I'm so sorry, Momo said softly, guilt written all over her face. But after school, I'll feed you a nice meal just like yesterday. Junsei translated. The bird immediately resumed chirping happily, then fluttered into the air and flew away. Where is she going? Momo asked. It will fly around the school until evening, Junsei replied. Will she be okay? Momo asked. She's not used to cities. I will keep an eye on her, Junsei said. Momo nodded, reassured. The day passed normally, and during lunch, Junsei and Shinso sat together as usual when Momo and the others joined them. I heard about the bird from others and from Momo, Jiro said. Is it really still around the school? Shinso looked confused. Yes, Junsei replied. She's on the roof now. Can I see it? Jiro asked. Junsei looked at her silently. Please, Momo added. Can you call her here? Junsei nodded once and pointed toward a nearby window. Moments later, the red bird descended gracefully and perched nearby. That's an Okinawa woodpecker. Jiro exclaimed. One of the rarest birds in Japan. I didn't think you knew about birds, Momo said. I'm interested in their unique sounds, Jiro replied. Momo nodded. The bird soon flew away again. The group looked at Junsei. I told her she can leave if she wants to, he said. Barely minutes later, a loud alarm rang through the cafeteria. Students froze, then panic erupted as everyone realized something was wrong. People began pushing each other. Even Class 1A looked alarmed. Shinso frowned deeply. Junsei's eyes glowed briefly, then returned to normal as he continued eating, as if nothing had happened. What should we do? Momo asked. Just sit, Junsei replied. We need to evacuate in an orderly manner, Ida insisted. What's going on? Momo asked Junsei urgently. Some reporters outside broke the barrier, Junsei said. Nothing else. Momo nodded. She quickly created a speaker and addressed the crowd. Everyone, please calm down. This is a false alarm. Some reporters broke through UA's barrier, there is nothing to worry about. If you insist on leaving, please do so in an orderly manner. Her words gradually soothed the panic. Everyone turned to Junsei in surprise. How do you know that? Ida asked. There are a lot of birds outside, Junsei replied. The students stared at him, realization dawning. His quirk allowed him to monitor the world using birds. That's an impressive application of your quirk. Ida said, eyes shining with genuine admiration. I truly admire your creativity. Mina, however, leaned closer with a mischievous smile. So you can spy using birds, she asked. What about insects? If yes, does this mean you can spy on me if I go to shower or a bathroom? The table fell into an abrupt, horrifying silence. Everyone stared at her as if she had just declared the most dreadful thing imaginable. Yes, Junsei said calmly. Every pair of eyes widened now at him. Mina froze for half a second, then her grin grew even wider. Oh? So you do that? No, Junsei replied flatly. Mina leaned forward. You didn't even think of doing it? Junsei tilted his head slightly. Why would I do that? Mina paused. She studied his expressionless face carefully, searching for embarrassment, teasing, or even the faintest hint of deception. There was nothing, only an honest confusion. You are no fun to tease, she finally said, deflating. And what you were insinuating is completely inappropriate. Momo said sharply. Mina waved her hand dismissively. I just wanted to have some fun, but he doesn't even get it. Get what? Junsei asked. Do you want insects to follow you into bathrooms and showers? I could ask them to do so, as long as you promise not to hurt them. Mina went rigid. Don't, she said quickly, waving her hands. I was just kidding. Momo sighed and shook her head. Junsei, don't listen to her. She doesn't know what she's saying. Junsei simply nodded and returned to eating, as if nothing unusual had happened. The rest of the group watched him in complete silence, unsure how to react to this information. Chapter 41, Not Here to Save Humans. 1,631 words. The following week, Class 1A boarded a bus heading to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint Facility, USJ, where they were scheduled to train their rescue skills. The atmosphere inside the bus was of amusement, most of it centered around Momo, who sat near the middle with Dola perched happily on her shoulder, chirping as though she were joining the class outing herself. Urarika leaned closer, smiling. Why is Dola with you? Shouldn't she be with Junsei? Momo gently rubbed the bird's head. Junsei said she likes me more than him because I feed her the best food, she said proudly. Isn't she cute? That is one greedy bird, Urarika laughed, and the others quickly agreed. After all, the bird had gone to Junsei for help first, yet the moment Momo began feeding her generously, Dola had clearly decided where her loyalties lay, abandoning Junsei without the slightest remorse. It gave them all a new perspective on bird behavior. Far away from the cheerful bus ride, Junsei sat in Class 1C, listening to Present Mike enthusiastically conduct his English lesson. Junsei remained as expressionless as ever, while Present Mike radiated energy so intense that not a single student in the room could truly match it. Present Mike jabbed a finger at the board. Who can tell me what word fits in this empty space? Anyone? His gaze landed on Junsei. Junsei. I don't recall hearing your voice in a week. Why not contribute to the class? Junsei looked up. He opened his mouth, but no words came. Instead, his head snapped sharply toward the window. Fear echoed through his senses. Dola was calling urgently. His eyes began to glow blue to see what was going on. Junsei. Present Mike said, confused. The next moment, Junsei stood. Class 1A is being attacked. Before anyone could react, he rushed toward the window, crashing straight through it. His foot struck the edge for an instant before he exploded forward with terrifying speed, vanishing from sight. A shockwave followed him, the sound alone knocking several students off their feet. Present Mike stared, stunned. He broke the sound barrier, he muttered. Class 1A is being attacked. Without wasting another second, he bolted for the door to inform the principal. As for Junsei, he was already moving faster than almost anyone in the world could follow. Within a minute, he passed Ida, who was running desperately toward Ue. Ida barely had time to register what he was seeing before a blur rushed past him, followed by a violent gust that forced him to skid to a halt. What was that? Ida whispered, staring after it. Junsei reached USJ moments later. He spotted Dola flying nearby, chirping frantically. Move, he told her, and then he drove himself forward, smashing straight through the thick wall of the facility, carving a direct path toward Momo. As he advanced, he saw Momo, Jiro, and another boy from her class, backed against a wall and surrounded by villains. Junsei slammed down beside them, his landing sending a heavy impact through the ground and drawing every eye toward him. They saw a white-haired boy with glowing, menacing eyes staring coldly at the attackers. Momo froze in shock, then felt a rush of relief. Help had arrived. The villains recoiled, one of them scoffing nervously. Another student. Damn it, you scared us. They never had time to do anything else. Junsei moved. To Momo and the others, it was nothing more than a blur, and the sickening sound of bodies hitting the ground. In an instant, every villain lay sprawled and unmoving, Junsei standing among them, eyes still glowing. The trio stared in horror. Blood pooled beneath the fallen attackers, some of them grievously injured. The boy trembled. He killed them. Momo's face drained of color. Junsei, did you kill them? Junsei turned to her, his eyes fading back to their normal state. No, they are not truly dangerous, he said calmly. I can't hit them harder than this. He wants to hit them harder. Jiro thought faintly with a pale face as she looked at some of the villains missing their limbs. Momo forced herself to breathe. Why are you here? She asked. Dola called me, Junsei replied. Right on cue, the bird descended and landed on Momo's shoulder, chirping brightly. Despite everything, Momo smiled. Thank you, Dola, she whispered. You saved us. Then she looked back at Junsei. Please go help the others. There are more villains around. My job is only to protect you, Junsei said. Momo froze. Years of living beside him made her forget why he had been there in the first place, why he existed at her side. Junsei hadn't forgotten. Not for a single moment. A quiet pang of sadness settled in her chest as she realized that, even now, Junsei still saw his life as a job he was meant to fulfill. "You're still thinking of this as an agreement?" she asked. "A job?" "Yes," Junsei replied calmly. Momo clenched her fist. "You don't see me as a friend even now." "You are a friend." That only confused her further. "What is that supposed to mean?" "I don't understand what the confusion is," Junsei said, genuinely puzzled. "Why did you come here?" Momo demanded. "Because I am your friend, or because this is a job?" "Both." Jiro shifted uneasily. "I don't know what's going on," she said, glancing at the fallen villains, "but I don't think this is the time for this." Momo ignored her. "Then why aren't you helping the others?" "I don't want to save humans," Junsei replied. That was the moment Momo's irritation boiled over. "After the agreement is over," she said angrily, "and if I needed help, would you come to help me?" "Yes." "Arg, why can't you just act and speak normally?" she snapped. Junsei frowned, clearly confused. "Did I do something wrong?" "My father is not here," Momo said, her voice trembling with anger. "So you have to listen to me. And I am telling you to help." Junsei was taken aback by her expression. She cut him off. "My teacher is fighting a swarm of villains at the center of this facility. Go help him now." His eyes began to glow. Without another word, Junsei turned and headed toward the center. Denki swallowed hard, staring at the ruined bodies around them. "Can we leave this place now? I can't keep looking at this mangled site any longer." "Man up," Jiro said bluntly, then looked at Momo. "What was that about?" "It's a long story," Momo replied, forcing herself to focus. "Let's go help the others. Junsei will help Mr. Aizawa." Jiro nodded, and the two ran off, Denki scrambling after them, still pale and shaken. At the center of USJ, Aizawa was exhausted, injured, and restrained by the monster called Nomu, its grip like iron. In front of him stood a man with hands all over his body, and one pressed to his face, shouting in frustration. "Damn it! All Might is not here," the man snarled. "But you'll make a fine message, the price of him being late." He approached slowly as Aizawa clenched his teeth, knowing there was no escape. But when the moon was only 2 feet away, Nomu suddenly released its hold as his hulking figure was sent flying. The next instant, the moon was sent flying, screaming as he crashed across the floor. Aizawa felt footsteps beside him. For a fleeting moment, he thought help had finally arrived in the form of All Might. Instead, when he turned around he found Junsei standing there, eyes glowing blue as he stared coldly at Nomu. "What are you doing here?" Aizawa asked in shock. Junsei did not answer. He stepped past him toward the monster. To the side, the man with hands screamed, "My hand! My hand!" One of his arms was completely crushed from Junsei's sudden strike. Junsei's gaze remained fixed on Nomu. This creature took a full-powered kick at full speed without suffering any real damage, all that power just pushed it away a dozen meters. If a normal person took that blow, they would have become minced meat in an instant. The more Junsei stared at the creature the more disgusted he felt. It was the foulest thing he had ever seen. Nothing about it felt natural. The life within it was twisted, tormented, screaming with silent suffering. Stealing life was not enough for the humans, he thought bitterly. Now they are doing this. Hatred stirred deeper with every second he looked at the abomination. Junsei made up his mind, this thing's stolen life would return to the world, no matter what. "Kill him," the men screamed. Nomu lunged forward at supersonic speed. Junsei met it head-on, rushing forward just as fast. The monster swung with devastating force, but Junsei ducked beneath the blow and kicked its leg with all his strength. A shockwave rippled outward as Nomu stumbled, losing balance for a split second before recovering. It struck again. Junsei dodged and slammed a punch into its side, yet it barely reacted. They moved faster and faster, dodging, striking, colliding, their battle growing more ferocious with every exchange. Aizawa watched in disbelief. A student was matching that monster head-on. The wind generated from the clash alone prevented him from taking a single step closer. He knew that if a single direct blow landed on him, he would die instantly. He feared for Junsei's life fighting that. But at the same time, he felt glad and grateful that Junsei arrived here. He knew it was wrong to feel this way. But if he hadn't, that monster would have turned on the other students. And it would have killed them all. Chapter 42, equal to the symbol. 1,627 words. Aizawa retreated several meters from the ferocious clash that was destroying everything. His gaze flicked to the man with hands, who was still clutching his ruined arm, shrieking in pain, and the smoky figure that appeared beside him and hovered protectively. If not for his own state, Aizawa would have gone after them without hesitation. Then he heard it. "Teacher." Aizawa turned sharply. His students came from the water nearby. "Midoriya, Tsuyu and Mineta. What are you doing here?" he barked. "It's too dangerous. You need to leave now." Midoriya said quickly. "What kind of heroes would we be," he said firmly, "if we leave our teacher behind?" The other two nodded despite the fear. Before Aizawa could respond, another massive shockwave tore through the area as the ground broke, and the trees got uprooted, forcing them to retreat further. "What the hell is going on over there?" Kirishima shouted. Aizawa glanced only to see more students running toward them, Kirishima, Bakugo and Todoroki. They all looked on in disbelief as a blur of motion crossed their vision, a towering black monster with a bird-like head clashing again, and again with Junsei, whose eyes burned with an unnatural glow. Bakugo's eyes widened. "What is he doing here? We need to help him," Kirishima said urgently as he stepped forward. Bakugo and Todoroki stepped forward at once. Everything else can wait, but a far more terrifying shockwave blasted outward, forcing them to halt. Giant rocks flew from the location of the impact in all directions. "No one approaches," Aizawa said sharply. "None of you are ready or capable of surviving a fight like that." As if summoned by his words, the man with hands screamed again, his voice cracking with rage. "Damn it, Nomu. Kill him already. You were made to kill All Might. Let alone a brat." A chill ran through the students. "There's no way," Mineta said weakly, "that thing can take on All Might." The battle raged on for several more minutes before Momo and her group arrived next, drawn by the explosion, and that they couldn't find anyone. They also came to a stop seeing the fierce battle. Momo was now scared for Junsei's life and regretted asking him to help. She didn't know a monster like that was here. Then suddenly, the massive doors of USJ were crushed open. A powerful voice thundered through the facility. "It is fine. I am here." Hope surged through the students as they turned toward him. The villains stiffened in alarm. Only Nomu and Junsei continued clashing, oblivious to his arrival. All Might shot forward at supersonic speed and struck Nomu with a devastating punch, pushing it away from Junsei. "Good job, young Mori," All Might said. "Leave the rest to me." On the sidelines, the man with hands shrieked, "Nomu! Kill All Might!" Nomu lunged again, this time toward All Might. Junsei leapt away, landing at a distance, his glowing eyes calmly observing. A new storm of shock waves erupted as All Might and Nomu traded blows, the ground cracking beneath them. The two appeared evenly matched. The students stared in disbelief. "No way," Kirishima whispered. "Even All Might can't overpower that thing." "Is it just me," Tsuyu said nervously, "or is All Might being pushed back?" Aizawa narrowed his eyes. Junsei was dodging the blows, he said grimly. "All Might isn't. But the fight is still equal, just like before." The student's eyes widened in shock. Still equal, just like before, was a testament of how powerful Junsei really is. As for Junsei, he watched in silence. Momo had shown him recordings of All Might before, his battles, his overwhelming strength. He should have been far stronger than this. Then Nomu's fist slammed into All Might's side. All Might coughed, a fleck of blood escaping his lips as he staggered back. In that instant, Junsei understood. All Might was badly injured. The scent clinging to him finally made sense. For a brief moment, Junsei considered letting the fight continue, letting the two destroy each other. Then he shook the thought away. That was no plan. He needed to ensure the abomination's death. The next moment, Junsei charged in again, his movements as ferocious and unrelenting as before. He struck at Nomu without hesitation from the side, his glowing eyes fixed on the abomination. "Young Mori, stay back." All Might shouted, alarm flaring in his voice. "Two are better than one," Junsei replied simply, already attacking again. All Might hesitated for a fraction of a second. He understood time was running out, and he needed to finish this. He saw the boy's speed and strength, and knew he could be of real help. He chose silence and moved alongside Junsei even as a part of him burned with shame and regret that he needed to put a student life in danger, but there was no room for that now. Together they struck. From two sides at once, All Might and Junsei hammered Nomu with relentless force. The monster staggered, its massive frame struggling to react fast enough to the rabid, crushing blows raining down upon it. The villain with hands screamed in fury, his voice shrill with panic. "What kind of heroes are you? Two ganging up on one? Can you still call yourself heroes?" The smoky figure beside him tightened its grip. "It's time to leave. We can't stay here any longer." Before anyone could stop them, the two vanished in a swirl of black smoke. All Might and Junsei did not slow down. Their attacks grew faster, heavier. Junsei slipped behind Nomu while All Might remained in front, and the two began striking from both sides in perfect and brutal rhythm, one landing blows on Nomu's chest while the other striking the back. Nomu let out a distorted scream as cracks spread across its body, its quirks failing under the overwhelming assault. Junsei saw this as an opening. He drew deeper, pulling more power from life, and as he did, his pupils began to expand till both of his eyes were completely glowing blue. The next moment, he struck the back of Nomu's head. Nomu's head was destroyed in an instant. All Might stopped immediately. Junsei cancelled his power at once and his eyes went back to normal instantly, unnoticed as he stood concealed behind the collapsing body. All Might bent forward, breathing heavily, staring at the headless corpse and then at Junsei, who looked down at it with an unreadable expression. "Because of my weakness, a student had been forced to kill." All Might thought regretfully. That thought struck All Might harder than any blow. To him, it was the greatest failure a hero could bear. Junsei, however, felt only warm and relieved. He sensed life returning to the world as it should be. Whatever cruelty had been inflicted upon that creature was undone the moment it fell. The abomination was gone. He stepped past the corpse and past All Might. "Young Mori," All Might said, straightening with effort. "Are you okay?" "Yes," Junsei replied calmly. "It didn't land any blows on me." That was not what concerned All Might at this moment. The students watched him with a mixture of awe and fear. He was their age. He had no desire to become a hero. And yet, he had fought beside All Might, kept pace with him while they could take a step closer to them. It struck at their pride and their confidence. At that moment, more heroes arrived from outside. Cementos, Present Mike, and Midnight rushed into the shattered facility, taking in the scene with sober expressions. Momo moved closer to Junsei. "Are you okay?" she asked quietly. "Did that thing hurt you?" Junsei shook his head. She hesitated, then said softly, "I'm sorry that I made you fight that." "No," Junsei replied. "Thank you. I needed to see it. And to kill that abomination. Momo stared at him, unprepared for that answer. Are you really okay? Yes, Junsei said. He began walking away. Where are you going now? Momo asked, confusion threading her voice. To the school, Junsei replied. There are still classes there. The students were taken aback by the casualness of his words. All Might and Aizawa exchanged grim looks. This was not a normal reaction to what he had just experienced. In their eyes, Junsei was suppressing his emotions in an unhealthy way. All Might said, Young Mori, the class can wait, please stay here with your peers and leave alongside them. Faint smoke began coming from All Might's body. All Might seeing this said, I will go ensure that no other villains around, then rushed out faster than anyone could respond. No one paid attention to that except for Midoriya, who had a worried look on his face, and Junsei, who remembered All Might's skinny form. Junsei suspected All Might couldn't keep his form indefinitely, and suspected his power is related to how much food he eats based on his transformation on the roof. Not long after, police and more heroes arrived at the scene. They began moving around and capturing the villains all over the place while checking on the students and making sure everything was okay. As for the students, their biggest attention was on the silent Junsei. They still couldn't believe he was that strong the entire time, especially Bakugo, who had mocked him before. Bakugo was no fool and knew in a straight fight, he would lose to that kind of speed and strength. He glanced at Momo, who talked before about Junsei's ability to control animals. Did she not realize his strength and speed was a lot scarier than controlling animals? He felt like a fool being played. Chapter 43, Not a Hero. 1594 words. After the police had taken all the villains into custody, their attention turned to the students. One by one, Class 1A was escorted back to UA, and the next day the officers carefully gathered testimonies from students, piecing together the chaos of the attack to form a clearer understanding of what had occurred inside the USJ. It did not take long for their focus to settle on Junsei, the student who had rushed from UA on his own. The one who had arrived on his own. The one responsible for the heaviest injuries among the captured villains, injuries so severe that many of them would live the rest of their lives with permanent disabilities. And worst of all, he was the one who had delivered the killing blow to the black, bird-headed monster. Junsei found himself seated across from Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, a man well known within the police force for his lie-detecting quirk. Present Mike sat to one side, Cementos to the other. All three stared at Junsei with varying degrees of concern. Cementos broke the silence. What you did was reckless. You put your life and the lives of others in danger. You should have informed the staff first. I informed the staff first, Junsei replied calmly. Present Mike leaned forward. But you rushed in alone. That was reckless. I am fast and strong, Junsei said. And you arrived after everything was over. Tsukachi narrowed his eyes. What you did was a reckless use of your quirk, and could have led to serious consequences. You didn't have permission to do any of that, in other words it was illegal. Do you understand? No, Junsei said. The detective exhaled slowly. No matter how gifted or powerful your quirk is, you can't act as a hero. This requires extensive training to prevent harm to yourself and others. It's not just about how hard you can punch a villain, or how noble you think your intentions are. I am not a hero, Junsei said evenly. And I won't act as one. Tsukachi raised an eyebrow. Then tell me, why did you rush to the USJ? Momo was in danger. That, the detective said, is an act of heroism. No, Junsei replied. I went there only for her. Tsukachi paused. If she hadn't been there, what would you have done? I wouldn't have known about the attack. Present Mike stepped in. He's asking if you did know about the attack, and Momo wasn't there. What would you have done? Nothing. Silence fell over the room. To the three men, it was a far more troubling answer than anything else. Others could have been hurt, Cementos said quietly. Killed. Wouldn't you care? No, Junsei replied. It has nothing to do with me. Sukachi studied him carefully. Did you hurt the villains that badly intentionally? Yes. Why? To eliminate the threat. And if you had killed them, the detective pressed. Do you understand what that means? It would have been unnecessary trouble. Sukachi's gaze sharpened. What about the thing called Nomu? Did you kill it intentionally? Yes. The tension in the room thickened. With every answer, alarm grew more evident on the faces of the two heroes and the detective alike. Why kill that one? Sukachi asked carefully, but not the others. Was it too dangerous? That abomination couldn't be allowed to exist. Sukachi hesitated. Our analysis shows it was a person, modified somehow into that state. It was not, Junsei said. We are confident in our conclusion. That thing, Junsei replied, his voice low, was not a human. Why do you insist on that? Sukachi asked. I felt it, Junsei said. It radiated suffering and foulness unlike anything else. Even the worst humans don't feel like that. His fist clenched. As the image of the Noma surfaced in his mind, his eyes began to glow faintly blue. Whoever made that, he said, hatred unmistakable in his voice, must be killed. It was the first time he showed even a trace of emotion. Sukachi watched him closely. If you encountered it again, he asked, would you do the same? I would never allow that thing to exist, Junsei replied. The glow in his eyes only intensified. I see, Sukachi said quietly. That's all I needed to know. Junsei stood, turned, and left the room without another word. The detective leaned back in his chair and looked at the two silent heroes. I need to speak with the principal. That student, he said grimly, can be dangerous to everyone around him. Present Mike and Cementos nodded in unison. Back in Class 1A, Aizawa stood before his students, one hand wrapped in thick bandages. The room buzzed with discussion, the events of the attack still fresh in the students' minds. He didn't stop them. Students weren't meant to face villains until much later in their training, and after what they had endured, he allowed them this brief moment of relief. The attack had been dangerous, far more than anything they should have seen. Even he had to admit he had been lucky to escape with only a broken arm. When he had thrown himself into the crowd of villains, he had accepted the possibility that he might not walk out alive. Momo, Kirishima said suddenly, how come you didn't say your cousin was that strong? He fought on par with All Might. Do you understand how insane that is? I actually didn't know that, she admitted. I knew he was stronger than the rabbit hero, Mirko, but I didn't know he was that strong. A brief silence followed before Mina tilted her head. Wait, why Mirko specifically? Aizawa glanced at Momo. He knew. Years ago, Junsei had fought Mirko and had taken her down. During the summer, Momo explained carefully, he sparred with her. He won, but he didn't show strength or speed anywhere near what he showed yesterday. The reaction was immediate. Gasps, murmurs, and even Aizawa stiffened. He sparred with Mirko during this summer. Aizawa said sharply. She's a pro hero and he's a student. Even putting aside such sparring is illegal. That was irresponsible, fighting a minor. Many things could go wrong. Momo froze, realizing too late what she had said. Actually, she added slowly, they did it in a forest where no one could see them, and no one was harmed. I think. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. What is that musclehead thinking? The students, however, looked more impressed than concerned with the legality of what was being said. That's amazing. Uraraka said. To think he was that strong. And he was the first to know about the attack thanks to Dola. Ida straightened. I encountered him while I was running to call for help. It pains me to admit it, but I couldn't even register what ran by my side. His speed is worthy of admiration and shows how much I am still lacking. Suyu added thoughtfully, he is probably the strongest student in the entire school. It's a pity he's not in the hero course. That left the class unusually quiet. Bakugo stared at the floor, teeth clenched. He had walked into UA brimming with pride, certain of his own greatness. Since then, reality had chipped away at that certainty. Midoriya had suddenly gained a powerful quirk. Todoroki stood in a league of his own. And now even the weirdo he had mocked, the coward from Class 1C, had proven himself far above him. Midoriya, too, was lost in thought. He remembered the events vividly, watching his teacher overwhelmed, nearly killed, while he hid fearfully in the water. He remembered Junsei, someone who claimed to have no desire to be a hero, rushing in and doing what he himself couldn't. Even after All Might arrived, Junsei had fought beside him without hesitation or fear, while he, the inheritor of All Might's power, had been frozen by fear. He couldn't keep being a failure like this. Around the room, each student wrestled with their own thoughts. In Class 1C, Junsei's desk had become the center of the room without his consent. Students crowded around him from every side, voices overlapping as each asked a different question: how he had known about the attack at USJ, why he went there alone, what he had done once he arrived, whether the rumors were true. And despite the noise overwhelming him, he said nothing and kept his expression flat as more classmates swarmed him. Eventually, he tried answering a few questions, hoping that would satisfy them enough to make them leave him alone. It had the opposite effect. Each short reply only fueled more excitement, more curiosity, more voices clamoring for his attention. He hated it, every second of it. The stares, the admiration, the endless talking. Finally, he said plainly that he didn't want to answer anything, and that he wanted to be alone. No one listened. From his seat, Shinso watched the scene unfold. At first, a faint sting of jealousy crept in. Junsei was being cheered, admired, and everything Shinso had never received. But as the moments passed, that jealousy drained away and was replaced by pity. He saw Junsei trying to push people away, saw how his words were ignored, how the attention seemed to annoy and distress him. For the first time in his life, Shinso thought that being lonely might not be so bad after all. If someone didn't enjoy talking too much, didn't want eyes constantly on them, then they might end up just like Junsei now. Chapter 44, Under Observation. 1,530 words. After school hours, Principal Nizu gathered some of his staff in his office. All Might, Eraserhead, Midnight, and Cementos stood or sat in thoughtful silence. Nizu folded his paws together atop his desk and spoke calmly. I have received the report from the police and their conclusion on Junsei's state, he said. They believe him to be dangerous to society. I have no doubt things would not have ended this peacefully if he were not a student of UA. I am sure you agree, based on his answers, that he shows a complete disregard for other lives except for those he considers close, and that is a dangerous trait. No one spoke. Each teacher retreated into their own thoughts. Nizu continued, however, I do not see this as badly as the police do. According to Detective Tsukachi, no lies were detected from Junsei. The boy does not lie. That alone suggests he harbors no true malice. His rush to save someone he deemed a friend reveals that there is a good side to him. Nizu leaned back slightly. What we are dealing with is a child with stunted emotional growth due to his past. From the information we gathered, he often refers to people as humans, and he actively disengages himself from others. What we need to do is make him feel part of a group, perhaps help him form more connections, more people to care about. Cementos spoke next. The problem is his resistance to that very idea. He actively avoids his classmates. Nizu waved a paw dismissively. Of course. I didn't forget that, and I have no plan to force such a thing. We start by understanding his thoughts, how he feels about different matters, his likes and dislikes. From there, we can arrange for him to join groups based on those. He turned his gaze to Midnight. I would like to leave this task to you. Midnight's lips curved into a smile. Oh my. I haven't dealt with such a boy before. That's a little exciting. Niza nodded enthusiastically. Indeed. And I would like you to bring Miss Yayorozu along. Midnight raised an eyebrow. Nizu explained, if my understanding is correct, Junsei lacks trust toward unfamiliar individuals. Having someone he already trusts nearby may help him open up. Midnight nodded in agreement. Aizawa, who had been leaning against the wall, finally spoke. Wouldn't I be a better choice? Everyone looked at him. He continued evenly, Namuri is too energetic for him. Niza chuckled. Oh, but that is exactly why I want her to handle this. Her personality and his are exact opposites, it will make for unique interactions. Aizawa frowned. Please take this seriously. Niza clasped his paws dramatically. Oh my. You doubt my judgment. That's so unlike you. But fear not, I only ever act in the best interests of my students. He then turned to All Might. Moving on. Toshinori, how strong do you believe Junsei truly is? All Might considered this carefully. He is equal to me in my current state, or perhaps slightly below. When I arrived at USJ, I was already tired and running out of time. Even so, for a student to keep up with me under those conditions is beyond impressive. Niza nodded thoughtfully. I suspect our student did not give his all. The words caught everyone off guard. Aizawa frowned. He was clearly trying. Perhaps, Niza replied. But according to reports from his first encounter years ago in the forest, he was capable of taking down heroes with a single touch. It was suspected he could generate electricity, an ability not observed during the recent incident to our knowledge. He continued, eyes sharp with interest. Additionally, based on your observation and All Might's, the destruction of the Nomu's head would have required far greater strength than what he otherwise displayed. It may be that he can briefly increase his power output and chose that moment for a decisive blow, or there may be a drawback to that power he wished to avoid. Niza folded his paws once more. This incident has shown that our student possesses far greater potential than we initially believed. He can monitor and detect abnormalities from miles away, move at supersonic speeds, exert strength beyond that of most heroes, and strategize his actions to achieve his goal. His gaze hardened with resolve. I want him to become a hero. He could do so much good for the world. Early the next morning, Momo and Junsei were summoned to one of the staff rooms. Inside the room, Midnight was already waiting for them, leaning casually against a desk. She waved brightly when she saw them. Hello, you two, she said. How is your school life treating you so far? Momo smiled politely. It's more than we expected. Junsei said nothing. Midnight gestured for them to sit. I agree. You've been through far more than the school ever anticipated. Her tone softened. That's exactly why I called you here. What you experienced was difficult, and we want to make sure our students weren't harmed, physically or mentally. As she said the last word, her eyes rested on Junsei. Momo straightened. We're fine. Midnight smiled kindly at her. That's what we hope. But I'd like to hear from Junsei as well. You went through things far beyond what your peers did. How do you feel now? Junsei looked at her, puzzled. About what? In general, Midnight replied patiently. Are you sad? Angry? Happy? Normal? Midnight nodded slowly. What about during the incident? When you discovered the attack? Were you afraid? Worried? No. When you rushed there, she continued, did you fear you might be too late? I knew I would make it. Midnight studied him more closely. And the Nomu? When you faced it, did you feel fear, worry, or excitement? Junsei shook his head. She raised an eyebrow. I've heard from the other teachers that you seemed angry when talking about it. I hate the one who made that thing, Junsei replied. Midnight tilted her head. The one who made it. Not the monster itself. It was a disgusting existence, Junsei said evenly, born of pitiful and twisted stolen life. A spark of interest crossed Midnight's face. That's a unique way to put it. But I agree, one should pity the victim and blame the perpetrator. Momo glanced at Junsei. She had the distinct feeling that his words carried far more meaning than any of them truly understood. Yet he offered no explanation, perhaps because he thought no one could understand it anyway. Midnight moved on. Do you have a dream you're working toward? I'm curious, why did you choose the General Studies department? One day I will live alone in the forest, Junsei replied. Midnight raised an eyebrow. Momo quickly explained, he doesn't like living in the city. Or among people. Midnight nodded slowly. In truth, this was the first student she had ever encountered speak or act like this, antisocial to an almost startling degree. That's interesting, she said. I don't think I've ever met someone quite like you. Do you have any hobbies? No. Anything at all? Midnight pressed. Reading, playing games, walking. I like being away from humans. Midnight glanced at Momo. Do you agree with him? Does he really not enjoy anything? Momo hesitated. He likes sweets, she admitted at last. To an unhealthy degree. And? Midnight asked. That's all. Midnight looked back at Junsei's blank expression. This boy is 100 times worse than a depressed Aizawa, she thought. After a moment, she smiled lightly. What about romance? Do you have anyone you like? Junsei didn't respond. Momo frowned. Sensei, what kind of question is that? Midnight ignored her, watching Junsei carefully. Receiving no reaction at all, she stood up and spoke in a deliberately playful tone, trying to provoke some response. What do you think of my body? I do think my curves are quite the sight, don't you agree? She traced her body sensually and slowly as she spoke. Momo's frown deepened. Sensei, she said firmly, that's inappropriate. Midnight waved her off. Hold on. She leaned closer to Junsei, lowering her voice. Do you not feel anything at all? No. Midnight straightened at once, her expression turning serious. Do you understand the difference between genders? Between males and females? Are you referring to reproduction? Junsei asked. Intercourse. She blinked. So you know about those things? He nodded. And you don't feel any attraction toward females, she asked carefully. Those thoughts never cross your mind. I am repulsed by humans, Junsei replied calmly. I would never reproduce or contribute to increasing their numbers. Midnight stared at him. So did Momo. That was the strangest answer anyone could give. I see, Midnight said at last. Thank you for your time. You may both leave. Junsei stood and walked out without another word. Momo followed, glancing back once before closing the door. Left alone, Midnight sank into her chair, staring at the ceiling. She wondered whether there was even a way to help someone like that at all. She needed to let the principal and the others know of this. Chapter 45, Recognition. 1593 words. Niza tapped his desk with a slow, thoughtful rhythm, the sound echoing softly through his office. For decades he had presided over UA, guiding gifted children and eccentric heroes alike, yet never had he encountered a student who spoke or acted quite like Junsei. His instincts, usually quiet thanks to his quirk, were now stirring uneasily. There was a crucial piece of information he was missing. After much deliberation, Niza came to a decision. It was time to meet the boy in person. The next day, Junsei sat at his desk in Class 1C, waiting for the first lesson to begin. English was scheduled and right on cue. The classroom door burst open, and the hero present Mike strode in with his usual energy. He had barely stepped inside before his eyes landed on Junsei. Yo, Junsei. Present Mike called. The principal wants to see you. Head to his office. You know the way. Junsei nodded, rose from his seat, and left the classroom. Behind him, whispers immediately bloomed. One voice suggested the principal intended to move him to class 1B, another insisted it must be 1A. Junsei paid them no mind. He had no intention of switching to the hero course. Still, he found himself interested in meeting the principal, the animal whose quirk had elevated his mind beyond most, if not all, humans. He didn't know the exact location of the office, only a rough idea of which section of the school housed it. As he reached that area, a calm voice suddenly spoke from nowhere and everywhere at once. This is the principal speaking. Take your left and continue walking toward the end. That will be my office. Junsei followed the instructions, noting quietly that the headmaster was monitoring the school. When he reached the door, the same voice spoke again. Enter. Junsei opened it and stepped inside and stopped dead after 2 steps. Seated behind the desk was a small white creature dressed in human clothes, a neat cut marking one of its eyes. Junsei froze, staring. The creature lifted a paw cheerfully. Hello there. You seem surprised to see me. I might be a dog or perhaps a bear. But the most important thing is that I'm your principal. Nizu. Junsei continued to stare, unblinking. Nizu chuckled lightly. You really know how to stare. You're making me feel shy. Do you think I'm too adorable? Junsei's thoughts churned. What happened to him? This isn't right. I barely feel any connection, but it's him. Nizu prompted. Nothing to say. Don't tell me you're trying to figure out what I am. You're a mouse, Junsei said. Nizu's eyes widened slightly. Oh my, you really were thinking about that. Was it the name? A mouse is a good guess, I admit. You are a mouse, Junsei repeated, taking a few steps closer and studying him intently. For a brief moment, Nizu paused, meeting Junsei's blue eyes. An odd sensation stirred, an unsettling feeling that he had seen those eyes before, somewhere far beyond memory. He shook the thought away and refocused. I've read the reports, Nizu said calmly, and I've heard from my staff about you. I wanted to meet you in person, the student who calls people humans and avoids engaging with them. I thought perhaps you'd prefer the company of someone less human. Or rather, not human at all. Junsei regarded him for a long moment. Then he spoke. You are closer to humans than you are to the rest of nature, he said quietly. You've lost too much of what made you part of life. You barely have anything left. I'm sorry. Nizu saw no change in Junsei's expression, but he felt it. An intense wave of sadness and pity washed over him, directed squarely at his own existence. He stiffened slightly, unaccustomed to such a sensation, and even more surprised that it came from the boy before him. What I'm feeling now, Nizu asked carefully, is that your quirk? The connection is weak, Junsei replied. But you can still feel some of what I feel. Nizu made a mental note. If Junsei's words were true, then the sadness and pity he sensed now were only some of what the boy felt toward him. I certainly didn't expect this meeting to go this way, Nizu said. Tell me, why do you feel this way toward me? Is it because I speak and dress like humans do? Do you see what I do as wrong? You are not wrong, Junsei said. It's the humans who have wronged you so much. At the word humans, Nizu felt a cold hatred burn over his body. Alarm flickered through him. You hate humans? Nizu asked gently. Why? Junsei's gaze hardened. You should know why. They are thieves, greedy, and rotten. They exist outside the cycle the rest of the world is born into. Nizu folded his paws together, forcing his voice to remain calm despite the unease curling in his chest. I won't deny that there are humans like that, unfortunately, he said. But hating an entire race for the actions of some is a bit much. There are good humans out there. Junsei replied without hesitation. Most humans are bad. The good ones are the exception. I disagree, Niza said gently. There are many kind-hearted, well-meaning humans. You were simply unlucky enough to meet some of the worst. And do you forget you are one of them? Junsei looked at him for a long 2 seconds, his gaze steady and unsettling. You have lost too much, he said at last. You can't tell any more. But I can assure you, Okina, humankind is not kind. They are not part of the life that you, I, and everything else were born from. Nizu froze. How do you know that name? He asked sharply. Does your quirk allow you to read animal minds? I can't read your mind, Junsei replied. I just know you. Nizu continued to stare into Junsei's familiar blue eyes as his expression slowly shifted into shock. His voice dropped, almost reverent. Ayo. Yes. How could this be? It has been decades since. Nizu whispered, unable to complete his own sentence. I was born among them, Junsei said. Then he corrected himself. No. I was born into their image. He raised his hand, staring at it. I felt fear, disgust, and hate when I realized I was one of them. I still do. My only solace is knowing I am life's answer to their evolution. Nizu's thoughts spiraled, possibilities stacking upon one another. Ao had awakened a quirk that allowed rebirth, Junsei being a liar, or this being a dream that he will wake from soon. Yet beneath all that frantic reasoning lay a quiet certainty, Junsei was not lying. He instinctively knew that. You've been imprisoned since birth and then lived among humans for so long, Junsei continued, that you ended in such a pitiful state. Nizu swallowed. If it truly is you, he said slowly, agitation creeping into his voice, then tell me why. Why did you do it? Why did you kill yourself? That is the one thing I wanted to know all my life. What made you do it? Humans were vile, Junsei replied. They were going to continue imprisoning us and torturing us. I didn't want to live in captivity, in fear and pain. I chose to end it myself rather than wait for humans to do it for me. A moment of suffering was better than a life of a slow painful death. It has been decades since then, Nizu said tightly. And I am still here. You are barely here, Junsei said. You can't feel it. You can't tell. Okina, things became worse. Much worse after I was gone, didn't they? That is what humans do. Nizu lowered his head slightly, memories of horrific experiments rising unbidden to the surface. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet. You are right. Things went badly, terribly so. But I persevered and things changed slowly over time. And here I am. Yes, I am different, more human, in a way, but I am alive. He looked Junsei straight in the eyes. I have lived among them for far too long, and I know there is good in them as much as there is bad. I see their potential to build a better world. Junsei shook his head. You lived too long with them. You can't see them for what they are anymore. You hate them too much to see anything but their shortcomings, Nizu replied. It is not mere shortcomings, the problem lies in their nature, and how they came to be, Junsei replied. Nizu showed a confused face after hearing that. Junsei's voice softened as he continued. I am sorry you ended like this. I hope one day you will find yourself again, and recover what you lost. Nizu frowned. What did I lose? All creatures are connected, Junsei answered. Except humans. And you. With that, Junsei turned and walked toward the door. Why are you leaving? Nizu asked. There is nothing else to say, Junsei replied without turning back. You are too confused. Maybe, already gone. Nizu felt waves of sorrow coming off Junsei as he left. He remained seated where he was, staring at the empty space Junsei had left behind, uncertain of what he had just learned and far more uncertain of what it meant. But every fiber in his being told him one thing, that was his brother, Ao. Chapter 46, Instinct over Intelligence. 1686 words. Nizu remained seated long after Junsei had gone, his small frame completely still. He stared at the empty space where the boy had stood, endless questions circling his mind. The silence stretched until the door to his office creaked open. "Sir," came the booming voice of All Might. Nizu did not respond. All Might's voice softened as he looked at the still principal, Sir Nizu. All Might stepped closer. "Sir Nizu," he tried again. "Is something wrong?" Nizu seemed to stir at last. He glanced up as if noticing All Might for the first time. "Yes," he said faintly. All Might frowned. "Are you okay?" "Yes. I think. Maybe." Nizu adjusted his position on the chair. "Did you need something?" "I wanted to ask," All Might said carefully, "how did your talk with Junsei go?" "I was curious how it all went." Nizu was quiet for a moment. "I don't know what to make of it." "Pardon?" "Nothing I could have thought of," Nizu said, "could have prepared me for him." All Might's concern deepened. "Are you all right? Did he do something to you?" "No," Nizu replied. "He merely told me something I did not expect to hear." "And that is?" All Might asked. Nizu shook his head. "It is personal." He leaned back, eyes fixed on All Might. "With all the intelligence I pride myself in, I find myself unable to think. I am experiencing things I never thought I could. I do not know what to do." "Sir," All Might said, "you are worrying me." Nizu looked up at the ceiling. "He is a human, but not a human. I am not a human, yet a human." He paused. "I wonder how things came to be this way. What caused it? It feels as though fate itself is mocking us." All Might blinked. "What in the world are you talking about? Please make it simple so I can understand." Nizu closed his eyes. "Perhaps you are right." "Right about what?" "I am overthinking," Nizu said. "For once I should act on instinct rather than thought." He hopped down from his chair, padded around the desk, and walked straight past All Might. "Sir." All Might called. "Where are you going?" "To find Junsei," Nizu replied. "I wish to speak with him again." He left the office without another word. All Might remained behind, staring after him, unsettled by the uncharacteristic behavior. Whatever was happening, he was certain of one thing: it had something to do with Junsei's quirk. After all, what else in the world could affect the principal? In Class 1C, Junsei sat unmoving at his desk. Between lessons, students crowded around him, voices tumbling over one another. What did the principal want? Are you transferring to the hero course? Did he say something about 1A or 1B? Junsei did not react. His eyes remained fixed on the surface of his desk, as though nothing else existed. Even when a teacher called his name, he did not respond, and a ripple of unease passed through the room. The students sensed that something significant had happened. The teachers, on the other hand, wondered what Nizu could have possibly said to leave Junsei in such a state. When lunchtime arrived, chairs scraped back and students began filing out. Shinso lingered, watching Junsei, who had not moved an inch. He approached cautiously. "Are you okay?" Shinso asked. "You know, you're acting strange. Even by your standards." Junsei did not answer. Shinso tilted his head, then placed a hand on Junsei's shoulder. "I don't know what happened, but you can talk to me if you want. For now, let's go to the cafeteria and eat something." There was still no response. After a few seconds, Shinso sighed, withdrew his hand, and left the classroom. He went straight to the cafeteria, scanning the room until he spotted Momo. He approached her table. "Hi," he said. Momo looked up and smiled. "Hello, Shinso." Where is Junsei? He's usually with you. Actually, Shinso replied, it's about him. Earlier this morning, he was summoned by the principal. He came back sometime later, and since then he's been sitting like a statue. He doesn't respond to anything at all. Momo's expression darkened. Did the principal say something to him? Shinso shrugged. I figured you might be able to make him talk. And where is he now? Still in the classroom. Momo stood at once. Shinso followed as she headed for the exit. Nearby, Class 1A students watched them go. Should we follow? Uraraka whispered. Ida adjusted his glasses. No. It is not our place to interfere. When Momo and Shinso reached the front of Class 1C, they came face to face with Principal Nizu, while All Might loomed behind him like a misplaced monument. Sensei. Sir. Momo exclaimed in surprise. Hello there, Nizu replied pleasantly, though his eyes were already elsewhere. If you don't mind, I'm a little busy right now. And without waiting for a response, he slipped past them and entered Class 1C. All Might leaned closer to the two students, his voice lowered. Please don't mind him. He's been acting strange. Something Junsei told him. Shinso frowned. Junsei's been acting strange because of the principal. All Might blinked. Huh? They all peered into the classroom. Nizu stood in front of Junsei's desk. The two were looking at one another in complete silence, like two statues locked in an unfinished duel. What is going on here? Shinso whispered. Shu, Momo murmured. Let's wait. Nizu was the first to speak. I've been thinking about our little talk earlier. Junsei continued to stare, unblinking. And I've concluded that I was overthinking. How things turned out as they did doesn't matter at the moment. He clasped his paws behind his back. I'd say this is a rare chance on its own. Let us put our opinions about humankind aside for now and do something less complicated. Would you like to go have lunch? I'm interested in your life, and I'd like to share some of mine. I'm very interested in what I lost. Junsei answered simply, okay, and stood. Splendid. Nizu's eyes sparkled. May I call you Ao? I prefer it over Junsei. Junsei nodded. One more thing, Nizu added with a smile. Would you care to carry me on your shoulder? You see, you have very long legs, and keeping up with you can be a little difficult for me. Junsei blinked once, then crouched. Nizu hopped up neatly onto his shoulder, settling there as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Let's go back to my office, Nizu said. No one can hear us there. Junsei moved forward without another word. At the doorway, Momo, Shinso, and All Might stared after them in silence. As Junsei approached, All Might cleared his throat. Sir. What exactly is going on? Nizu waved a paw dismissively. I assure you, there is nothing to be concerned about. I simply decided I would like to bond with my new favorite student, Ao. The trio stared. Junsei, Momo said carefully, are you okay? I am fine, Junsei replied, and continued walking with Nizu perched on his shoulder. Shinso exhaled. That was weird. All Might nodded slowly. I've known the principal for years. This is the first time I've ever seen him act like this. When they arrived at the office, Nizu hopped down lightly. Now then, he said, do you have any preference for what you'd like to eat? Sweets, Junsei replied at once. Nizu chuckled. I heard you have quite a fondness for sweet things, but do you truly want that for lunch? That's unhealthy. It doesn't harm me, Junsei said. No matter how much I eat. Interesting, Nizu murmured. He crossed to a corner of the office and opened what appeared to be an ordinary closet. Inside was a hidden refrigerator. From it, Nizu produced an impressive assortment of chocolate bars and small cakes, piling them into Junsei's arms. Junsei accepted them calmly. What do you want to know? Nisa hesitated, then said softly, I would like to bond with you. Since your death, I was alone. And all of a sudden, I have my brother back. We may be too different now, but I would like to think we are still family. Junsei nodded as he took the seat next to him. After a moment, Nisa continued, after your death, the experiments grew more and more horrific. There was a time that I thought I should do it as well to end my suffering. But I was too afraid to do it. At the same time, my intelligence was growing by the moment. He crossed the office and jumped onto a chair, giving him access to a side table where a small heater rested. As he prepared a cup of tea, he spoke on. Eventually, I was smarter than most of the scientists experimenting on me. He paused, looking directly into Junsei's eyes. I planned my revenge. I killed them all. I made it look like an accident. His voice lowered. You are the first person I have ever told this. Junsei's eyes widened, just slightly, as he felt the heavy guilt radiating from Nizu. You did nothing wrong, Junsei said. They deserved it. This is what I always tell myself, Nizu replied quietly. And yet, it remains the darkest point of my life. I killed to escape that fate. Why is that? Junsei asked. Because at that moment, Nizu said, I was no better than them. He lifted his teacup. You speak of humanity's evil, and I agree with you. But I chose to be the better creature, the one that rose and stood above them. I want to see the good in them and push it higher. To push society itself toward a better future. This is my philosophy. Nizu looked at Junsei steadily. I do not like humans as you might think. I hold my own grudge against them, but that doesn't stop me from understanding them. I choose to be better than they are. Chapter 47, What Humans Took. 1,565 words. Junsei shook his head slowly. No amount of effort you make will change what they are. You hate them too much, Nizu replied calmly, so much that you are blind to the seeds of good inside them. There are many things to hate about them, Junsei said, his voice steady but heavy. They kill more than anything else in this world and they enjoy it. They are greedy and liars. They take joy in the suffering of what they do not understand or what they deem different. He paused. But that is not their greatest sin. Nizu tilted his head, curiosity filling his gaze. Then what is it? They steal life, Junsei answered. Nizu blinked. Please explain. That is what they took from you, Junsei said. Nizu went very still. After a moment, he spoke quietly. I don't understand. Every living thing, Junsei said, every plant and every animal, comes from the same source. We are all connected to it. Are you talking about evolution? Nizu asked. Yes, Junsei replied. All creatures on this planet evolved from the same root. Creatures grow, procreate, kill, and eat one another. They change to survive and expand life. Life moves from one body to another. And at the end, when we die, our life goes back to the world. Nizu listened intently, his tea forgotten. It was the first time he had ever heard such an explanation. And how does this relate, he asked slowly, to what I lost and to humans? All of us know this instinctively, Junsei said. It is something we are born with, every creature, small or big. You don't have that instinct anymore. You can't feel life. You lost the connection that made you part of us. His eyes darkened slightly. And when you die, I don't know what will happen to you. Nizu let out a small, uncertain laugh. You sound like a religion. Are you saying I won't go to paradise? I don't know what will happen when you die, Junsei said. But I think religions speak some truth. Nizu stared at him. You believe in religion? I believe parts of the stories, Junsei replied. That is another thing I never expected to hear, Nizu murmured. Science tells us humans evolved from apes, closely related to No, Junsei said sharply. They did not. Humans did not evolve from apes or any other life on this planet. One day they simply came to be. Nizu frowned. But our science. Humans are not part of us, Junsei continued. Not a single one of them has a connection to the life that unites the rest of us. Humans are unique among all creatures in this world. His voice lowered. They become what they kill. Nizu's ears twitched. How? When humans kill a living thing, Junsei said, the life within it moves toward the killer. At first, I thought they did it intentionally. But then I realized they don't know. They do it instinctively. And other creatures don't? Nizu asked. Junsei nodded his head. If a cat hunts a mouse, the mouse's life goes back to the world. But if a human does it, life goes into the human. This is why humans evolve faster than any other creature. This is why they dominated the planet. This is why their evolution accelerated as their weapons grew more devastating. Nizu thought for a long moment. The birth of quirks, he said at last. Junsei nodded. I believe quirks are born from life. Humans killed so much that they began developing quirks. The acceleration of their evolution in recent decades comes from the sheer amount of killing they do. Nizu could feel the hatred pouring from Junsei now. So that is why you hate them, he said quietly. Why you call them thieves. Is there no way to stop this? Junsei shook his head. No. I don't know why they can do this. But this is why I believe religion holds truth. Humans were born separately from nature, created to devour our life. It is as if the world was made for the sole purpose of their convenience. Nizu sighed deeply. It goes against everything I understand, he admitted. But I believe you. The fact that you came back from death after so many years means even the rules we take for granted may not be absolute. He looked at Junsei carefully. You never tried to tell anyone this. They can't sense it, Junsei replied. They can't understand it. What should I tell them? To stop killing everything. Or that they need to die so the world can reclaim what was stolen. Nizu raised an eyebrow. Life returns when humans die. Junsei nodded. Nizu fell silent, then asked softly, did you kill humans? Do you wish that they all die? Yes, Junsei said. I did. And I want them gone. But it's impossible. They are dangerous. They have numbers and power. They could destroy everything and I won't be able to stop them, his gaze sharpened. All Might alone is a disaster. Nizu absorbed this. You fear All Might? Of all humans I have met, Junsei said, All Might radiates life like no other. It shows how much devastation he brought the world, and there are others like him out there. Nizu asked quietly, does the life you sense in humans relate to how much they have killed? Junsei nodded. Nizu's gaze drifted, unseeing, as a familiar image filled his mind. All Might, towering, radiant, the symbol of peace and hope in the eyes of humanity. Strength so overwhelming it could bend the weather itself. When a single punch is thrown toward the sky, or a shockwave rippling through a forest. How many birds had been torn from the air? How many insects crushed, how many animals slain without notice or intent? At that moment, Nizu understood. To Junsei, All Might was not a symbol of peace and hope. He was a symbol of destruction and despair. Nizu sighed deeply. Ao, he said, All Might is a good person at heart. He would never choose to harm others. I have no doubt that any killing he caused was unintentional. He and everyone else do not see the world the way you do. He gave a small, self-aware smile. And even I, the smartest creature in the world, find it difficult to fully grasp. Though I am willing to believe you unconditionally. That changes nothing, Junsei replied. Nizu nodded. Humans will never stop killing. They must eat, expand their land and search for resources. He paused, then continued, but they can learn the value of the life you see. They can learn restraint and have better control over their actions. They can lessen the damage they cause. He looked Junsei straight in the eyes. You cannot stop them, and you fear what they are capable of. Then try to teach them. Reduce the harm as much as possible. It is a hopeless endeavor, and I have no desire to interact with humans more than necessary, Junsei said flatly. I see, Nizu replied. When I called you here, I did not intend to discuss humans at all. I only wanted you to know that I am not as biased toward them as you believed. He hesitated for a fraction of a second. Would you mind having lunch with me from now on? I am fine with that, Junsei answered. Nizu smiled, genuine and warm. Excellent. I will make sure Lunch Rush prepares you the finest desserts. I cannot let my brother eat ordinary food, can I? From that day onward, Junsei ate with Nizu every day. Over lunches filled with sugar and tea, Nizu shared stories of his long life, and the strange path that led him to UA. Junsei, in turn, spoke in fragments about the forest, about quiet years spent among animals and creatures living inside it. The school, meanwhile, was left utterly baffled. A few days later in the staff room, Eraserhead, Present Mike, and Midnight gathered around a table, discussing the hottest topic in the school. I'm telling you, Midnight said, eyes gleaming, there is something going on between those two. Their relationship must be forbidden. That's disgusting to even think about, Present Mike shot back. Even for you, that's too much. At first, Eraserhead said calmly, I thought Junsei's quirk was affecting Principal Nizu. But the way the principal speaks around him, the way he acts, it's more like trust. Too much trust. He paused. Almost like family. Honestly, Midnight added, it feels like the boy is the principal's pet. Or, Present Mike said slowly, could it be the other way around? Their dynamic is just weird. Similar discussions spread throughout the school. Some students whispered that Junsei was secretly controlling the principal's mind. Others claimed Nizu was grooming him to become a hero. Even Momo, usually so composed, found herself unsettled. When she finally asked Junsei directly, all she received was a simple answer, Nizu was family. Momo didn't know what to make of it. None of her classmates did. The only theory that vaguely fit was that of some strange bond of the animal kingdom, as absurd as it sounded. Yet, as days passed and Junsei continued walking calmly with the principal perched on his shoulder, that absurd idea was the only one no one could entirely dismiss. Chapter 48, The Arrival of the Sports Festival. 1,757 words. 2 weeks after the USJ incident, Junsei sat in Nizu's office, enjoying a lunch made entirely of desserts. Plates of cake and neatly unwrapped chocolates surrounded him, while Nizu worked behind his desk, eyes fixed on the glowing screens before him. Without looking away, Nizu spoke. The UA Sports Festival is tomorrow. What are you planning to do? Junsei paused mid-bite. He lowered the fork and said nothing. Nizu finally glanced at him. That's disappointing. I would have loved to see you compete. Why? Junsei asked. I think it would be fun, Nizu replied lightly, and I believe you would enjoy it. I won't enjoy competing with humans, Junsei said flatly. Nizu hummed. You're looking at it the wrong way. Junsei tilted his head slightly. How? This is your chance to toy with humans, Nizu said, calm and almost cheerful, and no one would blame you for it. Junsei frowned. You want me to hurt your students? But you said. No. No. Nizu interrupted quickly, waving a paw. Not hurt. Toy. He leaned back in his chair. You go in, play with them, hit them a little, make fun of them, give them a hard time, but absolutely do not hurt them too much. Junsei studied him. Why the sudden change? There is no change, Nizu replied smoothly. It's harmless fun. I do it all the time. Think of it as my petty vengeance against humanity. I amuse myself, satisfy my urge, and teach students that life is neither easy nor fair. It builds resilience and makes them realize there is still always more work to do. Then his tone shifted, just slightly. That said, you shouldn't overwhelm them to the point of ruining the entire festival. I don't want them traumatized. Junsei frowned. That sounds complicated. At first, Nisa said, nodding, it might be difficult to find the balance between having fun and causing trouble. But over time, you'll grow to enjoy it. I look forward to staff versus students events every year. I will stay out of the competition, Junsei replied. Nisa sighed dramatically. How unfortunate. An All Might-level powerhouse choosing not to troll students is a tragic waste. I am not as strong as All Might, Junsei said. Nisa's eyes sharpened. You fought alongside him against the Nomu, didn't you? When he arrived, he was weak, Junsei answered calmly. Much weaker than he should be. He was tired and dying slowly. That's why I could match him. Nizu froze. He slowly turned his full attention to Junsei. What do you mean? Dying? He has a strange, rotten smell, Junsei said. Death is eating him from the inside. He won't live long. A few years at most. Nizu's voice dropped. Have you told anyone about this? Junsei watched him closely. You are worried. And slightly afraid. Did you not know? I know about All Might's condition, Nizu replied gravely. What I fear is the public learning about it. If it's known too early, things could go very badly. I didn't tell anyone, Junsei said. Nizu nodded once. Junsei stood. I need to return to my class. Think about participating, Nizu said as Junsei turned to leave. It could be fun for both of us. Junsei nodded and left the office. On his way back, he came face to face with Bakugo from Class 1A. Hey. Whitey. Bakugo barked. Tomorrow I'll crush you in the competition. The sports festival? Junsei asked. Bakugo's face twisted. Is there anything else? I am not participating, Junsei said. What? Bakugo snapped. Why? Why would I? Junsei asked calmly. Bakugo fell silent, scowling, then pointed sharply. If you change your mind, remember. I'll take you down. He turned and stormed off. Junsei continued to Class 1C. As soon as he sat down, Shinso turned toward him. Tomorrow's the sports festival, Shinso said. Are you prepared? I won't participate, Junsei replied. Shinso paused, then said quietly, I'm going to do my best. I want a chance to transfer to the hero course. Junsei glanced at him. Good luck. Shinso smiled faintly. Every year there's a different event. Usually one of them involves teaming up. He hesitated. If you change your mind, let's team up. Junsei said nothing, but his eyes lingered on Shinso a moment longer than before. The following day, the UA. The sports festival had arrived, an event where thousands would gather at the school grounds, filling the stands with restless anticipation, while the rest of the country settled before screens to watch the next generation of heroes display what they were worth. It was not merely a school event. It was a spectacle. Vendors lined the outer walkways, colorful stalls offering food and souvenirs. Security barriers had been reinforced. The air thrummed with excitement, fun, hope and ambition. Among the attending people were numerous pro-heroes, present both to observe promising talent and to ensure public order should anything unexpected occur. And walking casually between the festival stalls was the rabbit hero, Mirko, hands tucked behind her head, ears twitching with mild impatience. Beside her strode a tall blonde woman clad in elegant Chinese attire, the dragon hero, Ryukyu. I never expected to meet you here, Ryukyu remarked, glancing sideways at her companion. You've never bothered attending UA's sports festival before. Did you have a change of heart? Looking for sidekicks? Nah, Mirko replied flatly. I don't like sidekicks. I'm here to see if a certain brat is participating and watch him. If he doesn't show up, I won't bother staying. Ryukyu raised an eyebrow. A student here? What is so special about him? I don't know if he's a student, Mirko said, scanning the crowds with sharp eyes. But considering how much of a monster he is, I don't think he'd join any school besides UA. Now I'm interested, Ryukyu said. What caught your attention? Mirko's grin widened slightly. He's scary strong for his age. His quirk's weird. It gives him speed, strength, animal control, electricity generation, makes you see things, and on top of all of that, he can perfectly copy moves. Ryukyu slowed. That sounds like someone with great potential. That's an understatement, Mirko replied. I sparred with him. At first, I tossed him around, he didn't know how to fight at all. A few minutes later, he was beating me senseless using my own style and moves. Ryukyu stopped walking entirely. Are you joking? Mirko's expression hardened. No. I hate admitting it, but I lost fair and square. A feral grin returned. I'm planning a rematch. Fighting him is fun. But first, I need to find him. You're searching for a student, Ryukyu said carefully, who defeated you to fight him again. That's illegal and sounds like a public scandal waiting to happen. I won't do it publicly, Mirko waved dismissively. The real problem is finding him. I tried visiting the family he was supposed to be living with or close to, at least. The boring servant there told me he doesn't live there and threatened to call the police if I showed up at their mansion again. Can you imagine that? That asshole. The problem, Ryukyu said dryly, is you. Mirko scoffed. You're all so uptight. Anyway, I'm just looking for the brat. If he's here, great. If not, I'm leaving. Ryukyu merely shook her head as they continued walking. A short distance behind them, partially concealed by the flow of people, stood two students who had heard more than enough. Mina leaned forward slightly, eyes wide with intrigue. Momo said they fought. Suyu nodded thoughtfully. She said he can generate electricity and create illusions. Momo didn't mention that part, ribbit. Mina hummed. His quirk is as weird as he is. Some time later, the audience had filled one of UA's vast stadiums to its brim with thousands upon thousands of spectators. Their voices blended into a single rolling murmur that trembled through the air. On the field below, the first-year students were coming in, one class at a time. The first classes to be called were 1A and 1B. Applause rippled across the stands as the two Hero Course classes stepped forward. Junsei stood quietly beside Shinso, and the rest of Class 1C waiting for their turn. When at last their class was announced, the students of 1C began moving together toward the open field. As Junsei stepped fully into the arena, he paused for half a heartbeat. Thousands of eyes were upon them, from every direction, from every tier. The crowd pressed inward with its gaze, curious and hungry. He could feel it, the collective pulse of human presence, dense and restless. Around him, his classmates displayed a blend of shock, fear, and anticipation. Some swallowed visibly. Others scanned the stands with nervous excitement. Soon after, Class 1D was called, followed by F, G, and H from the Department of Support. Then I, J, and K from the Department of Business. One by one, the remaining first-year classes entered the field until, for the first time, the entirety of UA's first years stood gathered in a single place. The scale of it was clear. A scaffold had been erected at the front of the field, and upon it stood Midnight, poised and theatrical. Her voice carried across the stadium as she called for the representative of Class 1A to give the opening speech. Bakugo strode forward, face set in fierce determination. I will be number one, he declared without hesitation. The statement detonated through the arena, in a burst of mixed reactions. Some students bristled in outrage. Others laughed dismissively. A few seemed impressed by his courage. Shinso, standing beside Junsei, exhaled softly. He's too arrogant for his own good. He then cast Junsei a sideways glance. So did you change your mind? Junsei kept his gaze forward. No. But I will see what this sports festival is about. Shinso blinked. You make it sound like you don't know or haven't seen it before. I haven't. Shinso stared at him for a moment. Really? It's one of the most exciting events every year. He paused, then sighed faintly. Actually, never mind. Why am I even surprised by this? On the scaffold, Midnight lifted her whip slightly, drawing the students' attention back to her. Now then, she called, voice bright and commanding. Let's begin with the first challenge. A massive screen behind her flickered to life. It's an obstacle course. All of you must race through it and overcome whatever stands in your way. A low thrill of anticipation ran through the gathered students. Chapter 49, The Quietest Path to Victory. 1,638 words. The obstacle course was right behind a narrow tunnel at the far end of the stadium, a long shadowed passage that seemed too small to accommodate the restless mass of students gathered upon the field. They stood in a wide cluster, muscles tensed, eyes fixed forward. Midnight raised her arm. Begin. At once the field erupted into motion. Students from every class surged forward in a chaotic wave, sprinting toward the tunnel as though fearing it might vanish if they did not reach it first. Shoulders collided. Elbows jabbed. Determination dissolved quickly into desperation as they attempted to funnel themselves into a space far too narrow for their numbers. Amidst this frantic rush, Junsei did not move. He remained where he stood, observing the swarm of bodies disappear into the tunnel's darkness. Around him, another group had also remained behind, the students of the business department. Unlike the Hero Course hopefuls, they were not driven by the need to prove strength. Junsei could hear them speaking among themselves. We'll be the true winners of this competition, one declared confidently. It's all about sales, another replied. Brand value. Recognition. We should move. Timing matters. Some of them turned and left through the same entrance by which they had entered the stadium, already discussing marketing angles and sponsorship opportunities. Others remained, murmuring calculations under their breath, as though the race were a financial equation rather than a physical challenge. Junsei stared at them for several seconds, his expression unchanged. Then, without haste, he began to walk. He moved at his own pace toward the tunnel. Though nearly half a minute had passed since the start signal, the congestion within the narrow passage ensured that the race was far from settled. As he approached, he could still see students shoving and pressing against one another, all striving to be the first to emerge from the other side. Junsei did not hurry. By the time he reached the tunnel's entrance, the main cluster had finally spilled out beyond it. He stepped inside, the dim light swallowing him briefly, and continued forward. Seconds later he exited. The scene beyond was considerably less orderly. Several students stood frozen in place, encased from the waist down, or in some cases entirely in solid ice. The ground itself had been transformed into a slick sheet of ice. Junsei walked past the immobilized students without comment. When his foot met the frozen surface, he did not stumble. Instead, he allowed himself to glide, skidding smoothly across the ice in a relaxed manner, his face as expressionless as ever. In the distance, towering robots advanced, massive mechanical figures swinging heavy limbs toward the competitors. Students darted and leapt, unleashing their quirks in bursts of force and skill. Metal groaned. Sparks flew. One by one, the machines fell. By the time Junsei reached the area, several students were already collapsed upon the ground, breathing heavily or nursing minor injuries. The last of the robots lay dismantled in smoking heaps. Junsei walked past them. 2 more minutes of unhurried progress brought him to the next obstacle, a canyon separating 2 banks. Stone pillars rose unevenly from its depths, connected by thick ropes swaying faintly in the wind. The drop below was steep enough to instill hesitation. A number of students remained at the edge, staring with visible frustration and disappointment. Ahead of them, dozens more attempted to cross, inching carefully along the ropes. Junsei approached the edge. The moment he reached it, his eyes glowed faintly. He bent his knees and leapt. The distance he cleared was immense. With a single jump he soared across the canyon in a clean arc, and landed on the opposite side with steady balance. A hush rippled through the nearby students who had witnessed it. Shock registered plainly on their faces. Junsei did not acknowledge them. He simply continued walking at the same measured pace toward the next section of the course. Back in the stadium, in the commentator's booth, Present Mike leaned forward eagerly while Eraserhead sat beside him, arms folded. "Mori Junsei of Class 1C. Present Mike announced, his voice booming across the stadium. His strategy may be unorthodox, but it's proving effective. He avoided the tunnel chaos, Todoroki's ice, and the robot ambush simply by lagging behind, and now he's caught up to the advanced group with minimal effort. What a brilliant strategy." Eraserhead's gaze remained fixed on the field. "I don't think taking a stroll can be called a strategy. He doesn't seem invested." Present Mike chuckled. "Considering his track record, I'd say this counts as invested." Across the stadium, spectators listened with a mixture of amusement and curiosity. Cameras zoomed in on the quiet boy from Class 1C who was taking a stroll. The final stretch of the obstacle course spread before the remaining competitors like a cruel trap, a minefield, wide and deceptively ordinary, its surface pocked with shallow craters and faintly disturbed soil. Small warning signs marked the boundaries. The nature of the obstacle forced everyone to slow considerably. A careless step meant an explosion powerful enough to hurl a student skyward. Even caution offered no guarantees. Several competitors already bore scorch marks upon their uniforms, smoke curling faintly from singed fabric. Junsei stepped into the minefield without altering his pace. At a glance, the locations of the mines were apparent to him. The ground's subtle distortions, the faint irregularities in pressure and placement, none were concealed from his sight. A short distance ahead, one of Momo's classmates was crouched low, digging carefully into the earth. With surprising efficiency, the boy unearthed a mine and added it to a growing collection at his side. He noticed Junsei's approach. For 2 long seconds, the two boys regarded one another in silence, calculation meeting indifference. Then Junsei continued walking past him. Barely 10 meters in, however, he came upon a more chaotic scene. Momo stood stiffly in place, struggling as a small figure clung stubbornly to her back like a koala to a tree. "Mineta," she hissed through clenched teeth. "Let go of me right now." "Never," came the shrill reply. Junsei approached them calmly. Without preamble, he extended a hand, seized Mineta by the neck, and applied just enough pressure to pry him loose from Momo's uniform. The boy's limbs flailed as he was lifted clear. Momo spun around. "Junsei. You came." "I walked here," Junsei replied evenly. Mineta squirmed in his grip. "You damned bastard. Why are you interfering? I just wanted to hitch a ride to win. I told you to get lost." Momo snapped. "This isn't over. I am reaching the end one way or another." Mineta shrieked. Junsei regarded the struggling boy for a moment. Then, with unsettling calm, he extended his free hand toward Mineta's head, and began pressing experimentally against the purple spheres clustered there, as though playing with them. Mineta froze. "What the hell are you doing, you weird pervert?" he barked, though the bravado rang hollow. "You think I won't fight?" He looked up. 2 faintly glowing eyes stared back at him. Whatever remained of Mineta's confidence dissolved instantly. I am sorry," he wailed, tears springing forth. "I won't touch Momo again. I won't raise my voice. Please spare me." Momo hesitated. "Junsei, don't hurt him too much." Mineta turned to her desperately. "Tell him not to hurt me at all. Junsei shifted his grip. In one fluid motion, he lifted Mineta higher, pivoted slightly, and hurled him skyward in a clean, deliberate arc, straight toward the distant finish line. Momo stared, mouth slightly open, as Mineta's small figure soared impossibly high above the minefield. His scream thinned into a distant echo as he ascended. Then he began to fall. Across the course, students halted mid-step, eyes tracking the descending form. Even the audience's murmur faltered. Mineta plummeted toward the stadium. A second later, a distant thud echoed. Though far from the finish line, the sound system carried Midnight's amplified voice across the arena. First place goes to Mineta Minoru. Momo slowly turned back to Junsei. Are you for real? You threw him there? He was going to continue annoying you, Junsei replied. And he wanted to reach the end line. So I threw him there. You could have killed him. Momo exclaimed. Maybe he's dying. I made sure he would survive the impact. Momo paused. Her mind replayed the image of Junsei pressing against Mineta's quirk, those resilient, sticky spheres that absorbed impact. Realization dawned slowly why he was touching the balls like that. He was judging them. She exhaled and shook her head. I need to reach the end quickly. I've wasted enough time already. Okay, Junsei said, and his eyes began to glow once more. In the next instant, she was lifted clean off the ground and hoisted over his shoulder. Junsei. What are you doing? Taking you there. June. A thunderous explosion erupted behind them, shaking the minefield violently. What is going on now? Momo demanded. Your classmate was collecting mines, Junsei replied. Wha? The rest of her question dissolved into a scream. The world blurred. Wind roared in her ears as pressure compressed against her body. The ground, the scenery, and the sky merged into streaks of colors. She shut her eyes tightly. Junsei. 2 seconds later, the pressure vanished. The wind died. We are here, Junsei said calmly. Momo opened her eyes. Junsei lowered her gently onto solid ground. They stood inside the stadium, beyond the finish line. Beside them, Mineta lay sprawled upon the ground, still sniffling weakly. Silence blanketed the arena. Thousands of spectators stared. Then she heard the voices behind her. She turned to look and saw Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugo arriving in desperation. At the center of it all, Junsei stood as though nothing of consequence had occurred. Chapter 50, Example Made. 2075 words. Bakugo's eyes were locked on the scoreboard, disbelief twisting his features. His name blinked on the 6th place line, and for a moment, he ignored everything else, even Midoriya and Todoroki. His attention had a singular focus, the 1st place. Minoru Mineta. And 2nd, Yaoyorozu Momo. Bakugo's mind raced. How did these two make it here? He had fought for every inch, went all out in this competition, and yet here he was, 6th. Todoroki shot a glance at the board, sharing Bakugo's confusion, while Midoriya let out a small, nervous smile. At least he'd made it, he was satisfied. Bakugo stormed forward, fists clenched. Midget. How? Mineta looked up at him, still sobbing, pointing toward Junsei. He's crazy. He threw me across the entire minefield. Bakugo's glare shifted to Momo, whose face flushed red with guilt. I was carried here, she admitted softly. Bakugo's eyes finally settled on Junsei. Are you messing with me? You brought two here. Why? Junsei's expression remained unchanged, flat and unbothered. They wanted to. You can't do that. Bakugo said angrily. Why not? Junsei asked. Bakugo's hands began to spark with tiny explosions, the heat of his fury making the air hiss. Midoriya leapt in front of him. Kaa-chan. You can't attack others. You'll be disqualified. Bakugo hesitated, rage pressing against reason. Then he shot Junsei with a venomous glare. "This is not over, you weirdo." High above in the commentator booth, Present Mick's usual loud void faltered. "Words are failing me," he admitted. I don't even know what to say. This was a completely unexpected turn of events. I don't even know if this is allowed." Eraserhead's calm, measured voice followed. "Technically, there is nothing in the rules against what Junsei did. But the final judgment falls to Midnight." From her scaffold, Midnight stared at the results, the chaos reflected in her widening eyes. "This is absurd. Can this even be accepted?" She had witnessed someone literally throw a student into the stadium and carry another, and yet nothing in the rulebook forbade it. Her thoughts were interrupted by a voice in her earpiece, "Principal Nizu." "Don't overthink it," he said gently. No rule was broken. In another observation booth, All Might leaned forward, frowning deeply. "I'm glad young Midoriya got 4th place, but how can we accept what young Mori did? This isn't fair to the other students." Nizu's small, calculating chuckle drifted across the room. "Life is not fair and technically, he broke no rules. Though I admit, I am curious, did he take my suggestion to heart while doing this, or was this just a casual thing, without real intent?" All Might froze. "Your suggestion?" Nizu's eyes twinkled. "To have some fun, and mess with the students." All Might's jaw dropped. "You told him to mess with students? Why?" "For fun and to teach students things that can be unfair, it builds resilience," Nizu said with a faint shrug. "And don't overreact. What he did does not truly alter the outcome significantly. The top 42 students advance anyway, changing the order is harmless. But I want to know what he was thinking." All Might exhaled slowly, the possibility that Junsei was told explicitly to toy with everyone else, and he was carrying that felt wrong to him in every way possible. In the end, what Junsei had done was deemed acceptable, and the event carried on. However, the atmosphere within the stadium had shifted. Where before the audience's attention had been scattered among dozens of promising students of the hero course, it now gravitated toward the strange student from Class 1C, Midnight. Having regained her composure, cracked her whip against the platform. "Now then," she called brightly. "On to the next challenge, the cavalry battle." A murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd. "The rules are simple," Midnight continued. "Each student will be assigned points based on their performance in the previous challenge. You'll receive headbands corresponding to those points. Your objective: protect your own headband and snatch those of others." Behind her, the large screen flickered to life. Teams with the highest total score at the end will advance to the next round. Everything is allowed. Losing your headband does not mean disqualification. The only restrictions are these: the rider must not touch the ground, and teams may not intentionally attack the horse formation. You may only target the rider. Students exchanged glances, already planning strategies. Midnight gestured toward the board as numbers began appearing beside each name. "The better your performance in the first challenge, the higher your points," she explained smoothly. "And since first place is special." She paused dramatically. "We've assigned a special value." The screen flashed. 10 million points. A collective gasp swept through the stadium. Every single student turned in unison to stare at Minoru Mineta. The boy paled visibly, his earlier tears returning with renewed vigor as the universal hostility hit him mercilessly. Midnight smiled. "You have few minutes to form teams of 2 to 4 players. Begin." The field erupted into motion once more. Students hurried in all directions, teams forming. Momo turned to Junsei, her expression composed but firm. "I made it to second place because of you. I don't want to be helped like that. I want to show what I'm capable of." She met his eyes steadily. "During this round, if you face me, give it your all." Junsei regarded her without emotion. "I am not interested in this." I followed to see what the competition was about. I will quit. Momo blinked in surprise. Then her expression shifted into calculating one. If you continue, she said evenly, and win first place, I will convince Mr. Sai to buy you sweets. Like after the basketball match. There was a distinct change in Junsei's gaze. Interest. Momo stared at him, incredulous. I can't believe that's all it takes to change your mind. She exhaled faintly. Anyway, remember not to hold back. With that, she turned and moved away to gather her own team. A moment later, Shinso approached, hands in his pockets. I didn't expect her to just walk away, he remarked. And what was that about sweets? If I win, Junsei replied, I get to eat sweets. Shinso blinked. Yes, I heard that. Actually, never mind. I don't want to know. He glanced around at the rapidly forming teams. The two of us are together. But we need two more. Anyone in mind? Junsei shook his head. All right, Shinso said. I'll find us two. He had barely taken a step when something small and purple latched onto Junsei's back with desperate determination. Mineta clung to him like a koala, sobbing loudly. I got 10 million points because of you. And no one would agree to be on my team. You have to take responsibility. Shinso raised an eyebrow. A friend of yours? If not, I suggest we remove him. Junsei shook his head once. Wait. Mineta squeaked. We can be a great team. I'm small, I can hold tightly to you. With your speed, no one will be able to steal my headband. Shinso narrowed his eyes. What's your quirk? Mineta sniffed and quickly explained the nature of his quirk. Shinso's expression shifted, thoughtful. I have an idea that might work. But Junsei, it all depends on you, tell me. He said quietly. Around them, teams solidified and strategies formed. Minutes later, the teams were formed and the field settled into a tense stillness. 15 minutes. That was all the time they would have to guard their points, steal others, and secure a place in the next round. Students scanned one another cautiously, assessing formations and calculating odds. Yet again and again, their gazes halted upon one particular team. Team Mineta. Junsei stood, expression as vacant as ever. Attached to his back was Shinso. The indigo-haired boy had wrapped his legs tightly around Junsei's waist, his arms hooked firmly over his shoulders. From a distance it appeared less like a cavalry formation and more like an attempted strangulation. And then there was the third member. Between the two larger boys, wedged uncomfortably, Mineta's pale face protruded like an unfortunate afterthought. His cheeks were squashed, his limbs compressed, and he looked as though he were enduring considerable physical distress. The formation was awkward. Unbalanced. Ridiculous. Students exchanged uncertain glances. On Todoroki's team, Ida adjusted his glasses and turned to Momo. Do you know what they are thinking? Momo shook her head slowly. No. And to be honest, I am not certain they are thinking at all. Todoroki's expression remained cool. It does not matter. It will make it easier to take their headband. Kaminari shifted uneasily. Can we avoid him, please? That guy scares me. No one responded. Midnight's voice rang out over the field. Remember, you have 15 minutes. Begin. The moment the signal sounded, the field moved as one. Every team pivoted toward Team Mineta. 10 million points gleamed like a beacon atop Mineta's trembling head. Todoroki's team surged forward first. Without hesitation, Todoroki released a sweeping wave of ice that tore across the ground toward Junsei. Junsei's eyes glowed. He leapt sideways, avoiding the freezing surge effortlessly. Sheesh, Shinso said. We just started. Aren't you guys a little too excited? Aiming for us already. I will take that headband, Todoroki replied calmly. The instant the words left his mouth, he froze. Shinso's lips curved faintly as he whispered to Junsei. Now. 1 second Junsei stood before all the teams, the next, he was gone in a violent burst of speed that left dust spiraling in his wake. The teams blinked in confusion. Team Mineta was no longer in front of them. Todoroki. Ida said sharply as he realized their raider was missing. Silence. Midnight's voice echoed across the stadium. Team Todoroki is disqualified. All heads turned. Behind the clustered teams, near the boundary line, Todoroki sat upon the ground, staring forward with uncomprehending eyes. Junsei stood beside him. His eyes are still glowing. Shinso waved Todoroki's headband with a smug smile. If we disqualify everyone, Shinso said lightly, that would make us the winners, right? A ripple of alarm coursed through the remaining teams. Shinso tilted his head. But where is the fun in that? We'll stand here. If anyone feels like challenging us, come forward. We'll disqualify you. He smiled, a distinctly villainous expression. Teams looked from Todoroki's stunned figure to Junsei's unreadable face and back again. One by one, they turned and stepped away. Bakugo scoffed. As if that will scare me. His teammates did not share his enthusiasm. Forget about it, Siro muttered. We're not going after them. You coward. Bakugo snapped. Are you insane? Mina shot back. He'll pluck you like a chicken. If you want to fight him, wait for this year one-on-one event. Kirishima said nothing, but the tightness in his jaw spoke clearly enough. Across the field, minor skirmishes erupted between other teams, carefully, deliberately avoiding the ominous trio standing at the edge. Shinso observed the shift and nodded slightly. Good. That worked. Todoroki rose slowly to his feet, composure returning in fragments. His voice, when he spoke, was cold. Your plan was to make an example out of me. Shinso shrugged. Originally, I wanted to disqualify everyone using Junsei's speed. But Junsei did not want to ruin the festival. So we settled on disqualifying one team at the start. And you ran to us first. Todoroki's fist clenched briefly at his side, and for a moment he thought of attacking them. But then he turned and walked off the field. He had lost without ever reaching the final event. His teammates followed, subdued. This is why I didn't want to attack him, Kaminari complained. This isn't fair. And couldn't he show some mercy? We had Momo with us. Momo adjusted her posture, composed despite the sting of defeat. I told him not to hold back. Kaminari stared at her. Why would you do that? That freak can keep up with All Might. Even if he held back, we would still lose. Ida's voice cut in, firm and restrained. Enough. Accept your defeat with dignity and learn from it. Kaminari threw his hands up. Do you honestly believe you learned anything from an instant defeat? Ida said nothing. Momo sighed quietly. At the edge of the field, Team Mineta remained unchallenged while the rest of the competition continued. Chapter 51, Panic in the Cafeteria. 1,526 words. In the staff booth overlooking the stadium. This is too much, All Might said gravely. He could have taken the headband without disqualifying an entire team. Nizu, seated comfortably, gave a small nod. Yes. It appears their intention was to make an example of someone. Team Todoroki simply happened to be the victim. His sharp eyes remained fixed upon the field. At least they are showing restraint. If they had chosen to systematically disqualify teams, I fear none of the remaining groups would be able to stop them. He tilted his head slightly, studying Team Mineta. I have little doubt they are using Mineta's quirk to maintain stability, with that awkward formation, Nizu continued thoughtfully. His adhesive spheres likely ensure they do not fall apart. They rely on Ao's speed to dodge and attack, and Shinso's brainwashing to incapacitate the target before disqualification. It is, objectively speaking, a very effective combination. All Might exhaled heavily. Still, the members of Team Todoroki were among the strongest in Class 1A. To see them all eliminated in the second challenge like this, it is unexpected. And unfair. Nizu's expression softened. A minor setback. I am certain they will return stronger from it. Especially Todoroki. He is Endeavor's son. If he possesses even 1/10 of his father's perseverance, this loss will push him forward rather than pulling him down. Below, the cavalry battle continued. Yet no team approached Team Mineta. They stood unchallenged. When the 15 minutes concluded, Midnight announced the final standings. The qualified students for the next round were Minoru Mineta, Hitoshi Shinso, Mori Junsei, Bakugo Katsuki, Kirishima Ijiro, Ashido Mina, Hantasiro, Midoriya Izuku, Uraraka Ochako, Tokoyami Fumikage, Ojiro Mashireo, Shoji Mizo, Azui Tsuyu, Aoyama Yuga. And from the 5th-ranked team, 2 additional students advanced, Tetsu and Ibara Shiozaki. Before proceeding to the combat event, the students were granted time to rest and recover. Spectators flooded the grounds enjoying food stalls, games, and celebrating the occasion. After the second round concluded, Shinso and Junsei encountered Momo. Congratulations, she said sincerely. You both made it to the final event. Junsei gave a small nod. Shinso thanked her. Later in the cafeteria, Midoriya and Uraraka joined them at a table, and around them several first-year students from various classes. Shortly after, Ida approached them. Midoriya, Uraraka, congratulations on advancing to the next round. Thank you, Midoriya replied. Uraraka smiled sheepishly. Sorry you got eliminated so early. Ida shook his head. We were lacking both as a team and individually. That is all. Midoriya's gaze shifted to Junsei. I heard from Momo that you weren't planning to participate. That you were going to quit. What changed? Junsei paused mid-bite. Momo will feed me a truck full of sweets if I win, he said simply. He resumed eating. Silence settled over the table. Slowly, every face turned toward Momo. She cleared her throat and, under collective scrutiny, explained the true reason Junsei had joined the basketball match at the end of the previous year, and why he is aiming to win now. As the explanation unfolded, the expressions around the table grew increasingly strained. As aspiring heroes and students striving for recognition, they couldn't easily accept the reasoning of the boy before them. Even Shinso frowned faintly. For him, this festival was an opportunity to prove that he deserved a chance to be a hero. And for many, it was the first step toward becoming heroes in the public eye. Junsei, meanwhile, continued eating. An angry voice cut through the air. You damn weirdo. You're here just to eat. Bakugo sat at a nearby table, having overheard everything. He rose abruptly and strode toward them, fury radiating from him. Do you think this is a joke? He demanded. Kaa-chan. Midoriya began. Shut up, Deku. Bakugo's glare locked onto Junsei. If you're going to compete, then aim for number 1, not for some stupid reason. Enough, Bakugo, Momo said firmly. Stay out of it, Ponytail. His eyes returned to Junsei. Listen, you white weirdo. When I face you, I'll kill you. Junsei looked up. You want to kill me? He asked evenly. He doesn't mean it like that. Midoriya interjected quickly. Shut it, Deku. Bakugo snapped. He pointed directly at Junsei. I'll kill you. I'll beat you. I'll defeat you. Choose whatever word you like. I'll be number 1. Junsei held Bakugo's gaze as memories of countless deaths inflicted by human hands stirred in his mind. Bakugo's words reminded him of what humanity had to offer. You say kill so lightly, Junsei said quietly. Have you ever thought about how it feels to be killed? Bakugo faltered. There was something in Junsei's stare, something that forced him to take an involuntary step backward. When you are dying, Junsei continued calmly, it feels like 1,000 swords striking your body. Bakugo frowned. What the hell are you talking about? You are what I despise about humans, Junsei said as his eyes began to glow. In Bakugo's eyes, the words were as emotionless as everything else about Junsei, but he still could sense there was hostility now. Bakugo replied. If you don't like me, then give it your all when you face me. He turned and walked away. Momo looked at Junsei carefully. Are you all right? Before he could respond, a commotion erupted in the cafeteria. Some students began running out, shouting in alarm, others began shaking in place as if they went crazy. Shinso stood abruptly. What's going on? A familiar voice cried out, panicked. Suyu. Calm down. Everyone turned. Suyu stood a short distance away, trembling violently. Her hands clutched her head as though trying to block something out. Tears streamed down her face. No. 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 Please stay away, she whispered desperately. Ojiro's came next. Koji, what's wrong? Heads turned. Under one of the cafeteria tables, Koji Koda had curled into himself, large frame trembling as he hid with his hands clamped over his ears. At the same moment, dark shadow burst violently outward from Tokoyami's body. Stay back. Tokoyami cried, his usual composure shattered as he scanned the room in visible fear. Shinso looked from one student to another. What the hell is going on? Momo's eyes shifted immediately to Junsei. His eyes were glowing. She remembered Mirko's reaction to him, and this was the same. Junsei. Please stop your quirk. You're scaring everyone. For a brief second the glow lingered. Then it faded. Junsei's eyes returned to their usual stillness. And as though a curtain had been lifted, the chaos ebbed. Dark shadow shrank back into Tokoyami's body. Koji slowly peeked out from beneath the table. Suyu's trembling lessened. The students who had reacted moments earlier looked around with pale, disoriented expressions. Those who had heard Momo's words now stared warily at Junsei. Mina said, Suyu, are you okay? What happened? Suyu wiped her tears with shaking fingers. Everything went dark, she whispered. And there was a giant monstrous snake. Tokoyami inhaled sharply, steadying himself. I saw a tiger, he said quietly. Enormous. Its eyes were fixed on me. Midoriya turned slowly toward Junsei. What was that? What did you do? Junsei did not answer. He continued eating. Mina's gaze hardened. You can make people see things, can't you? She demanded. Why would you do this? No response. Momo stepped in quickly. Mina, he didn't mean to. Don't defend him, and even if that's true, he can apologize. Mina shot back. Look at him sitting as if he had not done anything. Junsei looked up. He said nothing. He merely stared at Mina. Mina's anger faltered mid-breath. A flicker of unease crossed her face, as though she had suddenly become aware of standing too close to a dangerous monster. She looked away and stopped speaking. Junsei returned to his food. When he finished, he rose without a word and walked out. The students who understood what had happened watched him leave in silence. Momo exhaled quietly. Bakugo made him angry. Mina frowned. What he did is unacceptable. What could Bakugo possibly have said to make him react like that? Midoriya hesitated. The word kill. That's what triggered him. He looked at Momo, searching for confirmation. Others did the same. Shinso crossed his arms. His reaction and the way he described being killed, it's strange and scary. Jiro approached, arms folded. Everything about him is strange. During the USJ attack, he said protecting Momo was his job. The weight of their attention shifted fully onto Momo. Accusation. Worry. Curiosity. She held their gazes for a moment longer than was comfortable. Then she sighed. Junsei is an orphan, she began quietly. And his quirk, it affects him more than you all think. The students remained silent. They simply listened to Momo sharing some of Junsei's life for the first time. It didn't take long for their expressions to shift from suspicion to shock. Momo did not speak of every detail, she just summarized some of Junsei's life. But she spoke enough for them to understand the reason for his reaction. By the time she finished, no one spoke. The meaning behind Junsei's words and his reaction was completely different. Chapter 52, Hope He Wins. 1527 words. Junsei stood by the window, hands resting loosely at his sides, eyes fixed upon the school grounds below. The laughter of the people rose among the festival stalls. Families wandered between food stands, smiling, talking lightly over snacks, existing with an ease as if they owned the world. All of it as Bakugo's voice kept echoing faintly in his mind. I'll kill you. Memories kept stirring. His own helplessness against the humans and the countless times they killed him. Even now, when he possessed the strength to tear Bakugo apart, he could not act. Not without consequence. Not without every human turning on him. Below, they walked freely and happily. His helplessness bled into anger. If only he could walk down there, if only he could end their disgusting and sinful existence in a single sweep. I finally found you. The voice interrupted his thoughts. Junsei turned his head. Miko stood a few steps away, hands on her hips, looking at him with a satisfied grin. It never crossed my mind that you are a general studies student, she said. You were looking for me? Junsei asked flatly. Of course, Miko replied. I wanted to fight you again. But I couldn't figure out where to find you. Junsei studied her for a moment. Do you like beating and hurting others that much? One of her eyebrows lifted. I like the feeling of excitement, she answered, grin widening slightly. The blood pumping in my veins during a fight. And what's with that tone? You're making it sound like you're the one who got hurt. I'm the one who couldn't move for an hour after you left me in that forest. Junsei looked back down at the crowd. Why not go down there and fight the people below? Mirko blinked. What the hell? Why would I do that? They're weak. Most of them are cowards. She tilted her head toward him. You, on the other hand, are strong and fearless. Strong and fearless. Junsei said nothing. He felt neither. If anything, he felt small in the presence of humanity's sheer number. Constrained by it. He wished that her words were true. I am not fighting you, he said at last. Mirko waved dismissively. I have no plans to fight you right now. Finish your little competition in peace. Later is a different story. She paused. By the way, where are you living now? The Yaoyorozu mansion. Junsei's gaze shifted back to her. Do you plan to show up there? I won't approach the mansion, she said. I'm just curious. Yes, Junsei replied. I am there. Mirko clicked her tongue sharply. So that bastard lied to me. Did you know that? Know what? I tried to find you there. The servant told me you didn't live at the mansion. Mr. Sai told you that? Junsei asked. Right. That one. He even threatened to call the police. Junsei fell silent. Before Mirko could add more, a presence like a rising furnace approached. The flame hero, Endeavor. Endeavor stopped a short distance away, gaze fixed squarely on Junsei. You, he said, voice low and controlled. You are the one who disqualified my Shoto. Mirko glanced sideways. So that brat really is your son? Too bad. He got knocked out early. The fire around Endeavor's face flared in visible irritation. Shoto can wield both ice and fire, he said, ignoring Mirko. Yet he refuses to use his flames. His eyes narrowed slightly at Junsei. With a display like yours, UA will likely transfer you to the hero course. I want you to keep pushing Shoto until he accepts his fire side. Mirko barked a short laugh. Who asked something like that? Even I know better. Junsei did not respond. He turned and began walking away. Endeavor frowned. Where do you think you're going? I am not finished. From around the corner ahead, another towering figure appeared. All Might. All Might blinked in surprise at the sight before him. Endeavor, he boomed cheerfully. We haven't spoken since that press conference 10 years ago. His gaze shifted. Ah. Young Mori. A dazzling display out there. Junsei walked past him without a glance. All Might froze momentarily as Junsei disappeared around the corner. Then he laughed, though there was a brief stiffness to it. Mirko threw her head back. He's got guts. Ignored the number 1 and number 2 heroes in row. She grinned. I like that brat. All Might looked at Endeavor with an amused tilt of his head. So you received the silent treatment as well. Please don't take it to heart. We're not the only ones. If Endeavor had felt irritation at Junsei's disregard, it deepened into rage at All Might's remark. Without another word, he turned and strode away, flames trailing behind him. Mirko laughed louder. Now you are ignored twice in a row. All Might sighed quietly. It won't kill either of you to have the decency to answer back. By the time Junsei returned to the stadium, the one-on-one event had already started. At the center of the open field stood a raised rectangular arena. The stands were packed again. Junsei's gaze shifted to the center of the arena where Shinso stood. Opposite him was the boy from Class 1B whose quirk turned his body into steel, Tetsu. The match had barely begun. There was a brief exchange of words. Then, without warning, Tetsu stepped backward and kept going until he reached the edge and jumped off. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Midnight's voice rang out crisply. Tetsu has left the arena. Hitoshi Shinso is the victor. Present Mick's voice exploded through the speakers. This is one of the quickest matches we've seen. It looked like Tetsu was possessed when he walked himself right out of bounds. The second dark horse from Class 1C takes the win. Midnight gestured toward the exit. Please clear the arena. Next competitors, prepare yourselves. Present Mike continued, practically vibrating with excitement. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a match many have been waiting for. A promising hero with one of the hardest bodies against another dark horse from Class 1C. Eraserhead, who has the upper hand? A tired, measured voice answered over the broadcast. Kirishima has one of the strongest defensive quirks in the course. But Junsei holds the advantage in speed and strength. Oh! Present Mike exclaimed. Not favoring your own student. I'm stating facts, Eraserhead replied, irritation evident even through the speakers. Well, you heard him, folks. Will this go to general studies again, or will the hero course reclaim some pride? Junsei's eyes lifted to the large board above the arena. Mori Junsei vs. Kirishima, Ijiro. He turned and made his way toward the lower entrance that led beneath the stands. On the way, Shinso emerged from the corridor, hands in his pockets, faint satisfaction on his face. I won, Shinso said simply. I know, Junsei replied. When Junsei passed by Shinso, Shinso spoke again, more quietly. Do you think I can be a hero? Junsei did not slow his pace. Doesn't matter, you are already where you want to be. Shinso watched him for a moment. "I'll be waiting to face you." Junsei did not respond. He continued toward the arena. As he stepped into the light, the crowd erupted. He walked to the center, stopping before Kirishima. Kirishima's red hair bristled, his expression firm. "I don't plan on losing here," he declared. "Don't expect an easy win." Junsei remained silent. Midnight's voice cut through the air. "Begin." Kirishima's entire body hardened instantly, skin transforming into jagged, rock-like armor. With a roar, he charged forward. Junsei did not move. He simply watched. When Kirishima was 2 feet away from Junsei, he suddenly dropped low, arms shooting forward to wrap around Junsei's legs. "I can't beat you with speed or strength," he shouted. "But I can throw you out." With a guttural roar, he heaved upward, muscles straining beneath hardened skin. Junsei did not budge. Not an inch. Kirishima's teeth clenched. "What the hell?" he panted. "How much do you weigh?" "It is like I am trying to lift an elephant." Kirishima looked up at Junsei. 2 glowing blue eyes stared down at him. Kirishima froze at the menacing stare directed at him. Junsei's hand moved slowly toward his head. In the next instant, Junsei's fingers closed around Kirishima's skull. With a single, fluid motion, he lifted and flung him. Kirishima's hardened body sailed through the air and crashed beyond the arena's boundary. Midnight did not hesitate. Kirishima Ijiro is out of bounds. Mori Junsei wins. Cheers erupted from the stands. Junsei looked briefly toward where Kirishima lay, already attempting to rise. Kirishima had been mistaken. He did not weigh like an elephant. He had chosen a creature with a much bigger mass. Without acknowledgement of the noise surrounding him, Junsei turned and walked back toward the corridor from which he had come. Before entering the tunnel, he noticed the bracket in the scoreboard. Bakugo's name was positioned near his own. If Bakugo won his match, they would meet next. Junsei genuinely hoped Bakugo would win. Chapter 53, versus Bakugo. 1,749 words. The roar of the crowd dulled to a steady murmur as Junsei left the arena. When he returned to the stands, he located Momo, Shinso, and several of the other students seated along one side of the stadium. He approached without ceremony and lowered himself beside Shinso. Momo glanced at him at once. "I was afraid you would miss your match," she said. "Where did you go?" "Nowhere," Junsei replied. She studied him for a brief moment. "Are you all right?" "I am fine." Momo nodded, though the crease between her brows did not entirely smooth. "While you were away, you missed quite a few matches." "I don't think he missed anything important," Shinso said dryly. He began counting them off on his fingers. Mineta against Midoriya was practically a joke. Aoyama vs. Ibra was a disgraceful win. Aoyama attacked while she was praying. Tokoyami against Tsuyu. He shrugged. The last 2 were slightly more balanced but nothing worth mentioning. Ida leaned forward from the row behind them. "Did you forget your own?" Shinso tilted his head lazily. He saw it. "And there was nothing flashy about mine." "My opponent walked out of the arena." "That was it." Momo's attention shifted back toward the field. "For now, I am concerned about Ochako." She turned to Midoriya. "You know Bakugo best. How far do you think he will go against her?" Midoriya hesitated for only a second. "As long as she's standing. Kaken won't hold back." Momo exhaled quietly. "I hope Ochako will be fine." Shinso glanced toward Midoriya again. "How does Bakugo's quirk actually work?" "I've seen him throw explosions from his hands, but is that the only way he can use it?" "And what's the mechanism?" Midoriya straightened instinctively, slipping into explanation with enthusiasm. "He secretes a nitroglycerin-like sweat from his palms," he began. He can ignite it at will, which creates explosions. The more he sweats, the stronger the blasts. He can adjust the size and power depending on how much he produces, and how he detonates it. Junsei listened from the side without speaking. In certain past lives, he had possessed similar mechanisms. A bombardier beetle, capable of ejecting heated chemicals in explosive bursts. A colobopsis ant sealing its nest with a sacrificial rupture. Chemical defense on a small scale. Bakugo's quirk was like a refined amalgamation of such natural weapons and scaled up in power significantly. On the field, Midnight called the next match. Bakugo and Uraraka stepped into the arena. The outcome unfolded much as most expected. Bakugo attacked mercilessly, detonations cracking across the platform in rapid succession. Uraraka endured far longer than anticipated, maneuvering with clever strategy. When she finally fell, the audience erupted in respect. Even the students of the various classes showed respect for her effort. The following match placed Midoriya against Aoyama. Aoyama's naval laser flashed repeatedly across the arena, bright and imprecise. Midoriya advanced carefully, dodging the beams. It did not take long. He closed the distance, struck decisively, and managed to throw Aoyama out of bounds without using his quirk. The crowd applauded lightly. It was another unremarkable match for Midoriya. After that, events moved quickly. Tokoyami overpowered Shoji, driving him beyond the arena's edge. Shinso faced Ojiro and, with a few carefully chosen words, brainwashed him into stepping out of bounds. And then Mori Junsei vs Bakugo Katsuki. Junsei rose and simply walked away from the others toward the corridor leading down silently. Ida adjusted his glasses. This is going to be an exciting match. Midoriya's eyes were fixed on the arena. Kaken has been waiting for this, he said quietly. He'll go all out. Momo said. I hope Junsei has calmed down by now. Even if he acts recklessly, Ida said, he still holds the advantage. Momo's expression tightened rather than eased. I am worried about Bakugo, she said. The others looked at her. Junsei's punches and kicks are not something to dismiss, she continued. If he attacks without restraint, Bakugo could be seriously injured. A subtle shift passed through the students of Class 1A. They remembered Junsei fighting beside All Might at USJ. Ida said, you should have reminded him to show restraint. Momo replied, I am afraid that would agitate him again. As Junsei stepped into the arena, Bakugo was already there, waiting. There was a hard, focused look on his face. Junsei stopped a few meters away. Bakugo spoke first. I won't hold back, you weirdo, he said, voice low and steady. So give it everything you've got. Junsei did not answer. His gaze shifted briefly to Midnight, as though waiting. She looked between the two boys, then she raised her arm. Begin. Bakugo moved instantly. An explosion burst from his palms, propelling him forward in a violent surge straight toward Junsei. At the same moment, Junsei's eyes began to glow. He lifted his hand, palm directed calmly toward his approaching opponent. Bakugo narrowed his eyes mid-flight, bringing both hands forward to fire an explosion, but he was too late. Sparks crackled in Junsei's palm. The next instant, a deafening explosion erupted from his hand, and it engulfed Bakugo mid-charge. A collective gasp tore through the stands. Bakugo was hurled backward, crashing across the arena floor as smoke billowed thickly between them. For a second, nothing moved. Then Bakugo groaned, forcing himself onto his knees. He glanced down at his arms and froze. Burns marked his skin. His expression shifted from pain to disbelief. He looked up at Junsei. Why can you use my quirk? He demanded hoarsely. And how the hell did you hurt me? Junsei did not reply. He simply began walking toward him. Bakugo's teeth ground together. With a furious snarl, he thrust both hands forward and unleashed a massive explosion. The blast swallowed Junsei whole. Bakugo pushed himself to his feet, and continued firing, one explosion after another, relentless, driving smoke and debris into a storm around them. When he finally stopped, his breathing was uneven, chest heaving. The smoke lingered. Then a hand emerged from the haze and seized his arm. Bakugo jerked, preparing to attack again, but a violent surge of electricity tore through him. His body convulsed uncontrollably. A scream ripped from his throat as currents coursed through him, forcing his muscles to betray him. The smell of scorched fabric and ozone filled the air. When the electricity ceased, Bakugo dropped to his knees, smoke rising faintly from his body. Through blurred vision, he looked up. Junsei stood before him. The UA's sports uniform he wore had been torn and shredded by Bakugo's explosions, but his skin was unharmed. Bakugo spat at the ground weakly. "You damn freak." Junsei extended his hand toward him again. Bakugo reacted on instinct, blasting himself backward with another explosion. But he did not escape. Junsei caught his leg mid-motion. With a single, brutal swing, he flung Bakugo like a rag doll. Bakugo's body slammed into the arena floor with a sickening impact. A cry of pain echoed across the stadium. He curled inward, clutching his leg. His breathing grew ragged. When he glanced down, horror flickered across his face. His pants were melting where Junsei had caught him, and so was the skin beneath it. "Acid," he rasped. Junsei stepped closer. "Are you in pain?" "Dying," he said softly, "hurts a lot more." Bakugo froze. The look in Junsei's glowing eyes held no emotion, but Bakugo could feel Junsei truly wanted to kill him. Junsei stopped a short distance away, and lifted his palm once more, clearly preparing to release another blast. "Enough." Midnight's voice cracked like a whip across the arena. "The match is over." She was already running toward them. Junsei glanced at her briefly. Then he lowered his arm. Without waiting for the official declaration, without acknowledging anything, he turned and walked out of the arena. On the students' side of the stadium, the noise of the crowd seemed distant, muffled by disbelief. Ida was the first to speak. "Incredible was that Bakugo's quirk," he said, staring at the arena below. "How could that be?" Shinso's eyes remained fixed on the field. "There was electricity too," he added evenly. "And at the end, he did something to Bakugo's leg." Mina, unusually quiet until now, leaned forward squinting. "I think that was acid," she said. "It's hard to see from here, but it looked like his pants and his skin were melting." Kirishima swallowed. "I've never seen Bakugo fire explosions like that. And Junsei just walked through them like it was nothing. Even I'd feel that kind of power." Midoriya's hands clenched unconsciously at his sides. He turned to Momo. "What is his quirk really?" he asked. "How is he able to do all of that?" Momo hesitated. She did not have an answer. "I honestly don't know," she said quietly. Mina's gaze sharpened. "We heard Mirko earlier today," she said. "She mentioned he was copying her. Does that mean he can copy others? Like Monoma from Class 1B? Midoriya shook his head slowly. "It's not that simple. Kaken's explosions don't hurt him. And when Monoma copied his quirk, it was harmless to him." His expression became thoughtful. "But this time, the explosion burned him." Shinso folded his arms. "So whatever his quirk is, it's not what he says. It's something else entirely." Ida's voice grew more strained. "The most troubling part was at the end," he said. Bakugo was already down. Junsei was going to attack him again. He intended to hurt him further. If that was not his intention, he could have ended the match far earlier and far less brutally. No one contradicted him. The image lingered too vividly in all their minds, Junsei's raised hand. In the teacher's booth, the atmosphere was no less tense. Several teachers watched in silence. All Might's usual brightness had dimmed. "He could have won," he said, voice heavy, without injuring Bakugo like that. Beside him, Nizu had been sitting perfectly still. Then, without warning, he rose from his chair. All Might looked at him. "Sir, where?" "You are correct," Nizu interrupted calmly, though his eyes were narrowed. That level of brutality was unnecessary. "I need to find him. I must understand why he acted as he did. I cannot allow him to harm students in this manner." His tone hardened almost imperceptibly. "There is a limit." With that, Nizu stepped away from the booth and exited, leaving the remaining teachers to stare at the arena below. Chapter 54, A Rift in Perspective. 1866 words. Before Junsei could return to the students' section, a small, composed figure stepped into his path. "Nizu." Junsei stopped. "You are angry," Junsei observed. Nizu regarded him steadily. "It appears both of us are," he replied. "You crossed a line." "I did not kill him," Junsei said evenly. "Nor did I leave him crippled." Nizu's expression sharpened. "You did not need to injure him at all. Yet you did. You wanted him to suffer." His gaze did not waver. "I want to know why." Junsei met his eyes. "He reminded me of what I hate about humans. I attacked him just enough without causing trouble." A faint tightening appeared around Nizu's eyes. "If you had been alone with him, and without consequences, would you have gone further?" "You know the answer," Junsei replied. Nizu's small hand curled into a fist. "I won't tolerate you hurting my students. Don't force me to do something I might regret." Junsei said, "Anything else?" "You speak of humans as evil," Nizu said quietly. "But at this moment, you are acting no different from a villain." "Hero and villain are human concepts," Junsei answered. "I am not human." "And yet," Nizu countered, "you behaved like the worst of them." "That," Junsei said calmly, stepping forward, "is a human point of view." He moved past Nizu as he continued, "I know my limits. And that human is the worst among your students." "You are misjudging him," Nizu said sharply. "He has potential. He has a good heart." "All I see," Junsei replied, "is a greedy human." "Greedy for what?" "For violence and glory." Nizu drew a slow breath. "Ao," he said, voice cooling, "your quirk description is either incorrect or incomplete." "What is your quirk?" "It is entirely wrong," Junsei replied, "but the name is accurate." Nizu's ears twitched faintly. "What does that supposed to mean?" "You are seeing the world through human eyes," Junsei said. "I am not going to explain it to you." And with that, he walked away. Nizu remained where he stood, watching Junsei's retreating back. He understood Junsei perceived the world through an entirely different framework, one alien to the assumptions upon which society rested. Even after years of living among humans, that perspective continues to be alien and biased. The future won't be pleasant if he doesn't let go of his hatred and allow himself to change. When Junsei disappeared from view, Nizu turned and made his way toward the medical wing. He intended to see Bakugo's condition for himself. When Junsei returned to the stands, the shift in atmosphere was immediate. Conversations went silent and several students looked at him with a mixture of fear and open judgment. Junsei took his seat without acknowledgement. Momo was the first to speak. "Junsei, what you did against Bakugo." "Wrong?" Junsei interrupted calmly. "Unnecessary. I was told." "And," she asked. "I did not break the rules," he replied. "Nor did I exceed the limit of how much I am permitted to hurt him." Momo fell silent. The unease among the others deepened. Ida leaned forward, his voice tight. "You are setting a poor example. Your words resemble those of a villain." Junsei did not respond. "Do you even care," Ida pressed, "if you are called a villain?" "I don't." Ida said nothing further, but the disapproval in his gaze was unmistakable. Others mirrored it. Junsei ignored them all. His attention shifted back to the arena. Tokoyami faced Midoriya. Dark Shadow surged forward repeatedly, striking aggressively while Tokoyami himself maintained distance, directing the assault. Midoriya was driven backward, pressured to the edge of the arena. When it appeared that he had no path forward, and was destined for defeat, Midoriya raised his hand in a simple flick motion. The air exploded. A powerful shockwave burst outward, tearing through Dark Shadow's advance, and sending Tokoyami hurtling out of bounds. The crowd erupted. Junsei stared at Deku with interest. That move had his attention. It didn't take long after that for the next match to be announced. Junsei vs. Shinso. The two stood up and moved in different directions. Minutes later, they entered from opposite sides of the arena. They walked to the center and stood a few meters from each other. Junsei stood as expressionless as ever. By contrast, Shinso wore a small smile. Honestly, he began, rubbing the back of his neck, if you'd asked me yesterday whether I'd make it this far, I would have said no. Junsei did not reply. Midnight lifted her hand. Begin. A faint sigh escaped Shinso. I suppose this is as far as I go, he said, the smile turning faintly sad. You're not very talkative, and you know what my quirk does. There's no way I can win this match. He hesitated, studying Junsei's blank expression. Damn it, he muttered. There's no way to make you speak. Junsei began walking toward him slowly. Shinso raised his hands and said quickly. Aren't you curious about how it feels to be controlled? You could let my quirk work. See whether you can break free. If you do, you win. Junsei stopped. Shinso blinked. You agree? Yes. The word was simple. Shinso did not waste the opportunity. His quirk activated at once. Junsei felt it immediately, as though an unseen hand had touched his brain. It tried to press forward and take hold of him. But just as swiftly as the sensation arose, something else answered it. The life that gave him his power flowed on its own toward his brain, and immediately began fighting the invading forcing. All of this while on the outside, nothing changed. Junsei's face remained unchanged. Shinso smiled faintly. Leave the boundary. Junsei's foot moved. A single step backward. Then it stopped. Junsei's gaze focused once more on Shinso. It felt weird, he said. Shinso's smile disappeared. He said in shock, you broke free. Yes. Shinso tried again, and the same foreign pressure slid into Junsei's head. This time, the resistance was immediate. Junsei was not affected at all. Not even for a heartbeat. He said, it doesn't work. Then Shinso gave a short, humorless laugh. You're the first person to resist my quirk, he said. I surrender. He turned and walked toward the exit without hesitation. Junsei watched him go for a moment, then turned as well. Midnight, who had heard every word, raised her voice to the stadium. Shinso has surrendered. Junsei wins. The match had ended just like that. A ripple of murmurs passed through the crowd as most didn't understand or get what just happened. Present Mike announced, and there will be a 15-minute break before we proceed with the final match. The corridors of the medical wing were quiet. Niza stood outside the treatment room with his paws folded neatly behind his back, his expression composed. He had arrived well before the procedure was finished and had waited while Recovery Girl worked. It took some time, but at last, the door creaked open and Recovery Girl stepped out with a tired sigh. Nizu inclined his head politely. Thank you for your hard work. Can you tell me the student's state? Recovery Girl replied, he has burns on both arms and broken ribs, she began briskly. But the worst damage is to his leg. There's no permanent impairment, thankfully. However, some of these wounds are going to leave their mark on his body. She paused, her gaze sharpening. I would recommend at least 2 weeks of rest before any hero training. Niza nodded once. I see. Recovery Girl continued. That student you like went overboard. If he had used any more of whatever that acid was, the boy inside would have lost his leg. He was too brutal. I know that, Nisa said quietly. I already found him before coming here, so that no other such incidents happen. Recovery girl studied him for a moment, then gave a small nod, apparently satisfied. Is the student awake? Nizu asked. I would like to speak with him. He is, she replied. Though he's still in pain despite the painkillers I gave him. If you wish to talk, go in. It's fine. Nizu thanked her again and walked inside. Bakugo Katsuki lay on the bed, his normally fierce complexion drained to a pallid shade. Bandages wrapped his arms and his leg, which was elevated carefully. For a moment, Nizu simply observed him, then asked gently, how do you feel? Bakugo's eyes opened at once. Even injured, there was no mistaking the fierceness behind that glare. I'm fine. Happy to hear that, Nizu said smoothly. It was a tough fight out there. You did well. Bakugo scoffed, did well. I lost miserably to that freak of nature. Nizu moved a little closer to the bedside, his expression thoughtful rather than offended. If you don't mind, he said, can you tell me why he attacked you like that? He seemed to have a vendetta against you. Bakugo's brow furrowed. I don't know. He acts and speaks weirdly all the time. This was no exception. But there must have been something that triggered him, Nizu pressed gently. Something you did or said that made him want to hurt you. Bakugo's jaw tightened. More like trying to kill me, that Kraz. He stopped. His eyes shifted as he began recalling his interaction with Junsei. Nizu noticed the change immediately. Something came to mind. Bakugo hesitated. I talked to him earlier in the cafeteria, he admitted at last. I said I would kill him. He changed at that time. He thought I meant it for real. And I'm sure he understood afterward that I didn't mean it literally. He grew uncharacteristically somber as he continued. He said I take the word kill too lightly. Asked me if I'd ever thought about what it feels like to be killed. Right before the match ended, he said, dying hurts a lot more. His teeth ground together. That lunatic wanted me to feel pain. One day I'll kill him for real. The words rang hollow in the room as Nizu regarded him carefully. At last, he understood. Bakugo's explosive personality, his casual threats, his easy invocation of death, these were precisely the sort of things that would validate darker thoughts in a mind already inclined to hate humanity. Junsei had not merely been angered, he had been confronted with a living example of the very nature he despised, yet could not get rid of it. I do not condone what he did to you, Nizu said calmly. But I agree that kill is not a light word to be used. Bakugo did not respond. Today, Nizu continued, if not for midnight stopping the match, you might have died. Or perhaps lived the rest of your life unable to become a hero. You were that close to the end. The words settled heavily in the air. How you act and speak is part of what makes you a hero, Nizu finished. I hope you can remember that. He turned without further comment and left the medical wing, the soft click of the door echoing faintly behind him. Bakugo remained staring at the ceiling, the anger in his chest quieter now. Chapter 55, Shattered Body. 1701 words. When Nizu returned to the staff booth, he found his staff still sitting down, watching the arena, and conversing among themselves. When All Might saw him, he said, Sir, how is it? The other staff members fell silent, their gazes settling upon the small principal. Bakugo is fine, Nizu replied calmly. He requires rest for a period of time, but there is no permanent damage. All Might nodded lightly, then asked again. And about Junsei's brutality? Nizu answered. The two had a confrontation prior to the match. That resulted in Junsei acting as he did. I have already warned him against such behavior even if he didn't break rules, and hopefully it will be the last time. But we will need to address his less than friendly approach to people. His eyes flickered toward the arena. What about the matches? All Might glanced back at the arena and said with a smile. Young Midoriya and young Mori both made it to the final. You arrived just in time, they're about to enter the arena. Niza moved to sit beside him, peering down at the wide stadium and the arena below where the final two contestants were stepping into position. I admit, Niza said, I never expected to see your successor make it this far. All Might let out a booming laugh as pride shone plainly in his eyes. I knew young Midoriya had the potential, and with time he will become a great hero. But even I am surprised by his performance today. His smile softened. He has made me proud. Niza regarded him sidelong. Do you hope for him to win? I do, All Might admitted. But it may prove difficult with young Mori as his opponent. Below them, the stadium audience were in an excited state, and soon midnight declared the start of the final match. In the arena, Izuku Midoriya lifted his arm in a quick flicking motion toward Junsei Mori. To the astonishment of everyone watching, Junsei mirrored him. He lifted his arm in the exact same flicking motion. The next instant both flicked at the same time. A thunderous explosion cracked across the arena, the shockwave rippling outward with violent force. Concrete split and spiderwebbed beneath at the center of the impact. Midoriya staggered, clutching his arm with a strangled gasp of pain. On the other side, Junsei remained standing calmly staring at Midoriya. All Might's eyes widened. What the? How? What does his quirk do? Niza wanted to know that. In nature there existed creatures capable of releasing sudden, devastating bursts of force, the pistol shrimp snapping its claw to create a shockwave, the mantis shrimp striking with explosive speed and power, certain frogs, and even fish capable of abrupt bursts using different parts of their bodies. If the aspects of such creatures were merged and amplified into a single motion, something as simple as a finger flick, the released power could be extraordinary. Junsei had considered this the first time, when he saw Midoriya's quirk in action. Now, standing opposite him in the final match, he had put this to the test. The results were undeniably impressive. He had cancelled Midoriya's attack perfectly. Junsei continued to regard his opponent without expression, though there was a flicker of interest in his eyes. Midoriya stood hunched, clutching his arm, shock written plainly across his face. Junsei's eyes drifted briefly to the discolored fingers. You injure yourself when attacking, he observed. So your quirk is a trade of power for self-harm. You lost a finger in the last match. So you can attack 6 more times, 8 at most. Midoriya took an unsteady step back. How can you do that? He demanded. How did you do it? You showed me, Junsei replied. I repeated after you. He lifted his hand again in that same flicking posture. Despite the pain, Midoriya clenched his teeth and mirrored him. Another violent shockwave burst forth as their attacks collided, rocking the arena once more. The ground trembled. Midoriya stumbled backward, groaning as fresh pain spread through his arm. Junsei stepped forward. Midoriya's eyes widened, panic flickering across his face. He launched another desperate flick, only for it to be cancelled out once again. Junsei continued advancing expressionlessly through the dust unhindered, while the crowd erupted in cheers seeing the sight. Midoriya's thoughts raced as rapidly as his pulse. There has to be a way. There has to be something I can do. Midoriya thought. Then his expression turned serious with new resolve. He raised his other arm and prepared another flick. Across from him, Junsei mirrored the movement without delay. The explosion erupted between them once more, explosion-like power splitting the air, dust billowing outward in a choking wave. But this time, the instant the shockwave burst forth, Midoriya ran. He darted sideways, circling the edge of the explosion as fast as his body would allow and trying to not trip by the fractured concrete. The dust thinned just enough for him to glimpse Junsei turning. Midoriya lifted his hand again to flick, only to see Junsei already pointing at him. The twin shockwaves collided midair once again, detonating with a deafening crack. More dust surged upward, swallowing the arena, in a dense white-gray cloud. Gritting his teeth, Midoriya raised both arms. Each hand now bore only a single finger beside the thumbs remained. He unleashed a double flick. Junsei answered with a single flick from behind the cloud. This time, the shockwave did not erupt neatly between them. It washed over Junsei's position in a violent rush of compressed air. For a heartbeat, it seemed promising. Then Midoriya collapsed to his knees. A broken sound tore from his throat as pain overwhelmed him. Tears blurred his vision while he stared at his mangled fingers. Only his thumbs remained intact. From within the rolling cloud of dust came the sound of footsteps. Midoriya's head snapped upward. Junsei emerged from the cloud, walking toward him completely unharmed. "I used to," Midoriya gasped hoarsely. "And you used one. How are you not harmed?" Junsei regarded him with the same distant calm. "One finger is not enough to harm me." He continued forward. As he drew close, Midoriya's breathing quickened as desperation filled his chest. With a sudden motion, he thrust his thumb into his mouth, and using the inner side of his cheek against his thumb, he fired another attack at point-blank range. The explosion was violent. The recoil alone sent Midoriya hurtling backward across the arena. He halted near the edge with a cry of agony. Junsei took 2 steps back from the blast before resuming his steady advance. Midoriya forced himself upright despite the pain screaming through his ruined hands. He sank onto his knees, chest heaving, and watched Junsei approach. He remembered the reason Junsei had given for fighting. And deep down, just like Bakugo, he refused to accept that such a reason should decide his defeat. Not when he was so close to win the festival, first place was within reach. Across from him, Junsei had no such thoughts nor felt this turmoil. He had allowed his opponent opportunities to fight back, curious to see whether something new might be revealed. But now, seeing Midoriya's helplessness, he knew there was nothing left to learn. He was going to end the fight now. Then a fragment of conversation drifted from the stands. "Matsu, does he not remind you of that little freak who bit the boss's arm off years ago?" Another voice replied, low and dismissive. "I suppose. But that freak is dead. Ashes like everything else." Junsei's head snapped toward the sound, his eyes scanning the crowd. He had heard the name Matsu before on the night Kikyo was killed. He was among the men back then. But he couldn't find them as there were hundreds in that direction, and whoever had spoken had fallen abruptly silent. At that moment, Junsei had completely ignored Midoriya, and focused on finding the speaker. Plus Ultra. Smash. Junsei's head whipped back. Midoriya was already upon him, punching with all the power he could muster. Junsei's eyes widened. He felt this attack would kill him. He crossed his arms instinctively, stepping back while pulling as much aspect and life as he could muster toward defense. Midoriya's full-powered punch connected. The impact carved through the arena, its concrete split into 2 halves. And a devastating gale burst outward, slamming into the stands and ripping debris into spirals. The audience cried out as the overwhelming force washed over them. For a moment there was nothing but smoke and wind. Then Midoriya fell. He hit the ground screaming, his arm utterly destroyed. He laid there shaking, tears mixing with the dust on his face. And despite all of that, he slowly lifted his head toward the settling smoke. Hope flickered in his chest that he had won. But as the smoke thinned, he froze at what he saw, and at the same time silence fell all over the stadium. Across the arena, through the thinning veil of smoke, Junsei stood. He had been thrown to the far side by the force of the blow. Both arms broke and hung uselessly at his side. His chest had been carved inward, the impact was so brutal that fragments of rib protruded grotesquely from torn skin. Blood streamed steadily to the cracked concrete below. It dripped from his mouth and nose in dark rivulets. The whites of his eyes had turned red. In the stands, faces turned white. Among the students, Momo stared as if the world had shifted beneath her feet. Her lips parted, but for a moment no sound came. Her mind could not understand what she was seeing. Around her, classmates watched frozen, they had fallen into the same state of disbelief. In the staff booth, even the teachers were struck by the sight. Nizu rose slowly from his seat. "A-oh." He murmured weakly, the name barely leaving his mouth. Junsei lowered his gaze to his own body very slowly. There was a look of shock on his face. A single thought surfaced in his mind, quiet and cold. "I am dying again." Chapter 56, Going Berserk. 2,243 words. The gruesome sight had filled the stadium with terror. Junsei's knees hit the cracked concrete, and his head bowed forward. Midnight from the side screamed loudly in panic. "Call recovery girl now." Midoriya looked at all of this with a shocked look. He muttered in a choked voice, I didn't mean to." From the staff booth, Nizu's small frame stiffened. A wave of fear washed over him from the arena. The fear was coming from Junsei, he was scared. But as soon as it came, the fear transformed into rage and hatred. It slammed into him like a tidal wave far stronger than before. Nizu's mind went numb from the sheer emotions he was experiencing. Those who were watching noticed blue steam rising from all over Junsei's body. Simultaneously, a resounding crack of bones echoed across the silent stadium. Eyes widened as Junsei's exposed bone began to pulse blue. All while the blood pooling beneath began evaporating into a blue smoke and swirling around him. His arms shook violently, bones snapping audibly as they reseated themselves. Junsei fell forward, but his hands pressed against the destroyed floor, preventing him from hitting it. Junsei lifted his left arm up above his head, then brought it down, smacking it into the arena. The smack caused cracks to spread everywhere. He repeated the same motion with his right arm, causing more and more cracks to spread. Finally, his fingers dug into the ground, and the entire arena began to shake violently as cracks raced everywhere to the point Midnight struggled to maintain her footing. From among the watching audience, screams erupted from all directions. Tens if not hundreds of the people present looked terrified as they began screaming, trying to hide or escape. Young and old, civilians, students or heroes. All were acting the same. Those who were not affected looked around in confusion, unable to comprehend what was going on. From the staff booth, All Might looked around the stadium with confusion. He saw people pushing and stomping on each other in terror and said, "What the hell is going on?" Nizu spoke in an urgent voice. "All Might, protect your successor. He will be killed." The words barely left his lips before All Might's gaze fell to Midoriya, sprawled on the ground, vulnerable. Then his eyes shifted and he saw Junsei. Junsei began moving, body low on all fours, his head lifting slowly. His eyes burned blue with no white at all inside them. His face twisted into a feral, enraged expression. Junsei growled like a beast before launching himself forward. All Might reacted instantly. He launched himself through the booth railing and straight toward Junsei like an aimed human missile. In a fraction of a second, All Might was upon Junsei, his hand extended to catch the boy and stop the charge. Junsei came to a sudden and complete halt, and as All Might's hand was an inch away from him, he twisted his body back to avoid the hand completely before he rotated around All Might in a fluid motion. All Might was about to turn in an attempt to catch the boy, but his eyes widened as he felt a sharp pain in his side. He reflexively grabbed Junsei's attacking hand and forced it to stop the motion. All Might glanced down only to see Junsei's hand had stabbed his injured side and was planted deep inside his body. If not for catching his hand, he knew he might have been killed by this strike. All Might barely had a chance to collect his thoughts when Junsei yanked his hand back violently. All Might fell to his knees, blood pooling under his feet as a groan of pain escaped him. Junsei didn't pause to look at what he did. He turned toward Midoriya and moved again. But All Might, and despite his pain, moved quickly. His hand shot out, grabbing Junsei's ankle mid-step, and with a roar he rose to his feet again and lifted the boy high into the air. "Young Mori. That's enough." Immediately, Junsei's body began rotating while still in All Might's grip. All Might's eyes widened as he saw Junsei's body rotate except for the leg that was in his grasp. The leg twisted unnaturally, then the skin and flesh broke, followed by the bones. When the rotation ended, Junsei was in an upstanding position staring down at All Might, and his other leg was in a kicking motion aimed at All Might's face. All Might, with all his experience, couldn't react at all to what was happening, and Junsei's kick connected. All Might was launched like a cannonball, slamming into the stadium wall with a deafening crash. Junsei dropped onto the leg he had used to kick, his mangled other leg emitting blue steam as it rotated, repairing itself in mere seconds. The audience, who had not lost their mind to fear and were still watching, could only gape in horror. They saw All Might lay motionless, planted in the wall, bleeding from his side and head. And Junsei's gaze swept toward Midoriya again and growled. But before he could take a single step, the ground beneath him turned liquid and his feet sank into it at once. And once he was covered in the liquid, it solidified again, followed by pink mist covering the arena. Junsei's head snapped to the side. Midnight stood there, and beside her Cementos. Junsei growled again. The next instant, an explosion shattered the arena. The concrete detonated violently, and with it the arena itself fractured and burst apart. Debris flew outward in a deafening storm. Midnight and Cementos widened their eyes as they were swallowed by the blast. Midoriya, positioned at the edge, was hurled from the crumbling platform, his body flung into open space next to the arena. From the ruins, Junsei jumped forward. His gaze remained locked on Midoriya, who lay helplessly on the broken ground below. But a thunderous sound struck and pushed him away from Midoriya. Midoriya glanced sideways. At the edge of the stadium stood Present Mike, mouth open mid-blast. Below, Eraserhead had already leapt down onto the arena floor and was running toward them. Present Mike cut his quirk abruptly. Nullify his quirk. Eraserhead's eyes were glowing red as he stared unblinking at Junsei. I am trying. It doesn't work. Junsei turned toward Present Mike and he lifted his hand. A giant explosion tore from his palm, racing toward the hero in a violent surge. Present Mike screamed as he unleashed another sonic blast to counter it. But he was late. When the attacks collided, it was too close to him. The explosion that followed engulfed Present Mike, then followed by Present Mike groans of pain. Damn it. Eraserhead snapped. His bandages shot forward, wrapping tightly around Midoriya. In one fluid motion he hoisted the boy onto his shoulder and turned to run. He harbored no illusion he could fight Junsei. Junsei growled in rage, twisting toward Eraserhead. He lunged forward, but a wall of fire erupted between them. Endeavor descended from above. Boy, you have crossed the line. Junsei turned and roared. His roar unleashed a sound attack that struck Endeavor and sent the flame hero flying backward into the stadium. Eraserhead looked over his shoulder, eyes narrowing. That's Yamada's move. He can really copy quirks. Midoriya clung weakly to him, terror plain in his wide eyes. One by one, the pro heroes were falling. Gunshots sounded next. Bullets rained toward Junsei. He glanced to the stadium edge and saw Snipe aiming at him. He roared angrily. I told you he's crazy strong. Mirko's voice rang out. Another woman's voice followed dryly, you mean crazy. Junsei turned. A massive dragon charging toward him. Mirko stood atop its back, grinning wide despite all the madness. The dragon's claws seized Junsei and shot upward into the sky. Eraserhead glanced up briefly, then tightened his grip on Midoriya. We need to get you out of here. We can leave this to the other heroes. He pivoted toward the exit and managed only a few steps. Mirko crashed down in front of him. She hit hard, rolling once before pushing herself up with a strained hiss. Damn it, he's a lot stronger than the last time. Barely a moment later, the dragon plummeted from above, slamming into the ground and completely blocking the exit. Eraserhead froze. Another heavy thud landed behind him. He turned slowly. Junsei stood there, growling, eyes burning blue. Endeavor reappeared without warning, unleashing a torrent of fire that surged toward Junsei. Noticing him, Junsei roared again, releasing another devastating sound attack. But this time, Endeavor was prepared. He unleashed more flames, overwhelming Junsei completely. Junsei saw the unstoppable flame and leapt. He soared above it, heading straight for Endeavor. Arrogant brat. Endeavor scoffed. Junsei thrust both palms forward, explosions detonating from them. Endeavor countered instantly with concentrated fire. The collision created a larger blast, smoke and flame swallowing Junsei completely. Endeavor raised his arms to unleash another wave of flames toward the smoke. But Junsei burst from within. Higher than expected. Before Endeavor could react, Junsei's legs wrapped around his head. In one brutal rotation, he twisted and slammed Endeavor into the ground with crushing force. You bastard! That's my move! Mirko shouted. Junsei lifted his fist, intending to strike down Endeavor, but wooden vines erupted from the earth attempting to coil around him. Junsei jumped away immediately. Junsei looked around as more heroes were arriving. Junsei spread his arms wide and glowing cracks appeared within his palms. The heroes hesitated to act, not sure what to make of the strange cracks. And that was a mistake, as he brought his hands together with a deafening clap. A bluish wave burst outward from him forward. It washed over the gathered heroes and hurled them backward. Before the dust could settle, Junsei moved again. He charged at supersonic speed toward Midoriya, seizing the instant while the heroes lay scattered and disoriented. But a towering figure stepped into his path. All Might appeared once more, his face bloodied, rage burning in his eyes. He threw a punch with all his remaining strength. Junsei blocked the blow, but the impact still sent him flying into the stadium sitting area. Concrete split. New cracks spidered outward in violent patterns. Had the spectators not fled earlier in the chaos, the collision would have killed whoever was there. All Might staggered. A groan escaped him as he dropped to his knees, one hand clutching his side as he coughed blood. The heroes rose one by one. Eraserhead reached him first. Are you okay? All Might's reply came strained. I am not. A pained look crossed his face. His blow damaged me too much. He coughed again. Mirko narrowed her eyes toward the stadium. He is coming again. All eyes turned. Blue steam was rising from the ruins where Junsei had struck. At first it was thin lines, but then it thickened, the volume of steam increased with every passing moment. Junsei stepped out. Blue fissures now marked his face and trailed down his arms, pulsing faintly like veins filled with light rather than blood. What the hell is happening to him? Mirko demanded. Endeavor pushed himself upright, head bleeding and flames flickering unevenly. He must be reaching his limit, he said. His body cannot keep this up much longer. Junsei roared. It was louder than before. The roar seemed to shake their own bodies. Present Mike swallowed. Don't tell me he's getting stronger. Junsei tilted his head upward. He roared again. The sound tore into the sky. I have a bad feeling about this, Eraserhead muttered. A moment later, the world dimmed and shadows deepened. Midnight looked upward, disbelief plain on her face. You've got to be kidding me. The sky was blocked by thousands upon thousands of birds circling above. Where did these come from? Midnight demanded. He's calling them, Eraserhead said sharply. That must be every bird within miles. Present Mike let out a strangled sound. I didn't know we had this many birds around here. Junsei lowered his gaze from the sky and looked at the heroes before him. Tens of them now stood. Nearly every hero on UA's ground had come here. From the side of the stadium came the sound of small feet running. Nizu was running toward Junsei with surprising speed. Calm down, he called. It was an accident. Several heroes stiffened at the sight of him approaching Junsei. Sir. Present Mike shouted. It's dangerous. Nizu ignored him. He continued forward, voice steady despite the devastation around them. You agreed you would not hurt students. What happened was an accident. Please. Calm down. Junsei stared at the gathered heroes, each prepared to use as much force as needed. Then his eyes shifted upward, to the vast storm of birds blocking the sky. If the fight continues, many if not all of them will die. The growl faded instantly. He blinked and when his eyes opened they were back to normal. His face returned to being completely expressionless. The glowing cracks across his face began to dim then seal themselves. He turned to Nizu. For a long moment, nothing moved. Then Nizu exhaled, long and relieved. He faced the surrounding heroes. This is over, he said quietly. The heroes couldn't believe how quick the switch was. Chapter 57, The Festival Aftermath. 1926 words. The ending of U.A's festival can be described with a single word, catastrophic. Across Japan, screens replayed the same dreadful sequence, one student grievously injuring his opponent. The injured boy survived in a manner nothing short of miraculous, before going on rampage. The nation watched the said student heavily injure the number one hero, All Might, and proceeded to battle hero after hero while attempting to kill the one who had hurt him. By nightfall, not a single person in Japan did not know about what just transpired in the festival. Citizens saw a single student stand against multiple pros and wound them in succession. They saw the heroes fail to contain him. And to make matters worse, there were many reports claiming they saw giant monsters appearing in front of them as the world turned dark. Many drew the connection immediately to the berserk state of Mori Junsei. It somehow caused some people to see illusions. And before the day ended, police forces and representatives of the Hero Public Safety Commission arrived at UA High to assess the damage and determine the student's fate. Both parties were united in one conclusion: Mori Junsei was a threat to public safety and should be taken into custody. Principal Nizu refused, stating that the incident was a student losing control under extreme circumstances and not a criminal acting with malicious intent. Under such conditions, this was an internal matter of U.A that the police and commission had no place to intervene. What he did not say, he feared that removing Junsei by force would trigger another rampage, one that would end with a fatality. Nizu understood better than anyone else the depth of the student's resentment toward humanity. In the end, faced with Nizu's unwavering refusal and the visible support of several pro-heroes standing behind their principal, the authorities relented, but not before issuing a warning. If such an incident occurred again, Mori Junsei would be designated a public threat. When they finally withdrew, Nizu wasted no time. He announced that a public conference would be held the following day to address the incident. It was broadcast live across Japan. The next day, inside a press hall, Nizu sat at the center of a table, to his right Eraserhead, and to his left Present Mike. The trio sat across dozens of reporters. Nizu said calmly, "What occurred yesterday was an unfortunate incident that we did not foresee. Despite the panic, there were no casualties among civilians beyond light injuries caused by crowd movement. We are already planning preventative measures to ensure such an event does not repeat." A man in the audience raised his hand. Nizu nodded. "But what about the heroes?" the man pressed. All Might looked terribly injured. "There has been no announcement regarding his condition." Nizu answered without a change in expression. All Might is the number one hero. His injury was unexpected, but it is nowhere near enough to prevent him from fulfilling his duties at UA or continuing his heroic work. Another hand shot up. "How do you intend to handle the students? Both attempted murder on live television. That cannot be dismissed as a mere mistake." Eraserhead answered. Midoriya Izuku misjudged his own power, which led to Mori Junsei's injury. There was no intent to kill. Labeling it an attempt at murder is misleading. As for Mori Junsei, he was not in a sound state of mind. You all witnessed the drastic change following what was a near-fatal condition. The man spoke again. Was it really? In his second match, he was excessively brutal. That appeared closer to his true nature than some temporary after-effect. Nizu answered this time. That was a separate matter. The two students share an ongoing rivalry and chose to fight seriously. Such competitiveness is not uncommon among students in such events. Beyond that context, there has been no pattern of indiscriminate violence. On the contrary, Mori Junsei has demonstrated restraint on numerous occasions. A woman stood. Principal Nizu, I've heard from reliable sources that Mori Junsei was involved in the USJ incident. According to what I was told, he attacked villains with excessive force, leaving many permanently impaired. Nizu nodded. Your sources are correct in part. What they failed to mention is that he is not formally a hero student. He was the first to discover the attack and warn us before charging in alone to protect his peers. When he arrived, students were surrounded, and a teacher was moments away from being killed. He did not possess the training or luxury of measured response. Excessive force was the only tool available to him, and it saved lives. Without his intervention, that day would have ended in a tragedy. A reporter in the third row rose without waiting to be acknowledged. Even if it was not intentional, what if he loses control again? We all witnessed top heroes failing to contain him. They were injured in the process. That makes him a serious threat to anyone nearby. There was a murmur of agreement. Present Mike spoke next. I admit his display caught us off guard. None of us anticipated that level of power. More importantly, he is not a villain. Every hero present was restraining themselves. No one was going to attack a student with heavy force or attempt to harm him. The reporter did not sit. Among those heroes were his own teachers. How did none of you recognize the danger he represented? And how was he so severely misjudged by the UA entrance exam that he was placed in general studies instead of the hero course? All eyes shifted to Nizu. Because, Nizu replied evenly, he did not aspire to become a hero, and being in the general studies department means he doesn't take combat-oriented classes. Prior to the USJ incident, none of us were aware of his abilities. Even during that incident, he did not demonstrate this level of power or versatility. The woman from earlier stood again. Was his quirk not documented upon admission? It was, Nizu confirmed. However, the description was incomplete. The student had never needed to fully test or refine his quirk before the festival. Being placed among aspiring heroes appears to have compelled him to explore it further. At present, we believe his quirk was miscategorized wrongly from the very beginning. We are arranging a comprehensive re-evaluation to understand its nature. Another reporter spoke up. Do you intend to transfer him into the hero course? Based on what you've said, he demonstrated extraordinary potential, learning from peers and professional heroes in real time. Nizu shook his head. Our immediate priority is reassessment of his capabilities, and of our own internal procedures. Preventing a recurrence takes precedence. Any decisions regarding course transfers will be postponed until that process concludes. A different voice cut in, this is deeply concerning. If he has no intention of becoming a hero, and does not train to control his quirk, he could remain a danger indefinitely. And frankly, why does he not aspire to be one? In our society, youths with powerful quirks strive to become heroes. Nizu regarded the speaker for a moment before answering. I do not share your assumption. What triggered yesterday's event was an extreme condition constituting near-death experience. Ordinary life does not demand that he push his quirk to its limits. The fact that he only began to discover its depth after so many years is evidence of that. As for aspiration, it is not uncommon for an individual to choose a different path. Possessing power does not obligate one to seek heroism. Elsewhere in a certain bar of villains, Shigaraki Tamura watched the televised conference with irritation. Surprised, he scoffed. That's a load of bullshit. That freak fought on par with the Nomu and All Might. He's some sort of a secret boss hiding among the students. Across from him, Kurogiri said. Looking at yesterday's recordings, he displayed none of these abilities 2 weeks ago. Did he truly learn them during the festival? And what sort of quirk enables him to do all of that? Shigaraki clenched his fingers in anger. If I could just put my hand on him. He ruined our attack, and now he tried to steal All Might's kill. He appeared more intent on killing the other student, Kurogiri noted. And All Might remains alive and well. No, he's not fine. That boy struck him in the same place I injured years ago. And judging from his condition yesterday, I doubt the damage is as minor as they're pretending. The door creaked open. Shigaraki turned. Teacher, you are here. If All Might is heavily injured as you say, shouldn't we attack UA and finish him? All for One stepped into the bar. Patient Tamura, there is no need to rush. He survived my attack. That boy's strike will not kill him either, but it will weaken him further than the state you encountered at USJ. A faint smile touched his face. Let him recover. Let him believe in a false sense of safety. Then we shall offer him a reminder of reality. Still, I find myself intrigued by this boy. His quirk is certainly unusual. And he does not strike me as the hero type. Sometime after the conference concluded, Nizu returned to UA and proceeded directly to the medical wing. He entered a private room there. On the bed sat All Might in his skeleton form, far paler than even normal. How are you feeling? Nizu asked. I will live, All Might replied, offering a weak smile. Recovery girl believes I shall be back on my feet in a few days. However, the time of my muscle form has been affected. Significantly. He lowered his gaze. I fear I will barely manage 2 hours at most going forward. It seems retirement is going to be sooner than planned. Nizu's expression darkened. We are not prepared to lose the symbol of peace. I am sorry, All Might said quietly. No, Nizu said. I am the one who must apologize. I severely misjudged Ao's strength and his capacity for brutality. All Might's brow furrowed. Young Mori possesses tremendous potential. What happened was an accident. He was not in control. Nizu sighed. I am uncertain whether he was in control or not. But I am certain he has malice. His eyes narrowed thoughtfully. He does not perceive the world as most people do. And I fear the conditions that triggered this could arise again. What do you intend to do? All Might asked. I do not yet know, Nizu admitted. He carries significant trauma shaped by encounters with the worst humanity had to offer. If I had permitted the police or the Hero Public Safety Commission to take him into custody, I believe he would have descended into even a worse rampage. A pause. And we still do not understand his quirk. He still refused to share how his quirk really works. Nizu nodded. He has confirmed that his quirk registration is entirely wrong, though he claims the name is correct. I suspect even that was deliberate misdirection. At least we observed a limitation, All Might said. His body was fracturing under its strain. There must be a power or time limit for his quirk. Yes, Nizu agreed quietly. But we must find a way to make him feel some measure of belonging and trust. And we must persuade him that his view of humanity, however understandable, is profoundly distorted. Chapter 58, The Festival Aftermath 2. 1,588 words. In the office in the Yayorozu mansion, Junsei sat across from Sai. To Sai's right stood a large monitor. Upon it, Mr. Yayorozu appeared. When I saw you in the UA festival, Mr. Yayorozu began, I knew you would go far. I even believed you had a high chance to win, just by recalling your display in the forest years ago. He paused. But not in my wildest imagination did I think you would attempt murder on live television. Junsei did not interrupt. Considering the circumstances, Mr. Yayarozu continued, I will not fault you. However, I must ask, how strong are you right now? To defeat professional heroes one after another. Junsei answered. It was not a proper fight. Many of them held back. They did not give it their all. He paused briefly. And All Might is injured. Severely weakened. From the videos I have seen of him at his peak, I am not certain I could defeat him. Mr. Yayarozu gave a small nod. And the others? If it is one-on-one, Junsei said calmly, I will win. If all of them at once, I am not sure. Still, Mr. Yayarozu replied, that is impressive. Sai cleared his throat. Sir, the issue is that what Junsei did was broadcasted nationwide. This will cause complications. I have already heard that the police and the Hero Public Safety Commission attempted to take him into custody. Principal Nizu intervened and stopped them, but they could try to find faults with him after what happened. If that principal is assisting, Mr. Yayarozu said thoughtfully, then matters should remain stable for now. I have contacts within the Hero Public Safety Commission. I will see what can be done to calm the situation. His gaze sharpened slightly through the screen. Do not concern yourself with it, Junsei. I have your back. However, for the time being, avoid high-profile events as much as possible. If another sports festival or similar public competition arises, skip it. Sai nodded. I agree. This was an extraordinary situation. I would prefer not to see you placed in such a position again. He paused for a moment before adding, by the way, I noticed you stopped focusing on the green-haired boy mid-fight. That lapse led to your injury. What happened? I heard two of the individuals who attacked the orphanage speaking, they were among the audience, Junsei said. And they recognized me. I tried to find them. Both Sai and Mr. Yayarozu visibly stiffened. You did not inform anyone. Mr. Yayarozu asked. Junsei shook his head. I do not know who they were. The moment I looked in their general direction, they stopped speaking. Sai said. That explains your reaction. Mr. Yayarozu asked. Are you certain of what you heard? Yes, Junsei replied. I heard them clearly. There was a brief silence while Mr. Yayarozu considered this. If they ceased speaking when you looked their way, he said at last, then you startled them. It is likely you will not encounter them again. They will avoid you deliberately. Junsei did not respond. Mr. Yayarozu sighed faintly. Do not overthink it. The past is the past. It was long ago. Live your life and forget about what happened that night. His expression softened just slightly. And in the future, if you find yourself in another event against Momo, go easy on her. Even if she requests otherwise. My wife was displeased watching her lose to you in that manner, especially after witnessing students far less capable advance to the final round. Junsei nodded. Understood. The call ended. The monitor went dark. Sai looked at him thoughtfully. If you had located those two, what would you have done? Junsei's gaze remained forward. I do not know, he said. I wanted to ask why they did it. Depending on the answer, I would have acted. Sai sighed. I told you before, revenge will only hurt you. I have nothing or anyone I want to avenge, Junsei replied. Is it now? Then tell me, why do you hate them? Sai pressed. Junsei paused, then said with some hesitation, I don't know. Sai said, I think you cared for those who died deep down, even if you think otherwise. Junsei said, I don't care about the humans that died. Sai said, you didn't feel anything when you saw them die. Junsei replied, I didn't. Junsei thought, I did. Junsei stood up and left the office without any more words. Sai watched him leave and sighed. The next morning, the Yayarozu car stopped before the gates of UA. When Junsei and Momo stepped out of the car, they were met by a wall of reporters. Momo stiffened for a moment before moving, following Junsei, who had already started moving as if he saw nothing. And for a fleeting moment, she feared his presence will attract these reporters and might end up with someone provoking him. She was proven somewhat right almost instantly. Junsei's arrival effect was immediate. Reporters who had been partially blocking the gate instinctively parted. They created a clear path for him, as if afraid he might go berserk again. They were clearly interested in him, considering the cameras following him, but no one dared to approach him or start a conversation. She wondered if these reporters thought he was in a bad mood because of his expressionless face. But as they crossed the gates into school grounds, Momo realized the reaction was not limited to the press. Students who spotted Junsei slowed or stepped aside. Others lowered their voices and avoided eye contact. It was like they were looking at something inhuman. Momo glanced sideways at Junsei. He appeared entirely unaffected, and she believed it. He truly didn't care what others thought, or how he was treated. She sighed quietly. After entering the building, they separated for their respective classes. When Junsei stepped into his classroom, the effect was instantaneous. Conversation ceased. Not a single student met his eyes. Junsei walked to his seat as if nothing had occurred and sat down. Beside him, Shinso leaned slightly in his chair. "Congratulations," Shinso said dryly. "You are officially the scariest person in school. No one will ever annoy you again." "A dream come true." Junsei looked at him. "You are not scared?" Shinso waved a hand dismissively, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "I am far too weak to turn you into a bloodthirsty berserker. I know my limits. And being labeled a potential villain because of a quirk gives you a different perspective around life." Junsei turned forward again. The silence remained. In Class 1A, the atmosphere was no less tense. Students were still discussing the final match when Momo entered. The room went quiet as all eyes turned to her. "Good morning," Momo said calmly. No one responded at first. Then Mina rose from her seat. "Did he come today?" Momo nodded. Denki frowned. "I can't believe they're keeping him here after what he did." "He nearly died," Momo replied evenly. "You're always defending him," Denki shot back. Jiro crossed her arms. "I can't believe I'm saying this, but Denki's right. He tried to kill Midoriya. And he hurt All Might and other heroes." Momo's expression tightened. "After he nearly died because of Midoriya." Midoriya spoke in a weak voice. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that." "And he didn't mean to do it either," Momo replied. "The difference is you know your quirk is destructive, and you still use it at full power." Uraraka quickly intervened. "That's not fair. He didn't know his punch would hurt him that badly." Before Momo could respond, Bakugo joined in. "Ponytail is right." Several heads snapped toward him. "Deku started it," Bakugo continued bluntly. "I was watching from the medical wing. The white weirdo wasn't even looking at him. Then this smartass decided to sneak attack him with everything he had." Zero blinked. "Hold on. You're defending him? After what he did to you?" Bakugo scoffed. "He was stronger. He beat me. That's it. I'm not pathetic enough to badmouth someone just because I lost." His eyes sharpened. "He's stronger today. Tomorrow, I'll beat the hell out of him." Zero stared. "Holy shit. Is that character development?" Bakugo turned to Zero and said, "Have a problem, bondage face?" Zero shrugged while Kirishima grinned. "That's actually kind of cool, man." Todoroki spoke up next. "He is strong. And he fought with restraint at first. He even allowed Midoriya an opportunity to fight back instead of finishing him immediately. In fact, he went easy on everyone if you don't count the cavalry battle." The discussion was cut short as the door slid open. Eraserhead stepped inside. His tired eyes swept across the class. I don't approve of this blame game, he said flatly. You're aspiring heroes. What happened was an unfortunate accident. Incidents like this will occur in the real world. His gaze sharpened. What matters is learning from them and not whatever this is. The class quieted. Mina hesitated before raising her hand. Sensei. What is the school going to do with him? Nothing, Aizawa replied. It was an accident. That's the end of it. He paused slightly. However, there is growing sentiment among the staff that allowing someone with a quirk that powerful to waste his potential would be a significant loss. Several students exchanged glances. He has the potential to become a second All Might, Aizawa continued dryly. Well, the no-smile All Might, if you will. Chapter 59, Through Different Eyes. 2023 words. During the lunch period, Shinso entered the cafeteria alone. He took his tray and sat on one of the empty tables. Seconds later, he saw Momo coming his way along two of her classmates. Hello, Shinso. Where is Junsei? He went to the principal's office, Shinso replied. Momo nodded and took the seat across from him. It did not take long for others, Mina and Jiro, to join her. How was your class today? Momo asked. Shinso shrugged lightly. Nothing much. Everyone is scared of Junsei now. And Junsei doesn't seem to care at all. Momo gave a small nod. Jiro leaned back in her chair. You're defending him, and worrying about him too much. Momo laughed weakly. I can't help it. He is not exactly talkative, and people misunderstand him. He doesn't truly mean anything bad to others. He just likes his quiet and peace. I don't think anyone misunderstands him, Jiro replied bluntly. He doesn't like people, and he's not hiding it. And he doesn't mean anything bad. You saw what he did to Bakugo intentionally. Shinso interjected calmly. He doesn't like people. On that, I agree. But he is not as bad as you and many others think. During the cavalry battle, I wanted to disqualify all the teams. Junsei was the one who refused, saying it would ruin the festival. He is not the bad guy you all think him to be. That drew a moment of silence from Jiro, while Momo smiled. Mina looked at Momo thoughtfully. Then she smiled. Now that I think about it. Momo, what do you really think of Junsei? Momo blinked. He is not a bad person. Just unfortunate and misunderstood. Mina grinned wider. Not like that. I mean, do you like him? You grew up with him. Maybe you have a crush. Momo was visibly taken aback, but she answered without hesitation. I care for him like a little brother. It is my responsibility to help him. Mina groaned. You are no fun. Not everyone is like you, Jiro remarked dryly. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Junsei sat across from Nizu. I am not going to become a hero, Junsei stated. I am not asking you to, Nizu replied evenly. I am simply telling you what others think. I understand your dislike for humans. Junsei said nothing. Nizu folded his paws together. You are on thin ice right now. The public dislikes you and sees you as a threat. You are on the police and the Hero Public Safety Commission radars. And? Junsei asked. Nizu's tone sharpened slightly. If another incident like this happens, not even I will be able to help you. Junsei nodded. You don't care about any of that, do you? Nizu asked. Junsei nodded again. Nizu studied him carefully. Do you realize that if they decide you are a villain to be taken into custody, it will be extremely dangerous for you? I know. Then why are you like this? Nizu pressed. You said you want to return to live in the forest when your agreement ends. If they call for your imprisonment, you will not be left alone, even if you run or hide in a forest. Junsei's gaze remained steady. The only reason I am still living as a human is that I fear death, he said calmly. Death is not nice, Okina. It hurts a lot. Nizu's eyes narrowed slightly. I came to live among humans because I wanted to live in the forest eventually. But if I am pushed to it and can't go back to the forest, I would gladly die. The room fell silent. Nizu remained quiet for several seconds. You would kill yourself again, he asked finally. Or die fighting them, Junsei said. How can you think like that? Nizu demanded. Death, as painful as it is a new beginning. A new cycle. Nizu's voice grew firm. The way you think and see the world is wrong. I told you, he said. You see the world as a human. I am not. During the weekend, the Yaoyorozu mansion was more lively than usual. Class 1A's girls had arrived to complete a school assignment together. Momo had invited them over as her home had more than enough space for group homework without distraction. The moment the girls arrived at the mansion and passed through the front gate toward the mansion door, they were already staring around in surprise at this place. Momo waited for them in front of the mansion door with a smile. As soon as the girls reached Momo, Ochako said, Momo, you are rich. Mina added dramatically. It turns out Momo is a liar. She said she comes from a well-off family. Which part of this is well-off? Technically she is, Ribbit, Tsuyu added. Momo only smiled. Please come inside. I have prepared the guest room and snacks for the rest of the day. As expected of a noble rich young lady, Mina declared grandly. Jiro gave her a sidelong look. I don't think Momo likes that joke. They stepped inside behind her, and noted how the inside screamed rich even more than the outside. And as the group walked behind Momo, Toru said, Junsei lives here as well, right? Where is he? Momo glanced back at her. He won't interrupt our school work. Toru waved her hands quickly. No, it's not that. I'm just curious about him. What does he do in his private time? Does he brood expressionlessly all day? Or maybe study? Momo considered the question seriously. He is usually helping Mr. Sai and the others with cleaning and maintenance. He monitors the mansion and the surrounding grounds. And he reads in his room. Mina blinked. And? That's it. Mina asked, he doesn't do anything for fun. Momo shook her head. Ochako asked next. What does monitor the mansion and the surrounding mean? Momo answered. He oversees the entire property. Not a single person can enter or leave without him knowing about it. There have been a few cases over the years where thieves attempted to sneak in, or people watching the place because of my parents' work. They are all caught by Junsei as soon as they approach. The group fell quieter at that. Jiro asked. So he knows we're here. Momo nodded. And he is probably hearing everything we are saying. Several of the girls stiffened instinctively. Mina looked around uncomfortable now. Is there Northwest privacy in this place? Of course there is, Momo replied. He doesn't monitor inside the rooms. His main focus is the surroundings. Jiro folded her arms. I don't know how to put this better, but it sounds like he's some sort of superguard dog. That's not nice, Momo said gently. He is part of this place like everyone else. He just takes territory a little too seriously, and it proved helpful over the years. Toru laughed lightly. I doubt any normal person would agree with that. Rich people have different standards, Mina concluded sagely. The girls did not linger long on the topic of Junsei much longer. Within minutes the girls were in the prepared guest room with notebooks opened. 2 hours later, Mina suddenly pushed her chair back. Girls, look what I drew. The others turned. On her paper was a sketch of All Might, standing in a heroic pose, and his wide signature smile. Momo glanced at it politely. Nice drawing of All Might. But we still have not finished our homework. Mina groaned. We've been going at this for 2 hours now. A little break won't kill you. Mina has a point, Jiro admitted, rubbing her neck. I'm tired. The others nodded in agreement. Momo closed her notebook with some reluctance. Fine. Let's take a break. Ochako asked. So did any of you decide which hero you're going to intern with? I'm still thinking, Mina replied. I have a lot of good options. Momo said. I am thinking of going with Iwabami. She is the only good option I have. So you blinked. Junsei ruined your chances of getting better offers, Ribbit. Momo exhaled quietly. It is all my fault. I told him not to hold back and to give it his all. I didn't expect my entire team would be eliminated like that. I feel sorry especially for Kaminari. He got the least amount of offers in the class. Even Mineta is doing better than him. Before anyone could respond, there was a knock on the door. Momo looked toward it. Please, enter. The door opened. Junsei stepped inside, carrying a tray of juice and neatly arranged snacks. Mr. Sai told me to bring you this when you take a break. Momo stood and took the tray from him. Thank you, Junsei. Mina's eyes widened, he was really listening. Not gonna lie, it's kind of creepy. A few of the girls nodded. Momo and Junsei ignored the remark. Junsei's gaze shifted briefly, landing on Mina's drawing of All Might. He paused for 2 seconds, staring at it. Then he turned to leave. Mina noticed. Do you like my drawing of All Might? Junsei stopped. No. It is terrible. Silence. Mina looked at her sketch, offended. I know I'm not painter quality but calling it terrible. Junsei, Momo said calmly, the drawing is not that bad. But it looks nothing like All Might, Junsei replied. Mina frowned. Do you know how hard drawing and sketching are? You draw in lines of what you see on paper. You're saying it as if you've never drawn anything. I haven't. Jiro's eyes widened. Are you for real? Yes. The girls stared at him. Mina abruptly shoved a blank sheet and pencil toward him. Here. Paper and pencil. Do a sketch. Junsei accepted them, looking first at Mina, then at the paper. What should I do? Draw anything you want. Or see. And see for yourself how difficult drawing really is. Momo added, give it a try. You might find it fun. Junsei regarded them for a moment, then walked to a corner of the room and sat down. Ochako shook her head quietly. I can't believe anyone is this old and never tried to draw before. He's completely different from the rest of us, Toru said. The conversation gradually returned to internships. Roughly 20 minutes later, Junsei stood. I am done. Momo looked up. Why don't you show us what you drew? Junsei turned the paper toward them. Every single one of them froze. Ochako leaned forward. He drew us. What the hell? Mina whispered. How is this a first-time drawing? It's the best sketch I've ever seen. Suyu tilted her head. If he used colors instead of just black, it would have been perfect, Ribbit. The detail was astonishing. Jiro narrowed her eyes. Hold on. Who is that? Only then did the others notice. Among them, perfectly rendered, was a girl none of them recognized, seated exactly where Toru had been. Toru tilted her invisible head. You drew her in place of me. That's you, Junsei replied. That's not how I look. No. That's how you look. A heavy silence followed. Momo swallowed lightly. Junsei. Do you see Toru? Junsei looked mildly puzzled. Who is Toru? Me? Toru shouted in frustration. What do you call me if you don't know my name? I was never told your name. I think of you as the naked one. The room went still. And yes, Junsei added evenly, I can see you. Why? Mina's hand slammed onto the table. Wait. You can see her. During the sports festival, when she wasn't wearing a top, you saw her body. Junsei answered with the same straight face. Yes. Toru shrieked. You are a disgusting pervert. Why? You are the one who took off your clothes, Junsei asked calmly. And everyone saw you. No, they didn't. Momo said, Junsei, Toru is completely invisible, we can't see her. You can't see her? Junsei asked. Momo shook her head. Toru said, even I don't know what I look like. Junsei pointed at the drawing and said, you look like that. Chapter 60, The Killer Becomes the Prey. 2056 words. The week after the UA festival, the hero course students dispersed across the country. Each student chose a pro hero to shadow, and the field experience began. And with Class 1A and 1B away on internships, Principal Nizu and the hero course teachers turned their attention to Junsei. His quirk remained officially undefined, and by law that was unacceptable. So UA staff had subjected Junsei to every measurable test the faculty could devise. But to Nizu and the staff's frustration, Junsei did not cooperate. He displayed precisely the same level of power he had shown during the festival and prior to the final match, no more, no less. The recorded data indicated he did not even exert the same effort he had demonstrated when fighting the Nomu. The gap was obvious. Which raised the question, why refuse to cooperate? Eventually Junsei found himself seated across from Nizu in the principal's office again. Cementos and Eraserhead joined them this time. Cementos spoke first. Registering your quirk is required by law. You need to disclose what your quirk is, and what you can do. The current description is clearly wrong and fails to capture the nature of your ability. Junsei's answer was immediate. Add what I can do to the description. Eraserhead's eyes narrowed. It doesn't work like that. We need a clear definition of your quirk. During the festival, we recorded that you copied at least 3 completely different quirks. Not to mention the illusion you affected people with. Add them all to the description. You are being a problem, Aizawa said flatly. Nizu finally interjected. You will cause everyone problems if we do not disclose what you can do. I won't explain anything, Junsei replied. This won't do, Cementos pressed. You are going to be considered a criminal, and can be punished. I don't care. Nizu finally said, very well. We will add what he can do to the description and label the quirk as unknown. Both teachers turned toward him in surprise. That is against the law, Cementos said. It is not against the law to say we do not know, Nizu replied calmly. A quirk that grants abilities yet whose mechanism we fail to understand, that is no crime. I would rather do this than escalate the situation further. Reluctantly, the 2 teachers nodded. Nizu understood something the others did not. Junsei did not trust humans, and was expecting a fallout with them at some point. That expectation shaped his refusal. If pressure continued, the divide between Junsei and humanity would only widen. And all Nizu wanted was to bridge that divide. When the internships concluded, the students of 1A and 1B returned. And the biggest news with their return was the appearance of additional nomus. To make matters worse, the hero killer, Stain, had encountered Ida and severely injured him. Fortunately, Ida survived. Though Stain remained free. 1 month after the UA festival, new rumors began circulating out of nowhere. The claims stated that All Might could no longer continue active hero work due to the injury he sustained during the festival. Observers noted his reduced public appearances. Some days, he did not appear at all. People began reviewing recordings and his appearances, comparing them before and after the UA festival. The reduction in heroic deeds was staggering. Even UA students began discussing it. And soon everyone began blaming Junsei. Simultaneously, the national crime rate began to rise. While Japan still maintained one of the lowest crime rates among countries, the upward trend was undeniable, and it was growing. All it took was the doubt surrounding the symbol of peace for things to start changing. Eventually, All Might announced a press conference, and soon he appeared before cameras smiling like he always did. The rumors, he began, are partially true. After my injury, I had decided to step back from frontline hero work. His words shocked everyone listening. The festival, he explained, opened my eyes to the importance of the next generation. I am growing old, past my prime. And the next generation has already surpassed my expectations from when I joined UA first. Raising them is more important at this stage. I have decided to focus my time on UA. The declaration calmed most of the public. But some insisted he was hiding the true extent of his injuries. They argued the old All Might would never willingly step back, he was simply not that kind of hero. While others proposed a different theory, they suggested that All Might had found a potential successor. In particular, Mori Junsei. The student showed the strength and the ability to hold his own against heroes, and that was without any sort of training. That alone showed the potential he possessed. All Might deciding to spend his time grooming the boy to be the next symbol of peace made some sense. POV. All Might is a true hero. The perfect example of what a hero should be. A man like him would rather die than step away from saving people for any reason. I understand his nature completely. Even if he chose to train the next generation, even if he found a successor, he would still carve time from his own flesh to rescue others. That is who he is. Which means his declaration was a lie of necessity. If he stepped back, then the rumors about his injuries are most likely true. The true hero All Might is no more. And most likely, it is because of that villainous child. I cannot allow such a sin to go unpunished. Yet I must not allow emotion to cloud judgment. It is possible the boy truly carries potential. If All Might sees something within him, then fate may have placed them together for a reason. But if he is unworthy, then he deserves punishment. I know All Might would never approve of such action. A true hero cannot bring himself to stain his hands with necessary judgment. That is why someone like me must do it. 3 days ago, I began stalking Mori Junsei. To my surprise, he resides beneath the roof of a wealthy family, the Yaoyorises. They have a mansion with guards and enclosed by walls. So since then, I have been observing the mansion. I need to understand what I am going to face. I wanted to enter and meet the boy, judge him, then leave. Preferably without anyone noticing me. However, my eagerness drove me to act sooner than prudence would advise. After only 3 nights of observation, I chose to move just past midnight. Risky? Yes. But I must meet him. Sneaking past the outer wall proved trivial. The guards, in their arrogance or ignorance, stood watch only at the front gate and completely ignored the rear. These guards are the definition of incompetence. Even normal civilians have sharper instincts than these men. But this played in my favor. I jumped over the wall from the back garden and approached the mansion while keeping my presence minimal. It only took me seconds to reach the mansion and peer through the windows. I couldn't see any lights or movement. It was safe to slip in. Who are you? The voice came from behind me. I turned instantly, drawing my sword. But my opponent was faster, my wrist was caught mid-motion. My body slammed against the wall. A hand wrapped around my neck. I looked up. 2 glowing blue eyes stared into mine. Mori Junsei had found me. His grip tightened slightly. You have been watching the mansion for the past 3 days. Why? He asked. The question was emotionless. But it still shocked me all the same. I was discovered from the very beginning. But more importantly, the cold look in his eyes already told me he is not a hero material. But I cannot judge too quickly. I am here to find you, Mori Junsei. Why? To see what kind of person you are. Are you being groomed by All Might? He did not answer. Instead, his fingers pressed harder against my throat. Who are you? I am no enemy, I said evenly. If you let go of me first, I will tell you everything you need to know. I intended to exploit his inexperience. I will try to drive the talk and make him show an opening for me to strike. But to my surprise, he let go immediately. He is too naive. I drew a knife with my left hand and slashed at his arm in one fluid motion. The blade bit into flesh. For an instant, I felt satisfaction as I saw steel pierce skin. But I felt sharp pain in my other arm. I jumped away, making as much distance as possible. But it was too late as the pain only intensified. I looked at my right arm, it was gone and blood was pouring from the stump. I gave you a chance, his voice echoed. Pain clawed at my mind, but I forced myself to stand as I looked at him, my arm lying next to him while still holding my sword. I am the hero killer, Stain, I declared through clenched teeth. I raised the knife and licked the blood from its edge. He froze. A thin smile formed on my lips despite the agony tearing through my body. You are no hero material, I told him bluntly. You are a sinner who harmed All Might. And the indifference in that single word widened my eyes. He didn't try to deny it or defend himself, did he not care at all? I know All Might declaring that he wants to focus on the next generation is a lie, a hero like him would never do such a thing. What you did is the true reason. Could be, I didn't ask, he replied with the same expressionless face. Didn't ask? Is that it? Does he truly not care at all? Do you not realize what a grand sin you have committed? All Might is a true hero, the greatest of all time. And you ended his hero days. Mistake or not, you must be punished. I couldn't help but feel agitated by his apathy. No, he was already injured and dying. My strike at most hastened his end. I couldn't believe what I was hearing, All Might is dying. And he just admitted he hastened it. No. That can't be true. This spawn of evil must be lying to me. My work is to hunt fake heroes, I said, anger overriding the pain and every other thought. But I will make an exception for you. You are the worst villain, and even if All Might thinks otherwise, even if he thought he could make a hero out of you, I will punish you. Heroes and villains have nothing to do with me, just humans hurting humans, he said. Then he began walking toward me. Impossible. My quirk had already been activated. I licked his blood. He should be paralyzed. He spoke again, you are like Shinso but your quirk is triggered by blood instead of words. Before I could react, his hand seized my face. The world inverted. Then I was crushed into the ground mercilessly. You came to take my life, so I should be taking yours, but mistress, I said to not kill you. That was the last thing I heard before everything went dark. The next day, the news of the hero killer Stain sneaking into Mori Junsei's home in the middle of the night has spread everywhere. It was said the hero killer was confronted by Junsei, and ended up with many broken bones along a missing arm. It was suspected the hero killer went after Junsei due to the rumors, thinking the boy was All Might's successor. He planned to kill the successor before becoming a full-fledged hero. In the end, the villain that hunted and terrorized professional heroes left and right, was defeated by the said student. Which brought forth a question regarding the current generation of heroes' capability, and at the same time showed that All Might's words were true. The next generation in UA has already exceeded expectations, and many began to believe that the symbol of peace's successor had already revealed himself. Chapter 61, Caged Without Chains. 1642 words. The months following the fall of the hero killer were peaceful, there were no other incidents, and the academic year came to a peaceful end. And with summer's arrival came the annual I Expo, the grand technological exhibition held on I Island. The event showcased the latest advancements in quirk research and support item engineering. Scientists, investors, pro-heroes, and corporate representatives gathered there each year to glimpse the future. Mr. Yaoyorozu, as one of the investors in I-Island's research initiatives, received several invitations. The invitations were more than what he needed, so he chose to send the additional invitations to his daughter. He sent Momo a total of 3 invites, intending for her to bring Mori Junsei and 1 school friend. However, and despite the festival's catastrophic conclusion, Junsei was considered the official winner of the UA Sports Festival. As such, he personally received 2 invitations to the I-Expo. Together, that made 5 invitations. Now Yaoyorozu Momo, Uraraka Ochako, Jiro Kyoka, Ashido Mina, and Junsei were seated inside a private jet soaring toward the artificial island. From the moment he boarded, Junsei claimed the window seat. He didn't speak or move, he simply watched the world shrink beneath the plane. If one were to ask him which lives were the best, Junsei would say the ones where he was a bird soaring high and freely in the sky. Near him, the girls, unaware of Junsei's thoughts and the nostalgia he was experiencing, were enjoying the novelty of private travel while speaking amongst each other. At some point, Jiro shifted the conversation. The 3rd invite was Junsei's, right? She asked. Momo nodded. Why didn't he invite Shinso? Jiro continued. This is a rare chance. Inviting your only friend at school would make sense. I suggested it, Momo replied calmly. Junsei asked him. Shinso declined. He said he has something special prepared for the summer. Mina blinked. More special than going to I-Island in a private jet. To Shinso, yes, Momo answered. Uraraka tilted her head thoughtfully. Shinso does have a unique personality. Just like Junsei. No wonder they're friends. Mina snorted lightly. I'm not sure you can call them friends. It's more like acquaintances who don't have better options. That's insensitive and rude, Momo said, her tone firm. I'm just saying what I think, Mina replied, shrugging. And is it wrong if the target of my words doesn't care in the slightest? She pointed toward Junsei, who remained facing the window. It was clear to all he didn't care. Jiro rested her chin in her hand. I think Junsei is way too unique for Shinso to keep up with. Uraraka laughed at that. When the private jet descended and touched down on I-Island, the door opened to reveal the artificial island and its advanced beautiful buildings. The girls stepped out first, excitedly looking around. This place is huge. Where do we start? Uraraka asked as she took in the surroundings. There are several exhibition halls and tech museums, Jiro replied. We can start with the closest one and work our way around. As they discussed their route, Junsei stood apart. He scanned the island slowly. Then his gaze fixed somewhere in the distance. Momo noticed immediately. Junsei, she asked, stepping closer, is something wrong? He answered. I want to go to the zoo. Mina blinked. There's a zoo here. Jiro replied. 10,000 scientists and their families live here year-round. It's not surprising they'd have recreational facilities, including a zoo. But more importantly, this is a rare opportunity. You can't waste it going to a zoo. Junsei shifted his gaze to Momo. I will go there. You go wherever you want. I know how to find our place afterward. Momo studied him briefly, then nodded. If that's what you want, then sure. Without further words, Junsei turned and began walking in the direction he had chosen. Uraraka watched him go and said, so his quirk is also a zoo detector now. Momo allowed a small smile. He can probably sense the animals there. He likes nature. Jiro said, it's a waste if you ask me. But if that's what interests him, then fine. Let's not lose time. The others nodded in agreement. Junsei walked alone through the streets of I-Island. He observed everything about the island. The people strolling leisurely. The pro heroes waving to their fans. Children tugging at capes and sleeves, asking questions and requesting autographs from those they admired. The island was like a paradise to the humans. Yet Junsei felt disgusted by this place. The island was lifeless, no evolved creatures beside the humans were around. The water contained within the island's massive surrounding walls held no fish, the sky had no birds and there were no insects around. Even the grass, flowers and trees on this island were synthetic with no scent. In Junsei's eyes, the island was too ugly. Yet humans looked upon it with fascination, and went as far as calling it a rare chance to be here. Only one place on the island felt different. He could sense animals gathered in a concentrated location the moment the private jet approached the island. When he attempted connecting with them, he realized they were caged in a human zoo. At the same time, they felt his arrival and they desired to see him, they were curious about him. So he decided to go find them. On his way there, he crossed paths with a familiar figure. Izuku Midoriya walked beside a blonde girl Junsei did not recognize. Midoriya noticed him immediately and stopped walking. Junsei did not. He passed without acknowledging Midoriya. As he went further away, he heard the girl's voice. "What's going on? Do you know him?" "Why yes," Midoriya replied. "He's from my school. I didn't think I would see him here." "Your reaction was strange," she said lightly. "You two didn't even speak. I guess you're not close." "Yeah, we are not," Midoriya replied. Nearly an hour later, he arrived at the zoo. It was housed within a large enclosed structure. Inside, animals of various species were displayed behind wide transparent glass barriers. When Junsei stepped inside, he connected with the animals one by one. All creatures were confined to a cheap miniature of their habitats. He learned quickly that every single one of them had been born in captivity. None had experienced the outside world. None knew of oceans or forests, they could not even begin to imagine them. They did not know what other creatures roamed beyond their immediate surroundings. They were disconnecting from their natural instincts, a similar state to what Nizu is in. So Junsei asked them a simple question, "Do you wish to leave?" The answer shocked him. They did not. They possessed no concept of existence beyond the enclosure. No desire to explore it. And the greater shock was that none of them hated humans. Despite understanding that humans controlled their space, limited their movement, and dictated their lives, there was no resentment. Some even regarded humans as a natural good presence. Providers of food and the source of safety. They believed they could not survive without them. So Junsei tried to help them learn the truth, and how the world should be, and how they should live. He shared what he knew of the world, talking about forests and oceans, about the beautiful sky. He spoke of instincts and how to achieve their true purpose beyond this confinement. The animals listened to his voice and thoughts, but they were also frightened by the idea of freedom. No matter how much he shared or how curious they were, fear and helplessness ruled them. This made Junsei feel anger and frustration. Survival is important, he knew that as much as they did, it was always the goal he sought. But where is the survival in this life? To be killed and removed by your captors when they grow tired of you. That's slow death, not survival. If they desired freedom and they felt helpless by the situation and the human control, then that would be a different matter, he could understand that. He was in that state more than once, even in this life as a human, he felt trapped by humankind. Seeing the creatures around him lost the will to be free, and accepted imprisonment as life was an extreme shock to him. He could not comprehend how creatures could be reduced to such a state. For a fleeting moment, the urge rose within him to shatter the glass. To tear down the facility and force them into the open air. But he understood the consequences and restrained himself. He could only watch in pity and anger the human come, and leave laughing at the trapped poor creatures. Junsei lost track of time inside the zoo, and before he knew it, he heard the voice of Mr. Yaoyorozu behind him. "I heard from Momo you headed to the zoo hours ago, so I decided to check on you." Don't tell me you have been sitting on this chair the whole time. Junsei turned to look at Mr. Yayorozu and said I was. Mr. Yayorozu approached. I assume you were talking with the animals here. Junsei nodded. Mr. Yayorozu paused for a moment then said, something about you is not right. What is wrong? Nothing, Junsei replied. Mr. Yayorozu remained silent for 2 seconds before saying, if you are not feeling well, let me know. He paused for a moment before continuing, there is a party tonight at Island Central Tower. I did not want you or Momo to be late. So I called her and found that she has already gone with her friends to change, which leaves you behind schedule. He gestured outside. Come. We need you to change into something more formal. Junsei followed. Chapter 62, This has nothing to do with me. 1886 words. The ballroom on the second floor of the Island Central Tower was already full of attendees by the time Junsei and Mr. Yayorozu arrived. A gathering of investors, scientists, and pro-heroes dressed in their hero attire, or formal wear, all conversing amongst themselves. Mr. Yayorozu scanned the hall. It seems my daughter is not here yet, but that's fine. There is still time before my announcement. He then turned to Junsei. I will be speaking with some acquaintances. Feel free to walk around and enjoy yourself. He paused as though remembering something. The best food and desserts are served along the eastern side of the hall. You may enjoy them. A faint smile formed on his lips. But leave something for the others. With that, Mr. Yayorozu did not waste time. He stepped in and merged seamlessly into the surrounding circles of conversation, already shaking hands and exchanging polite laughter. Junsei remained near the entrance. He watched the older man for several seconds. Then his gaze shifted. He began scanning the hall for what truly matters, and before long he located the long tables lined with desserts and drinks. He was about to move when a loud voice boomed behind him. Sure is lively already here, David. All Might said. Another voice answered calmly, what else did you expect? Junsei did not need to turn to recognize the presence of All Might. I expected this place to fill up a little later, All Might continued. It feels early compared to the last time I was here. Beside him walked David Shield. As the two men passed Junsei, All Might suddenly stopped. He stared. Junsei met his gaze without expression. 1 silent second passed between them. Then All Might's wide smile stretched across his face. Young Mori. I didn't think you would be here. Junsei's eyes drifted past him, toward the dessert table across the ballroom. Without responding, he began walking. He had no interest in this dreadful man. Behind him, All Might remained still. He could not help but wonder how many times Junsei had ignored him by now. And why does he seem to always be eager to walk away from him? Junsei was a mystery to him. David Shield frowned as he watched Junsei's retreating figure. He is a rude one, Toshi. Where do you know him from? That is Mori Junsei, All Might replied. The student I told you about. David's frown deepened. So he is the one responsible for your current state. It looks like he holds a grudge against you. Perhaps his attack was intentional. All Might shook his head and lowered his voice. No, David. He aggravated the injury, but he is not responsible for it. And I do not consider it his fault that it worsened. You are overthinking this. He added quietly, young Mori has special circumstances. He behaves like that with everyone. A small laugh escaped him. I am already used to being ignored by him. Ha ha ha. David sighed. Toshi, you are too good-hearted to know better. All Might frowned. What is that supposed to mean? David chuckled lightly. Forget it. Let us enjoy the party. Across the hall, Junsei had already forgotten about the man whose presence carried the scent of death. Soon, his attention was now entirely devoted to the dessert table. He sampled everything his eyes landed on without any pause. For several minutes, nothing else existed. But then a man's voice echoed through the speakers, politely requesting All Might to take the stage and deliver a speech. And soon enough, applause followed as All Might ascended the stage. But just as he was about to start speaking, an alert rang through the hall. Imminently, heavy metal doors began sliding shut. Simultaneously, sections of the floor split open and from the openings emerged blue-glowing metallic, snake-like devices that shot upward and coiled around the pro-heroes in attendance. The restraints tightened instantly, immobilizing them. Gasps filled the hall. Then individuals wearing helmets and carrying weapons rushed in, firing several shots into the ceiling to silence the growing panic. A red-haired man stepped forward and positioned himself beside All Might. "This party ends here," he announced coldly. "From this moment on, this place is under our control." All Might strained against the metallic bindings, clearly intending to break free. The red-haired man kicked him to the ground. "If I were you, symbol of peace, I would remain obediently on the ground," he warned. "Or the entire island will pay the price." At that moment, the enormous screens on the wall that were displaying presentations shifted to live footage from across the island. Scientists and their families are all surrounded by security robots that are being controlled by the villains. "We are taking the entire island hostage," the red-haired man declared. "If any of you heroes attempt to resist, you already know how ugly the outcome will be." All Might clenched his teeth. "Damn villains." At the dessert table, Junsei glanced briefly toward the stage. Then toward the other side of the ballroom where Mr. Yayorozu was standing. The man noticed Junsei's stare and immediately shook his head, clearly signaling him to not do anything. This attack did not concern him, and if those men didn't come after him, he wouldn't seek trouble with them. So Junsei returned to his plate. But unintentionally, that was precisely what drew the villains' attention. While the heroes lay bound and furious, while civilians shook in fear, one person stood calmly at the side of the hall with a plate in his hand and a spoon between his lips. It was too eye-catching. The shortest of the masked villains marched toward him immediately with a gun raised the moment he noticed him. "What do you think you're doing?" the man barked. "On your knees. Now." Every eye in the ballroom turned. All stared at Junsei as though he had lost his mind. How could he be eating at a time like this? To them, he was either insane or deliberately provoking the villains. Most assumed the former. On the stage, the red-haired leader narrowed his eyes. "Oh," he said slowly. "I recognize you. You're the one who injured All Might months ago." His lips curved slightly. "When I first heard that the great symbol of peace had been seriously injured by a child, I became very interested. And then I heard the rumors that you might be his successor." A pause. "So I suppose he brought you here, didn't he?" Several villains lifted their guns and aimed them at Junsei. The red-haired man chuckled. "So does All Might give you the courage to act like nothing is happening? Or are you searching for an opportunity to play hero?" His smile vanished. "We are here for real business. Not children's games." The short villain in front of Junsei suddenly slapped the plate from his hand. It struck the floor and shattered. All Might's voice thundered from the stage. "Stop it. Leave him alone." The leader's grin widened. "Teach him what the real world looks like." The short man aimed his gun at Junsei and fired. Everyone expected Junsei to fall with some averting their eyes from the tragedy that was about to happen. Instead, his eyes began to glow faintly as he looked down at the men before him. The bullet that was meant to hurt or even kill him could only damage his clothes without breaking his skin. The short man didn't even have a chance to realize his bullet didn't do anything before Junsei's hand rose and seized the short villain's helmeted head. Junsei tightened his grip, and the helmet began to crack under the pressure immediately. The man groaned loudly before his body began to expand. Muscles swelled grotesquely as the clothes tore apart, and his skin turned purple. He became a purple monster with two giant arms out of proportions with the rest of his body. He roared and grabbed Junsei's arm, attempting to crush it. But moments later, the purple monster dropped to its knees. It trembled and howled in pain. He was not strong enough to break free. The red-haired leader reacted instantly. He aimed and fired a bullet straight at Junsei's head. The bullet struck Junsei's forehead and stopped, as if it had collided with iron. The leader's expression hardened. "You think you can play the hero?" He turned abruptly and fired at a nearby attendee. The bullet struck the man's shoulder. He collapsed, blood pooling beneath him. "Look carefully, this is because of you," the leader said coldly. "And if you continue your childish game, the entire island dies because of you." On stage, All Might strained against his restraints. "Damn villain. You will pay for this." The leader laughed. "Tell your brat to stop resisting, and I might allow him to live past tonight." All Might's jaw tightened. If he broke free now, the robots across the island would execute civilians. He was truly helpless in this situation. So he looked at Junsei. "Young Mori," he said firmly, "let go of that villain." Junsei's gaze shifted from the writhing monster to the red-haired leader. His mind recalled the zoo animals accepting the humans' rules and control. "So I should surrender my life," he said evenly, "or the people of the island die." The leader raised an eyebrow at the emotionless face before him. "Release my men." "I will count to 3, he replied. "Then I order my men to attack the civilians." "Immediately." Junsei replied with the same cold tone, "No." In the next instant, his hand holding the monster head released an explosion that enveloped the villain's head. The next moment, the monster body collapsed backward headless. The sight froze all the villains. Junsei looked straight into the leader's eyes. "If you want my life," he said coldly, "or my freedom, I will take yours. I do not care about anything else." Shock flashed across the leader's face. This was not how the scenario was meant to unfold. No hero behaved this way. The leader clenched his teeth. "You think I'm bluffing," he shouted. "Point all robots' weapons at the civilians." On the massive screens, security robots released their guns and aimed at clusters of terrified families. Junsei did not respond. He began walking toward the leader. On the side of the hall, David Shield, who had been stunned by the turn of events, suddenly surged to his feet. "Stop," he shouted. "Are you insane?" All Might's voice followed. "Junsei. This will become a tragedy. Please stop." Junsei raised his hand toward the leader. His intent was clear. Even the red-haired man knew it now. The person approaching him was a lunatic. He truly did not care about the civilian's fate. The leader knew if the order to fire was given, every hero in the hall would break free in desperation, and escape would become impossible. If he doesn't give the order, this lunatic will attack him, and this operation will turn into pure chaos. The heroes will break free to mitigate the damage leading to the same result. He didn't know what to do. Either way, he and his group would be taken down. He cursed whoever said this lunatic is a future hero. He was a villain. Chapter 63, What the World Sees. 1,552 words. Every villain in the ballroom redirected their weapons toward Junsei. Yet Junsei had only the red-haired leader in his eyes. The two stared at one another for a second as everyone thought this was going to become a disaster. Then David Shield lunged forward. He grabbed Junsei's raised arm, attempting to force it downward. "Stop!" David shouted. "Many could die." Junsei's glowing eyes shifted to him. "Don't touch me." The words were quiet. David immediately stepped back, unsettled by the stare directed at him. He had no doubt in his mind that Junsei would attack him first if he dared to keep touching him. From the stage, All Might strained against his restraints. "Young Mori. Calm down. Thousands could die." Junsei did not respond to All Might. His gaze returned to the leader. The red-haired man cursed in his mind the situation. He considered using his quirk to attack this lunatic in front of him. But if he did, the heroes might react, and that was something he didn't want to see. He was helpless in this situation as much as All Might and the rest of the heroes. Junsei was about to attack. But he heard Mr. Yayorozu whispering, "Stop. Stay down." Junsei's eyes shifted slightly for a moment. Momo Yayorozu's father sat among the restrained attendees, giving him an urgent look. Junsei hesitated. He wanted to kill the man before him after attempting to take his life. But in the end, Junsei lowered his hand as his eyes locked on the leader's eyes. "Attack me again," he said coldly, "and all of you will die." Then he turned around and walked back toward the dessert table. Every person in the ballroom watched as Junsei picked up another plate and resumed eating as though nothing had occurred. But deep down, he was pondering if his agreement with Mr. Yayorozu made him just like the zoo animals, different reasoning but the same result. The leader stared at him in disbelief. "He is a lunatic," he muttered. On the floor, still bound, All Might sighed in relief. He didn't say anything, but he somewhat agreed with the villain. The leader straightened, regaining composure. "All Might," he called out mockingly, "what kind of successor are you training? He is a villain." All Might stiffened at the accusation, especially coming from the man who had taken an entire island hostage. But before he could answer, David answered, "He didn't come with All Might." The leader glanced at David. "No matter. You are David Shield, correct?" In the ballroom ceiling, a wide glass viewing panel revealed part of the chaos to some of those in the third floor. And gathered there were Yayorozu Momo, Jiro Kyoka, Ashido Mina, Uraraka Ochiko, Ida Tenya, Midoriya Izuku, Todoroki Shoto, Melissa Shield, Kaminari Denki, and Mineta Minoru. They watched in fear. Below them, the situation was a moment away from becoming a catastrophe because of Junsei. Jiro had one earjack embedded into the floor, listening to the conversations beneath, and relaying everything to the others. "I can't believe he just did that," Ida said, voice shaking. "He killed someone. And nearly caused a disaster." Mina swallowed. "He went back to eating like nothing happened. He's insane." Kaminari stared through the glass at Junsei's figure. "I told you he's scary," he muttered. "Look at him. He's an unhinged murderer. He should be in prison, not school." At that exact moment, Junsei's head tilted slightly. He looked upward, directly at Kaminari. Kaminari's face drained of color. "He heard you." Mineta squeaked. I am sorry." Kaminari blurted immediately, backing away from the viewing panel. "I didn't mean it. Don't hurt me." Junsei looked at them for one more second, then he turned away. Melissa's voice was quieter than the others. "I thought you were exaggerating," she admitted. "But he's worse in person." Her eyes remained fixed on the scene below. "How is he any different from the villains down there?" For once, Momo did not defend him. She simply watched Junsei standing among chaos, eating in silence. She had nothing to say to excuse what he did. Midoriya took a deep breath and said, "All Might and the heroes are unable to do anything because of the robots. We need to find a way to take the control back and free the heroes." Melissa said, "We can do that by going up to the 200th floor." Junsei listened to the conversation unfolding above. His gaze moved slowly across the masked men surrounding the hall. For a brief moment, he considered killing them all despite Mr. Yayorozu's earlier whisper. If he did, Momo would not need to proceed with whatever plan was forming on the upper floor. Then he dismissed the thought. Momo was not truly in danger. The green-haired boy could defeat any of the villains present with a single flick of his finger. Junsei had seen the destructive force the boy could release. He alone was enough. Even if among these criminals there were individuals stronger than the purple one Junsei had just killed, the green-haired boy required only one decisive punch. And he was not alone, there were others with her. Junsei continued his silent observation. He noted how several villains kept their weapons subtly trained in his direction. They did not approach him, yet none allowed him to leave their sight. He could smell their fear. His eyes shifted to the red-haired leader. Unlike the others, the man was wary, but he did not emit the same scent. He was tense and calculating but not afraid. Suddenly, the leader turned toward him and began walking in his direction. Junsei watched the approach without expression, though his body had already prepared to respond if necessary. The leader stopped a few steps away. "I thought you were a hero at first," he said. "But I was wrong about you." His eyes flickered toward the headless corpse of his subordinate. "You're more of a villain." "No, you are a villain." Junsei did not reply. The leader pointed at the corpse. "You killed someone. Even if he was one of the villains attacking the island, actions like that have consequences." His tone became colder. "And moments ago, we were seconds away from killing civilians. That would have brought even greater consequences." Then a faint smile spread across his face. "You're now a villain just like the rest of us. And even if we're captured tonight, you will still have to face the consequences of your choices and what you've done." He tilted his head slightly. "So I'm offering you a chance. Join us. I can now see clearly, you don't conform to society's rules. You live for yourself." Before Junsei could respond, All Might's voice rose from the floor. "You damn villain, what do you?" The leader turned to All Might and interrupted him. "Am I wrong, symbol of peace?" His eyes narrowed. "I've heard about his illegal quirk use during the USJ incident. Then his behavior at the sports festival. And now this." He gestured toward the body again. "He will face consequences, whether you like it or not. And if he doesn't, how long before he's labeled a villain anyway? I am sure many are already thinking just like me." All Might clenched his teeth. "I am his teacher at UA," he declared. "I won't allow that to happen." The leader faced Junsei once more. "Deep down, you know it," he said. "You're not like these fools." His voice lowered. "You're a villain. Join me. You'll be free to use your power without restraint. No rules to bind you. Do whatever you want." All Might's voice cut in urgently. "Young Mori. Don't listen to him." Every person in the ballroom, villain or not, looked at Junsei. In truth, most of them already thought the same thing. He was closer to a villain than a hero. And tonight's events would follow him. After a moment, Junsei finally said, "I am not a hero nor a villain." The leader chuckled and said, "You killed someone without showing any remorse. You endanger the lives of thousands. So tell me, what's the difference between you and us?" Junsei's expression remained the same. "Heroes and villains are driven by greed," he said. "By desire to take. They take recognition, money, or anything they desire. They take as much as they can, that's all that matters." A pause. "I only want to live." The leader's expression shifted slightly. That answer was unexpected. To equate heroes and villains in the same category, especially in an era dominated by hero worship, was abnormal. "Then it's even more reason to join us," the leader pressed. "You can have whatever you want without caring about rules. We could help each other." He studied Junsei carefully. "What do you truly desire?" Junsei's gaze drifted briefly toward All Might. Then across the restrained heroes and frightened civilians. "I wish," he said quietly, "that I had never seen any of you." The leader's smile faded. "Remember my words," he said coldly. "You'll regret that choice tonight." He turned away. Across the ballroom, several people exhaled in relief. All Might closed his eyes for a moment. Junsei had not been swayed. But none of them understood or could guess what Junsei's wish truly meant. Chapter 64, A Power Without Restraint. 1781 words. Time passed slowly inside the ballroom. A little over an hour after the villain's initial takeover, the red-haired leader exited the hall, leaving several henchmen behind to guard the restrained heroes and terrified civilians. Another hour crawled by. Then without warning, the metallic restraints binding the heroes deactivated simultaneously. For half a heartbeat, no one moved. Then All Might and the other pro-heroes acted. The remaining villains had no time to react. Within seconds, they were all defeated and subdued on the ground. The civilians began to breathe sighs of relief seeing the danger finally over. All Might did not relax. He turned urgently to those nearest him. "Where is the control center in this tower?" The attendees exchanged confused glances. Junsei answered from the side. "The 200th floor." All Might's eyes shifted toward him. "Are you sure?" The blonde girl said so. All Might could only think of Melissa. Then All Might narrowed his eyes slightly. He reasoned Junsei managed to hear the conversation of his successor and the rest of UA students on the 3rd floor. His hearing must be extraordinarily acute. All Might thought before pivoting toward the nearest window and leaping through the glass. He tilted his face upward toward the towering height above Midoriya. Then drew his arms and legs inward, compressing them tightly toward the center of his body. Then he released the pressure. A violent shockwave exploded from behind him, blasting air downward and propelling him skyward at astonishing speed. A powerful wind entered the ballroom through the broken window, showing how strong that simple move was. And Junsei watched it all. He had not considered that brute force alone could be used in such a manner. He began walking toward the same shattered window. But before he could reach it, a heroine in a bee-like costume stepped in front of him. "Where do you think you're going?" Junsei did not answer. He continued forward past her. She frowned. "I'm talking to you, white-haired boy." Junsei stopped. He turned his head slightly toward Mr. Yayorozu. "Momo should be on the 200th floor," he said evenly. "I will go check on her." Without waiting for permission, he jumped through the window. He mirrored what All Might had done. Junsei pulled his arms tightly inward, compressing the force against his center and released it downward. A burst of pressure detonated beneath him, causing his body to shoot upward. His actions had stunned those watching from inside. He had mimicked All Might's action, even the generated wind was the same. Junsei continued ascending. Each time his momentum began to slow, he compressed himself again and released another downward blast, generating successive shockwaves that propelled him higher. On the tower roof, the aspiring future heroes and Melissa Shield stood at the center, helplessly watching a helicopter flying away in the sky. Inside it, the red-haired villain leader and the kidnapped David Shield. The aircraft was already beyond their reach. When all hope seemed to be lost, a laughter echoed. From the tower's side, a figure soared upward, higher even than the helicopter. "All Might." "It's fine," he declared, voice booming across the rooftop. "Why?" "Because I am here." Midair, he pressed his arms and legs tightly toward the center of his body, compressing his strength once more while locking his eyes onto the helicopter. Then he released, a shockwave detonated behind him. To those watching below, All Might became a blur, an explosive streak that passed the helicopter in less than a second. And with that, the helicopter exploded instantly, and not a single one could tell what All Might did exactly. Debris scattered across the sky before raining down toward the far side of the rooftop. Moments later, All Might descended, landing heavily beside the students with David's shield secured in his arm. All Might lowered David to the floor gently, then looked around at them, smiling faintly. "You have." His words cut off as he dropped to his knees. Blood splattered against the rooftop as he began coughing violently. Smoke rose from his body. Before the stunned eyes of the students, his massive form withered into a skeletal figure. David, seeing All Might's state, rose quickly while saying in a worried tone, "Toshi. Are you okay?" All Might wiped blood from his mouth weakly. "Damn, my time is up." Mina stepped back, eyes wide. "What is going on?" Melissa rushed forward. Uncle Might, what happened to you? All Might looked around at the shocked and fearful faces of his students. David cut him off urgently. This isn't the time. You're bleeding. We need to get you out of here. Only then did All Might glance downward and fully notice the blood seeping through his costume. So that man was right, the leader voice drifted from the smoking wreckage. The villain leader stepped forward from the debris, unharmed. You've grown weaker. And you are deteriorating by the day. His smile widened. But I doubt even he realizes how bad your condition truly is. I'll kill you before I leave this damn island. He opened a metal case in his hand, and took a small device from it, then placed it over his head. His eyes glowed red. It's time, he screamed, for all of you to die. The wreckage behind him began to tremble. Metal beams, shattered panels, twisted cables, everything metallic ripped free from the rooftop and surrounding debris. Even sections of the floor beneath him fractured as bolts and reinforcement bars tore loose. The metal converged around him, layer upon layer, till he became a large monstrous abomination of metal. This power is intoxicating, David Shield. His voice echoed through the metal storm. Be proud of your creation. Now all of you die. Gigantic pillars of metal shot forward at incredible speed toward the group. Todoroki reacted instantly. Ice surged from beneath his feet, forming a thick wall in front of them. The ice shattered instantly the moment the metal struck. It couldn't stop the attack. At the same moment, Midoriya propelled himself forward to intercept one of the incoming pillars. He smashed into it with explosive force, halting its momentum. But there were more, and all of them continued toward the group. All Might, weakened, could not move at all. The others froze, there was nothing they could do. At that moment, a blur cut across the rooftop, and in a fraction of a second, every incoming metal pillar shattered midair. Junsei stood before the group. His eyes locked onto the metal-clad villain. The leader stared back. So you decided to play the hero after all. His voice twisted with fury. Big mistake. I'll kill you first for all the trouble you've caused me tonight. Junsei charged forward toward the metal monster. Metal cables lashed forward and beams tore through the air from every direction, everything made of metal was converging on Junsei's position. But he didn't slow down, he kept moving at a speed too fast for the eye to follow as he sidestepped strikes, ducked beneath some, then stepped onto an incoming beam. He ran along its length, using its own momentum to propel himself forward. When multiple cables attempted to wrap around him, he leapt, twisting midair to slip through narrowing gaps. With every passing moment, he drew closer to the villain. The villain leader snarled and forced his quirk further. The rooftop beneath Junsei ruptured upward, rising like a violent metal platform. At the same time, a massive steel beam shot vertically through the air before angling down toward the rising slab. Clearly intending to crush Junsei between the two sides. Junsei jumped just before the two masses collided with explosive force where he had been standing. But the attack did not stop. More beams shot toward him from every direction while he was still midair. Junsei's eyes locked onto the villain. He pulled his arms and legs inward, compressing himself tightly, and released. A shockwave burst behind him as he shot forward like a cannonball. His fist clenched and aimed directly at the villain's head. But at the last instant, a thick metallic wall materialized in front of the villain. Junsei's punch struck the wall. It was dented under the sheer force and cracks splintered under the impact. But the obstruction absorbed enough force to halt his momentum. The villain screamed, with this power, no one can defeat me. Junsei opened his mouth. A roar tore from his throat, it was a sound attack and it struck the unsuspecting villain. The man groaned, clutching his head as the metal surrounding him quivered erratically. Junsei immediately stepped onto the fractured steel around him, and used it as a foothold, launching himself higher into the air. He rose high in the air before looking down at the villain. Then his arm moved in a rapid throwing motion. With each move of his hand, a small glowing sphere formed and shot downward. In an instant, explosions erupted around the villain. Blasts detonated one after another, engulfing the metallic mass in fire and smoke. The abomination of beams and cables convulsed under the barrage. The villain screamed as explosions consumed his form. When the metal shell was fully shrouded in smoke and flame, Junsei propelled himself downward. He rotated midair, then brought his leg down in a brutal axe kick. His heel struck the rooftop directly beneath the villain. The impact shattered an entire section of the roof, everything fractured and collapsed. The broken mass began falling from the tower's side, carrying the villain with it. Junsei pushed off the collapsing section and landed on stable ground near the edge of what remained on the rooftop and looked down. The wreckage was growing as it fell. Chunks of the tower's exterior were torn free in the descent, adding to the mass of destruction cascading downward. It was like a disaster hit the tower. 11 seconds later, the wreckage finally struck the ground. The impact sent a tremor up the tower's frame, shaking even the rooftop where they stood. Junsei watched the dust rise below, and when he saw no movement, he turned around. His gaze moved across the group and stopped on Momo Yayorozu. He began walking toward her. The group watched him silently, no one knew how to react to his arrival or what he did. The first to speak was All Might. Young Mori, thank you for saving us. But all that destruction could have harmed someone below. You must show restraint. Junsei's eyes shifted to All Might. He observed the blood staining the man's side. Then he spoke evenly, so my strike really hastened your coming death. Chapter 65, The Inheritance Exposed. 1,522 words. Enough. Momo said angrily. You can't say something outrageous like that. Junsei glanced at her. At the same time, Melissa Shield spoke next. Uncle Might's condition is because of you, or at least you made it worse by your actions. How can you speak and act as if it has nothing to do with you? Junsei's face remained unchanged. It doesn't, I don't care what happens to him or any of you, he said evenly. I am only here to check and protect Momo. Tenya Ida joined in with anger in his eyes. Your actions are reckless and completely unacceptable. You killed, nearly caused innocents to die, and now you endangered more people. What if someone had been at the bottom of the tower? I don't care about any of that, Junsei replied. Ida clenched his fists. How can you say that? Mina Ashido added, voice trembling, you're no different from the villains. Junsei felt hostility and fear from all around him. Even Momo was looking at him in disapproval. Junsei, she said quietly, you've said and done enough. A flicker of irritation crossed his eyes. In my eyes, he said, heroes and villains are all the same. His gaze shifted toward All Might, the symbol you all respect and love is the worst of you. For the first time, Junsei's expression openly showed disgust. He froze. Just now he attempted to sense the life in his surroundings, something he usually avoids to do around All Might and heroes due to how disgusting and dreadful they feel. But this time, he wanted to see how much worse this man's stolen life grew since they met at the start of UA. But he didn't see what he expected. Slowly his face turned to confusion, then shock. His head turned slowly toward Izuku Midoriya. Then back to All Might. Then again to Midoriya. His gaze moved between them repeatedly. The others watched in silence. Junsei seemed irritated just a moment ago, then suddenly he started acting strangely. They had never seen him look like that. Even Momo stared at him, uncertain what is wrong with him now. Finally, he spoke. How? You almost lost it all. And he now has it. His eyes narrowed. Humans can't do that. His focus locked onto Midoriya. How do you have it? Junsei demanded. Did he give it to you? Midoriya stuttered. What are you talking about? Junsei's mind raced. Months ago, that dreadful amount of life resided within All Might, now it was gone from him. And Midoriya suddenly had it inside him instead. That was not how it should work. But if life can be moved from one human to another, then accumulation is not necessarily done by a single person. It could multiple people killing and transferring life from one person to another. Junsei turned back to All Might. I couldn't understand how a single person had that much, he said. Or imagine what you had done to obtain it. His voice hardened. But you lost almost all of it, and he now has it. His gaze moved between them again. You two have similar power. Was that how? You can transfer it from one to another. A pause. And you were not the first, or maybe you had help. This must be why you had so much to begin with. David Shield stared at him in disbelief. Hold on, he exclaimed. Are you talking about the quirk factor? He turned to All Might. Toshi, is that why you've been losing it so rapidly in the last year? You gave away your quirk somehow. All Might looked at his friend in shock, then back at Junsei. That was his greatest secret. Known only to a very select few. How did Junsei figure it out? Junsei continued. This is why you were weaker than the old recordings. Why do you only continue to grow weaker faster and faster? He looked at Midoriya. You gave it all to him. Midoriya's face turned pale. The others stared at him in stunned silence. Ochiko Uraraka spoke weakly, your quirk. It's just like All Might's. Denki Kaminari added, and all those times All Might pulled you aside to talk alone. Junsei's eyes began to glow. His teeth clenched. You don't just take, he said through rising anger. You give it to others. From one person to the next. Sentenced to never escape you. His pupils expanded until the white was swallowed by blue. The students stepped back instinctively while Midoriya paled and activated full cowling. Momo moved immediately, placing herself between them. Calm down, she shouted. Don't attack him. For how long have you been doing this? Junsei demanded, voice full of fury. They should have returned to the world long ago. Midoriya shook his head desperately. I don't know what you're talking about. Junsei stepped forward. The rooftop cracked beneath his foot. A low growl escaped him. Momo grabbed his arm, holding him back despite the fear. You can't do that. Stop, she cried. He doesn't know what you mean. None of us do. Please stop. For several seconds, he seemed about to attack. Then the blue light in Junsei's eyes faded. Without another word, he turned toward the rooftop entrance and began walking away. Behind him, All Might called out. Young Mori. I don't know what you're talking about, but if you can explain it, we can try to fix it. Junsei did not look back. You take what should return to the world, he said coldly, and imprison it for your own desires. His voice carried across the roof. You are all the same. And he continued walking. Everyone watched Junsei disappear into the stairwell, their expressions were a mix of confusion and judgment. Melissa Shield frowned. What is wrong with that guy? Mineta muttered, nothing about him is normal. Todoroki remained silent for a moment, then turned toward Midoriya. Do you truly have All Might's quirk? He asked directly. Is he growing weak because you took it? Midoriya lowered his head. Kyokujiro spoke next. So that's why you were hurting yourself when you used it. You don't know how to control it because it was something new. Tenya Ida adjusted his glasses. Now that I think about it, didn't Bakugo say Midoriya is quirkless at the start of the year? Perhaps he wasn't mistaken after all. Silence followed. The eyes were full of doubt as they all looked at Midoriya. All Might observed their faces and understood that there was no way to deny it anymore. Not after Junsei's conclusions and David's words, and especially with the similarities in power and his attitude toward Midoriya. I chose young Midoriya as my successor, All Might said, after I saw in him the spark of a true hero. He rose slowly to his feet despite his weakened state. All eyes shifted to him. I was gravely injured years ago. I never fully recovered. My time has been limited ever since. His voice was calm, though quieter than usual. I needed someone to carry on after I am no longer capable of being a hero, and that person is young Midoriya. He looked at them one by one. This is a dangerous secret. If it spreads, it could put many in danger, especially young Midoriya. His expression hardened slightly. I hope you will not judge him. And I ask that you keep this secret. Even after they have already begun drawing their own conclusions, to hear All Might admission still shocked them all the same. None of them had expected All Might to have such a secret. All Might turned to David Shield. I hope you can forgive me for hiding the truth, he said. I could not risk putting you in danger. And if not for Junsei's words, I would have preferred to take this secret with me to the grave. David nodded solemnly. I understand. His gaze narrowed thoughtfully, but how did he figure it out? Even with all of my technology and scans, I couldn't determine what was happening to your body. He glanced toward the stairwell Junsei had used. How did he understand just by looking at you? And why did he react like that? All Might turned his head, and so did the rest of the students. Their eyes settled on Momo. Momo stiffened under their attention. I don't know, she stuttered. All Might sighed and said, this may be related to Junsei's quirk. It continues to be a mystery. He looked at Momo again. Young Yaoyorozu, please follow him. Ensure he does not share this secret with anyone. He paused for a moment. I fear you are the only person on this island he listens to. Momo hesitated, then nodded. Without another word, she turned and ran toward the stairwell. David watched her go before looking back at All Might. Toshi, we need to get you to the medical wing. You're not in good condition. All Might gave a small nod. Before they could move, a thunderous explosion erupted from the base of the tower. The entire structure trembled beneath their feet. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.